Letter 91 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the lesson to be drawn from the burning of Lyons. Our friend Liberalis is now downcast, for he has just heard of the fire which has wiped out the colony of Lyons. Such a calamity might upset anyone at all, not to speak of a man who dearly loves his country. But this incident has served to make him inquire about the strength of his own character, which he has trained, I suppose, just as to meet situations that he thought might cause him fear. I do not wonder, however, that he was free from apprehension touching an evil so unexpected and practically unheard of as this, since it is without precedent. For fire has damaged many a city, but has annihilated none. Even when fire has been hurled against the walls by the hand of a foe, the flame dies out in many places, and although continually renewed, rarely devours so wholly as to leave nothing for the sword. Even an earthquake has scarcely ever been so violent and destructive as to overthrow whole cities. Finally, no conflagration has ever before blazed forth so savagely in any town that nothing was left for a second. So many beautiful buildings, any single one of which would make a single town famous, were wrecked in one night. In time of such deep peace, an event has taken place worse than men can possibly fear even in time of war. Who can believe it? When weapons are everywhere at rest, and when peace prevails throughout the world, Lyons, the pride of Gaul, is missing. Fortune has usually allowed all men, when she has assailed them collectively, to have a foreboding of that which they were destined to suffer. Every great creation has had granted to it a period of reprieve before its fall. But in this case, only a single night elapsed between the city at its greatest and the city non-existent. In short, it takes me longer to tell you it has perished than it took for the city to perish. All this has affected our friend Liberalis, bending his will, which is usually so steadfast and erect in the face of his own trials. And not without reason has he been shaken, for it is the unexpected that puts the heaviest load upon us. Strangeness adds to the weight of calamities, and every mortal feels the greater pain as a result of that which also brings surprise. Therefore, nothing ought to be unexpected by us. Our minds should be sent forward in advance to meet all problems, and we should consider not what is wont to happen, but what can happen. For what is there in existence that fortune, when she has so willed, does not drag down from the very height of its prosperity? And what is there that she does not the more violently assail, the more brilliantly it shines? What is laborious or difficult for her? She does not always attack in one way, or even with her full strength. At one time she summons our own hands against us. At another time, content with her own powers, she makes use of no agent in devising perils for us. No time is exempt. In the midst of our very pleasures there spring up causes of suffering. War arises in the midst of peace, and that which we depended upon for protection is transformed into a cause of fear. Friend becomes enemy. Ally becomes foeman. The summer calm is stirred into sudden storms, wilder than the storms of winter. With no foe in sight, we are victims of such fates as foes inflict, and if other causes of disaster fail, excessive good fortune finds them for itself. The most temperate are assailed by illness, the strongest by wasting disease, the most innocent by chastisement, the most secluded by the noisy mob. Chance chooses some new weapon by which to bring her strength to bear against us, thinking we have forgotten her. Whatever structure has been reared by a long sequence of years, at the cost of great toil, and through the great kindness of the gods, is scattered and dispersed by a single day. Nay, he who has set a day has granted too long a postponement to swift-coming misfortune. An hour, an instant of time, suffices for the overthrow of empires. It would be some consolation for the feebleness of ourselves and our works, if all things should perish as slowly as they come into being. But as it is, increases are of sluggish growth, but the way to ruin is rapid. Nothing, whether public or private, is stable. The destinies of men, no less than those of cities, are in a whirl. Amid the greatest calm, terror arises, and though no external agencies stir up commotion, yet evils burst forth from sources whence they were least expected. Thrones which have stood the shock of civil and foreign wars crash to the ground, though no one sets them tottering. How few the states which have carried their good fortune through to the end. We should therefore reflect upon all contingencies, and should fortify our minds against the evils which may possibly come. Exile, the torture of disease, wars, shipwreck. We must think on these. Chance may tear you from your country, or your country from you, or may banish you to the desert. This very place, where throngs are stifling, may become a desert. Let us place before our eyes in its entirety the nature of man's lot, and if we would not be overwhelmed or even dazed by those unwonted evils, as if they were novel, let us summon to our minds beforehand not as great an evil as oftentimes happens, but the very greatest evil that possibly can happen. We must reflect upon fortune fully and completely. How often have cities in Asia, how often in Achaia, been laid low by a single shock of earthquake? How many towns in Syria, how many in Macedonia have been swallowed up? How often has this kind of devastation laid Cyprus in ruins? How often has Paphos collapsed? Not infrequently are tidings brought to us of the utter destruction of entire cities. Yet how small a part of the world are we, to whom such tidings often come. Let us rise, therefore, to confront the operations of fortune, and whatever happens, let us have the assurance that it is not so great as rumor advertises it to be. A rich city has been laid in ashes, the jewel of the provinces, counted as one of them and yet not included with them. Rich though it was, nevertheless it was set upon a single hill, and that not very large in extent. But of all those cities, of whose magnificence and grandeur you hear today, the very traces will be blotted out by time. Do you not see how, in Achaia, the foundations of the most famous cities have already crumbled to nothing, so that no trace is left to show that they ever even existed? Not only does that which has been made with hands totter to the ground, not only is that which has been set in place by man's art and man's efforts overthrown by the passing days, nay, the peaks of mountains dissolve, whole tracts have settled, and places which once stood far from the sight of the sea are now covered by the waves. The mighty power of fires has eaten away the hills through whose sides they used to glow, and has leveled to the ground peaks which were once most lofty, the sailor's solace and his beacon. The works of nature herself are harassed. Hence we ought to bear with untroubled minds the destruction of cities. They stand but to fall. This doom awaits them, one and all. It may be that some internal force and blasts of violence, which are tremendous because their way is blocked, will throw off the weight which holds them down, or that a whirlpool of raging currents, mightier because they are hidden in the bosom of the earth, will break through that which resists its power, or that the vehemence of flames will burst asunder the framework of the earth's crust, or that time, from which nothing is safe, will reduce them little by little, or that a pestilential climate will drive their inhabitants away, and the mold will corrode their deserted walls. It would be tedious to recount all the ways by which fate may come, but this one thing I know: all the works of mortal man have been doomed to mortality, and in the midst of things which have been destined to die, we live. Hence it is thoughts like these, and of this kind, which I am offering as consolation to our friend Liberalis, who burns with a love for his country that is beyond belief. Perhaps its destruction has been brought about only that it may be raised up again to a better destiny. Oftentimes the reverse has but made room for more prosperous fortune. Many structures have fallen only to rise to a greater height. Timagenes, who had a grudge against Rome in her prosperity, used to say that the only reason he was grieved when conflagrations occurred in Rome was his knowledge that better buildings would arise than those which had gone down in the flames. And probably in this city of Lyons, too, all its citizens will earnestly strive that everything shall be rebuilt better, in size and security, than what they have lost. May it be built to endure, and under happier auspices for a longer existence. This is indeed but the 100th year since this colony was founded, not the limit even of a man's lifetime. Led forth by Plancus, the natural advantages of its site have caused it to wax strong and reach the numbers which it contains today. And yet, how many calamities of the greatest severity has it endured within the space of an old man's life? Therefore, let the mind be disciplined to understand and to endure its own lot, and let it have the knowledge that there is nothing which fortune does not dare, that she has the same jurisdiction over empires as over emperors, the same power over cities as over the citizens who dwell therein. We must not cry out at any of these calamities. Into such a world we have entered, and under such laws do we live. If you like it, obey. If not, depart whithersoever you wish. Cry out in anger if any unfair measures are taken with reference to you individually. But if this inevitable law is binding upon the highest and the lowest alike, be reconciled to fate, by which all things are dissolved. You should not estimate our worth by our funeral mounds, or by these monuments of unequal size which line the road. Their ashes level all men. We are unequal at birth, but are equal in death. What I say about cities, I say also about their inhabitants. Ardea was captured as well as Rome. The great founder of human law has not made distinctions between us on the basis of high lineage or of illustrious names, except while we live. When, however, we come to the end which awaits mortals, he says, "Depart, ambition. To all creatures that burden the earth let one and the same law apply." For enduring all things we are equal. No one is more frail than another, no one more certain of his own life on the morrow. Alexander, king of Macedon, began to study geometry. Unhappy man, because he would thereby learn how puny was that earth of which he had seized but a fraction. Unhappy man, I repeat, because he was bound to understand that he was bearing a false title. For who can be great in that which is puny? The lessons which were being taught him were intricate, and could be learned only by assiduous application. They were not the kind to be comprehended by a madman who let his thoughts range beyond the ocean. "Teach me something easy," he cries, but his teacher answers, "These things are the same for all, as hard for one as for another." Imagine that nature is saying to us, "Those things of which you complain are the same for all. I cannot give anything easier to any man, but whoever wishes will make things easier for himself." In what way? By equanimity. You must suffer pain and thirst and hunger and old age too, if a longer stay among men shall be granted to you. You must be sick, and you must suffer loss and death. Nevertheless, you should not believe those whose noisy clamor surrounds you. None of these things is an evil. None is beyond your power to bear or is burdensome. It is only by common opinion that there is anything formidable in them. Your fearing death is therefore like your fear of gossip. But what is more foolish than a man afraid of words? Our friend Demetrius is wont to put it cleverly when he says, "For me the talk of ignorant men is like the rumblings which issue from the belly. For," he adds, "what difference does it make to me whether such rumblings come from above or from below?" What madness it is to be afraid of disrepute in the judgment of the disreputable. Just as you have had no cause for shrinking in terror from the talk of men, so you have no cause now to shrink from these things, which you would never fear had not their talk forced fear upon you. Does it do any harm to a good man to be besmirched by unjust gossip? Then let not this sort of thing damage death either, in our estimation. Death also is in bad odor, but no one of those who malign death has made trial of it. Meanwhile, it is foolhardy to condemn that of which you are ignorant. This one thing, however, you do know, that death is helpful to many, that it sets many free from tortures, want, ailments, sufferings, and weariness. We are in the power of nothing when once we have death in our own power. Farewell. End of Letter 91, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 92 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Happy Life. You and I will agree, I think, that outward things are sought for the satisfaction of the body, that the body is cherished out of regard for the soul, and that in the soul there are certain parts which minister to us, enabling us to move and to sustain life, bestowed upon us just for the sake of the primary part of us. In this primary part, there is something irrational, and something rational. The former obeys the latter, while the latter is the only thing that is not referred back to another, but rather refers all things to itself. For the divine reason also is set in supreme command over all things, and is itself subject to none. And even this reason which we possess is the same, because it is derived from the divine reason. Now, if we are agreed on this point, it is natural that we shall be agreed on the following also, namely, that the happy life depends upon this and this alone, our attainment of perfect reason. For it is naught but this that keeps the soul from being bowed down, that stands its ground against fortune. Whatever the condition of their affairs may be, it keeps men untroubled. And that alone is a good which is never subject to impairment. That man, I declare, is happy whom nothing makes less strong than he is. He keeps to the heights, leaning upon none but himself, for one who sustains himself by any prop may fall. If the case is otherwise, then things which do not pertain to us will begin to have great influence over us. But who desires fortune to have the upper hand? Or what sensible man prides himself upon that which is not his own? What is the happy life? It is peace of mind, and lasting tranquillity. This will be yours if you possess greatness of soul. It will be yours if you possess the steadfastness that resolutely clings to a good judgment just reached. How does a man reach this condition? By gaining a complete view of truth, by maintaining in all that he does order, measure, fitness, and a will that is inoffensive and kindly, that is intent upon reason and never departs therefrom, that commands at the same time love and admiration. In short, to give you the principle in brief compass, the wise man's soul ought to be such as would be proper for a god. What more can one desire who possesses all honorable things? For if dishonorable things can contribute to the best estate, then there will be the possibility of a happy life under conditions which do not include an honorable life. And what is more base or foolish than to connect the good of a rational soul with things irrational? Yet there are certain philosophers who hold that the supreme good admits of increase, because it is hardly complete when the gifts of fortune are adverse. Even Antipater, one of the great leaders of this school, admits that he ascribes some influence to externals, though only a very slight influence. You see, however, what absurdity lies in not being content with the daylight unless it is increased by a tiny fire. What importance can a spark have in the midst of this clear sunlight? If you are not contented with only that which is honorable, it must follow that you desire in addition either the kind of quiet which the Greeks call undisturbedness, or else pleasure. But the former may be attained in any case, for the mind is free from disturbance when it is fully free to contemplate the universe, and nothing distracts it from the contemplation of nature. The second, pleasure, is simply the good of cattle. We are but adding the irrational to the rational, the dishonorable to the honorable. A pleasant physical sensation affects this life of ours. Why, therefore, do you hesitate to say that all is well with a man, just because all is well with his appetite? And do you rate, I will not say among heroes, but among men, the person whose supreme good is a matter of flavors and colors and sounds? Nay, let him withdraw from the ranks of this, the noblest class of living beings, second only to the gods. Let him herd with the dumb brutes, an animal whose delight is in fodder. The irrational part of the soul is twofold. The one part is spirited, ambitious, uncontrolled. Its seat is in the passions. The other is lowly, sluggish, and devoted to pleasure. Philosophers have neglected the former, which, though unbridled, is yet better and is certainly more courageous and more worthy of a man, and have regarded the latter, which is nerveless and ignoble, as indispensable to the happy life. They have ordered reason to serve this latter. They have made the supreme good of the noblest living being an abject and mean affair, and a monstrous hybrid too, composed of various members which harmonize but ill. For as our Virgil, describing Scylla, says, above, a human face and maiden's breast, a beauteous breast. Below, a monster huge, of bulk and shapeless, with a dolphin's tail, joined to a wolf-like belly. And yet to this Scylla are tacked on the forms of wild animals, dreadful and swift. But from what monstrous shapes have these wiseacres compounded wisdom? Man's primary art is virtue itself. There is joined to this the useless and fleeting flesh, fitted only for the reception of food, as Posidonius remarks. This divine virtue ends in foulness, and to the higher parts, which are worshipful and heavenly, there is fastened a sluggish and flabby animal. As for the second desideratum, quiet, although it would indeed not of itself be of any benefit to the soul, yet it would relieve the soul of hindrances. Pleasure, on the contrary, actually destroys the soul and softens all its vigor. What elements so inharmonious as these can be found united? To that which is most vigorous is joined that which is most sluggish. To that which is austere, that which is far from serious. To that which is most holy, to that which is unrestrained even to the point of impurity. What, then, comes the retort? If good health, rest, and freedom from pain are not likely to hinder virtue, shall you not seek all these? Of course I shall seek them, but not because they are goods. I shall seek them because they are according to nature, and because they will be acquired through the exercise of good judgment on my part. What, then, will be good in them? This alone, that it is a good thing to choose them. For when I don suitable attire, or walk as I should, or dine as I ought to dine, it is not my dinner, or my walk, or my dress that are goods, but the deliberate choice which I show in regard to them, as I observe in each thing I do, a mean that conforms with reason. Let me also add that the choice of neat clothing is a fitting object of a man's efforts, for man is by nature a neat and well-groomed animal. Hence the choice of neat attire, and not neat attire in itself is a good. since the good is not in the thing selected, but in the quality of the selection. Our actions are honorable, but not the actual things which we do. And you may assume that what I have said about dress also applies to the body. For nature has surrounded our soul with the body as with a sort of garment. The body is its cloak. But who has ever reckoned the value of clothes by the wardrobe which contained them? The scabbard does not make the sword good or bad. Therefore, with regard to the body, I shall return the same answer to you, that, if I have the choice, I shall choose health and strength, but that the good involved will be my judgment regarding these things, and not the things themselves. Another retort is, granted that the wise man is happy, nevertheless, he does not attain the supreme good which we have defined, unless the means also which nature provides for its attainment are at his call. So, while one who possesses virtue cannot be unhappy, yet one cannot be perfectly happy if one lacks such natural gifts as health or soundness of limb. But in saying this, you grant the alternative which seems the more difficult to believe, that the man who is in the midst of unremitting and extreme pain is not wretched, nay, is even happy. And you deny that which is much less serious, that he is completely happy. And yet, if virtue can keep a man from being wretched, it will be an easier task for it to render him completely happy. For the difference between happiness and complete happiness is less than that between wretchedness and happiness. Can it be possible that a thing which is so powerful as to snatch a man from disaster and place him among the happy cannot also accomplish what remains and render him supremely happy? Does its strength fail at the very top of the climb? There are in life things which are advantageous and disadvantageous, both beyond our control. If a good man, in spite of being weighed down by all kinds of disadvantages, is not wretched, how is he not supremely happy no matter if he does lack certain advantages? For as he is not weighed down to wretchedness by his burden of disadvantages, so he is not withdrawn from supreme happiness through lack of any advantages. Nay, he is just as supremely happy without the advantages as he is free from wretchedness, though under the load of his disadvantages. Otherwise, if his good can be impaired, it can be snatched from him altogether. A short space above I remarked that a tiny fire does not add to the sun's light. For by reason of the sun's brightness, any light that shines apart from the sunlight is blotted out. But, one may say, there are certain objects that stand in the way even of the sunlight. The sun, however, is unimpaired even in the midst of obstacles, and though an object may intervene and cut off our view thereof, the sun sticks to his work and goes on his course. Whenever he shines forth from amid the clouds, he is no smaller, nor less punctual either, than when he is free from clouds, since it makes a great deal of difference whether there is merely something in the way of his light, or something which interferes with his shining. Similarly, obstacles take nothing away from virtue. It is no smaller, but merely shines with less brilliancy. In our eyes it may perhaps be less visible and less luminous than before, but as regards itself it is the same, and like the sun when he is eclipsed, is still, though in secret, putting forth its strength. Disasters, therefore, and losses and wrongs have only the same power over virtue that a cloud has over the sun. We meet with one person who maintains that a wise man who has met with bodily misfortune is neither wretched nor happy. But he also is in error, for he is putting the results of chance upon a parity with the virtues, and is attributing only the same influence to things that are honorable as to things that are devoid of honor. But what is more detestable and more unworthy than to put contemptible things in the same class with things worthy of reverence? For reverence is due to justice, duty, loyalty, bravery, and prudence. On the contrary, Those attributes are worthless with which the most worthless men are often blessed in fuller measure, such as a sturdy leg, strong shoulders, good teeth, and healthy and solid muscles. Again, if the wise man, whose body is a trial to him, shall be regarded as neither wretched nor happy, but shall be left in a sort of halfway position, his life also will be neither desirable nor undesirable. But what is so foolish as to say that the wise man's life is not desirable? And what is so far beyond the bounds of credence as the opinion that any life is neither desirable nor undesirable? Again, if bodily ills do not make a man wretched, they consequently allow him to be happy. For things which have no power to change his condition for the worst have not the power either to disturb that condition when it is at its best. But, someone will say, we know what is cold and what is hot. A lukewarm temperature lies between. Similarly, A is happy and B is wretched, and C is neither happy nor wretched. I wish to examine this figure, which is brought into play against us. If I add to your lukewarm water a large quantity of cold water, the result will be cold water. But if I pour in a large quantity of hot water, the water will finally become hot. In the case, however, of your man who is neither wretched nor happy, no matter how much I add to his troubles, he will not be unhappy according to your argument. Hence your figure offers no analogy. Again, suppose that I set before you a man who is neither miserable nor happy. I add blindness to his misfortunes. He is not rendered unhappy. I cripple him. He is not rendered unhappy. I add afflictions which are unceasing and severe. He is not rendered unhappy. Therefore, one whose life is not changed to misery by all these ills is not dragged by them either from his life of happiness. Then if, as you say, the wise man cannot fall from happiness to wretchedness, he cannot fall into non-happiness. For how, if one has begun to slip, can one stop at any particular place? That which prevents him from rolling to the bottom keeps him at the summit. Why, you urge, may not a happy life possibly be destroyed? It cannot even be disjointed, and for that reason virtue is itself, of itself, sufficient for the happy life. But, it is said, is not the wise man happier if he has lived longer, and has been distracted by no pain, than one who has always been compelled to grapple with evil fortune? Answer me now. Is he any better or more honorable? If he is not, then he is not happier either. In order to live more happily, he must live more rightly. If he cannot do that, then he cannot live more happily either. Virtue cannot be strained tighter, and therefore neither can the happy life which depends on virtue. For virtue is so great a good that it is not affected by such insignificant assaults upon it as shortness of life, pain, and the various bodily vexations. For pleasure does not deserve that virtue should even glance at it. Now, what is the chief thing in virtue? It is the quality of not needing a single day beyond the present, and of not reckoning up the days that are ours. In the slightest possible moment of time, virtue completes an eternity of good. These goods seem to us incredible and transcending man's nature, for we measure its grandeur by the standard of our own weakness, and we call our vices by the name of virtue. Furthermore, does it not seem just as incredible that any man in the midst of extreme suffering should say, "I am happy"? And yet this utterance was heard in the very factory of pleasure, when Epicurus said, "Today and one other day I have been the happiest of all," although in the one case he was tortured by strangury, and in the other by the incurable pain of an ulcerated stomach. Why, then, should these goods which virtue bestows be incredible in the sight of us, who cultivate virtue? when they are found even in those who acknowledge pleasure as their mistress. These also, ignoble and base-minded as they are, declare that even in the midst of excessive pain and misfortune, the wise man will be neither wretched nor happy. And yet this also is incredible. Nay, still more incredible than the other case. For I do not understand how, if virtue falls from her heights, she can help being hurled all the way to the bottom. She either must preserve one in happiness, or if driven out from this position, she will not prevent us from becoming unhappy. If virtue only stands her ground, she cannot be driven from the field. She must either conquer or be conquered. But some say, only to the immortal gods is given virtue and the happy life. We can attain but the shadow, as it were, and the semblance of such goods as theirs. We approach them. We never reach them. Reason, however, is a common attribute of both gods and men. In the gods it is already perfected. In us it is capable of being perfected. But it is our vices that bring us to despair, for the second class of rational being, man, is of an inferior order. A guardian, as it were, who is too unstable to hold fast to what is best, his judgment still wavering and uncertain. He may require the faculties of sight and hearing, good health, a bodily exterior that is not loathsome, and besides, greater length of days conjoined with an unimpaired constitution. Though by means of reason he can lead a life which will not bring regrets, yet there resides in this imperfect creature, man, a certain power that makes for badness, because he possesses a mind which is easily moved to perversity. Suppose, however, the badness which is in full view and has previously been stirred to activity to be removed. The man is still not a good man, but he is being molded to goodness. One, however, in whom there is lacking any quality that makes for goodness, is bad. But he in whose body virtue dwells and spirit ever present is equal to the gods. Mindful of his origin, he strives to return thither. No man does wrong in attempting to regain the heights from which he once came down. And why should you not believe that something of divinity exists in one who is a part of God? All this universe which encompasses us is one, and it is God. We are associates of God. We are his members. Our soul has capabilities and is carried thither if vices do not hold it down. Just as it is the nature of our bodies to stand erect and look upward to the sky, so the soul, which may reach out as far as it will, was framed by nature to this end, that it should desire equality with the gods. And if it makes use of its powers and stretches upward into its proper region, it is by no alien path that it struggles toward the heights. It would be a great task to journey heavenwards. The soul but returns thither. When once it has found the road, it boldly marches on, scornful of all things. It casts no backwards glance at wealth, gold and silver, things which are fully worthy of the gloom in which they once lay. It values not by the sheen which smites the eyes of the ignorant, but by the mire of ancient days, whence our greed first detached and dug them out. The soul, I affirm, knows that riches are stored elsewhere than in men's heaped-up treasure-houses, that it is the soul and not the strong box which should be filled. It is the soul that men may set in dominion over all things, and may install as owner of the universe, so that it may limit its riches only by the boundaries of east and west, and like the gods, may possess all things, and that it may, with its own vast resources, look down from on high upon the wealthy, no one of whom rejoices as much in his own wealth as he resents the wealth of another. When the soul has transported itself to this lofty height, it regards the body also, since it is a burden which must be borne, not as a thing to love, but as a thing to oversee. Nor is it subservient to that over which it is set in mastery. for no man is free who is a slave to his body. Indeed, omitting all the other masters which are brought into being by excessive care for the body, the sway which the body itself exercises is captious and fastidious. Forth from this body the soul issues, now with unruffled spirit, now with exaltation, and when once it has gone forth, ask not what shall be the end of the deserted clay. No, just as we do not take thought for the clippings of the hair and the beard, even so that divine soul, when it is about to issue forth from the mortal man, regards the destination of its earthly vessel, whether it be consumed by fire, or shut in by stone, or buried in the earth, or torn by wild beasts, as being of no more concern to itself than is the afterbirth to a child just born. And whether this body shall be cast out, and plucked to pieces by birds, or devoured when thrown to the sea-dogs as prey. How does that concern him who is nothing? Nay, even when it is among the living, the soul fears nothing that may happen to the body after death. For though such things may have been threats, they were not enough to terrify the soul previous to the moment of death. It says, I am not frightened by the executioner's hook, nor by the revolting mutilation of the corpse which is exposed to the scorn of those who would witness the spectacle. I ask no man to perform the last rites for me. I entrust my remains to none. Nature has made provision that none shall go unburied. Time will lay away one whom cruelty has cast forth. Those were eloquent words which Maecenas uttered. I want no tomb, for nature doth provide for outcast bodies burial. You would imagine that this was the saying of a man of strict principles. He was indeed a man of noble and robust native gifts, but in prosperity he impaired these gifts by laxness. Farewell. End of Letter 92, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 93 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the quality as contrasted with the length of life. While reading the letter in which you were lamenting the death of the philosopher Metronax, as if he might have, and indeed ought to have, lived longer, I missed the spirit of fairness which abounds in all your discussions concerning men and things, but is lacking when you approach one single subject, as is indeed the case with us all. In other words, I have noticed many who deal fairly with their fellow men, but none who deals fairly with the gods. We rail every day at fate, saying, why has A been carried off in the very middle of his career? Why not B carried off instead? Why should he prolong his old age, which is a burden to himself, as well as to others? But tell me, pray, do you consider it fairer that you should obey nature, or that nature should obey you? And what difference does it make how soon you depart from a place which you must depart from sooner or later? We should strive not to live long, but to live rightly. For to achieve long life you have need of fate only, but for right living you need the soul. A life is really long if it is a full life, but fullness is not attained until the soul has rendered to itself its proper good, that is, until it has assumed control over itself. What benefit does the older man derive from the 80 years he has spent in idleness? A person like him has not lived. He has merely tarried a while in life, nor has he died late in life. He has simply been a long time dying. He has lived 80 years, has he? That depends upon the date from which you reckon his death. Your other friend, however, departed in the bloom of his manhood, but he had fulfilled all the duties of a good citizen, a good friend, a good son. In no respect had he fallen short, His age may have been incomplete, but his life was complete. The other man has lived 80 years, has he? Nay, he has existed 80 years, unless perchance you mean by he has lived what we mean when we say that a tree lives. Pray, let us see to it, my dear Lucilius, that our lives, like jewels of great price, be noteworthy not because of their width, but because of their weight. Let us measure them by their performance, not by their duration. Would you know wherein lies the difference between this hardy man who, despising fortune, has served through every campaign of life and has attained to life's supreme good, and that other person, over whose head many years have passed? The former exists even after his death. The latter has died even before he was dead. We should therefore praise and number in the company of the blessed that man who has invested well the portion of time, however little, that has been allotted to him. For such a one has seen the true light. He has not been one of the common herd. He has not only lived, but flourished. Sometimes he enjoyed fair skies. Sometimes, as often happens, it was only through the clouds that there flashed to him the radiance of the mighty star. Why do you ask? How long did he live? He still lives. At one bound he has passed over into posterity and has consigned himself to the guardianship of memory. And yet I would not on that account decline for myself a few additional years. Although, if my life's space be shortened, I shall not say that I have lacked aught that is essential to a happy life. For I have not planned to live up to the very last day that my greedy hopes had promised me. Nay, I have looked up every day as if it were my last. Why ask the date of my birth, or whether I am still enrolled on the register of the younger men? What I have is my own. Just as one of small stature can be a perfect man, so a life of small compass can be a perfect life. Age ranks among the external things. How long I am to exist is not mine to decide, but how long I shall go on existing in my present way is in my own control. This is the only thing you have the right to require of me, that I shall cease to measure out an inglorious age as it were in darkness, and devote myself to living, instead of being carried along past life. And what, you ask, is the fullest span of life? It is living until you possess wisdom. He who has attained wisdom has reached not the furthermost, but the most important goal. Such a one may indeed exalt boldly and give thanks to the gods, aye, and to himself also, and he may count himself nature's creditor for having lived. He will indeed have the right to do so, for he has paid her back a better life than he has received. He has set up the pattern of a good man, showing the quality and the greatness of a good man. Had another year been added, it would merely have been like the past. And yet, how long are we to keep living? We have had the joy of learning the truth about the universe. We know from what beginnings nature arises, how she orders the course of the heavens, by what successive changes she summons back the year, how she has brought to an end all things that ever have been, and has established herself as the only end of her own being. We know that the stars move by their own motion, and that nothing except the earth stands still, while all the other bodies run on with uninterrupted swiftness. We know how the moon outstrips the sun, why it is that the slower leaves the swifter behind, in what manner she receives her light or loses it again, what brings on the night, and what brings back the day. To that place you must go where you are to have a closer view of all these things. And yet, says the wise man, I do not depart more valiantly because of this hope, because I judge the path lies clear before me to my own gods. I have indeed earned admission to their presence, and in fact have already been in their company. I have sent my soul to them as they had previously sent theirs to me. But suppose that I am utterly annihilated, and that after death nothing mortal remains. I have no less courage, even if, when I depart, my course leads nowhere. But, you say, he has not lived as many years as he might have lived. There are books which contain very few lines, admirable and useful in spite of their size. And there are also the Annals of Tenusius. You know how bulky the book is, and what men say of it. This is the case with the long life of certain persons, a state which resembles the Annals of Tenusius. Do you regard as more fortunate the fighter who is slain on the last day of the games than one who goes to his death in the middle of the festivities? Do you believe that anyone is so foolishly covetous of life that he would rather have his throat cut in the dressing-room than in the amphitheatre? It is by no longer an interval than this that we precede one another. Death visits each and all. The slayer soon follows the slain. It is an insignificant trifle, after all, that people discuss with so much concern. And anyhow, what does it matter for how long a time you avoid that which you cannot escape? Farewell. End of Letter 93, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 94 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Value of Advice. That department of philosophy which supplies precepts appropriate to the individual case, instead of framing them for mankind at large, which, for instance, advises how a husband should conduct himself toward his wife, or how a father should bring up his children, or how a master should rule his slaves. This department of philosophy, I say, is accepted by some as the only significant part, while the other departments are rejected on the ground that they stray beyond the sphere of practical needs, as if any man could give advice concerning a portion of life, without having first gained a knowledge of the sum of life as a whole. But Aristo the Stoic, on the contrary, believes the above-mentioned department to be of slight import. He holds that it does not sink into the mind, having in it nothing but old wives' precepts, and that the greatest benefit is derived from the actual dogmas of philosophy, and from the definition of the supreme good. When a man has gained a complete understanding of this definition, and has thoroughly learned it, he can frame for himself a precept directing what is to be done in a given case. Just as the student of javelin throwing keeps aiming at a fixed target, and thus trains the hand to give direction to the missile, and when, by instruction and practice, he has gained the desired ability, he can then employ it against any target he wishes, having learned to strike not any random object, but precisely the object at which he has aimed. He who has equipped himself for the whole of life does not need to be advised concerning each separate item, because he is now trained to meet his problem as a whole, for he knows not merely how he should live with his wife or his son, but how he should live aright. In this knowledge, there is also included the proper way of living with wife and children. Cleanthes holds that this department of wisdom is indeed useful, but that it is a feeble thing unless it is derived from general principles. That is, unless it is based upon a knowledge of the actual dogmas of philosophy and its main headings. This subject is therefore twofold, leading to two separate lines of inquiry. First, is it useful or useless? And second, can it of itself produce a good man? In other words, is it superfluous, or does it render all other departments superfluous? Those who urge the view that this department is superfluous argue as follows. If an object that is held in front of the eyes interferes with the vision, it must be removed. For just as long as it is in the way, it is a waste of time to offer such precepts as these. Walk thus and so. Extend your hand in that direction. Similarly, when something blinds a man's soul and hinders it from seeing a line of duty clearly, There is no use in advising him, live thus and so with your father, thus and so with your wife, for precepts will be of no avail while the mind is clouded with error. Only when the cloud is dispersed will it be clear what one's duty is in each case. Otherwise, you will merely be showing the sick man what he ought to do if he were well, instead of making him well. Suppose you are trying to reveal to the poor man the art of acting rich. How can the thing be accomplished as long as his poverty is unaltered? You are trying to make clear to a starveling in what manner he is to act the part of one with a well-filled stomach. The first requisite, however, is to relieve him of the hunger that grips his vitals. The same thing, I assure you, holds good of all faults. The faults themselves must be removed, and precepts should not be given which cannot possibly be carried out, while the faults remain. Unless you drive out the false opinions under which we suffer, the miser will never receive instruction as to the proper use of his money, nor the coward regarding the way to scorn danger. You must make the miser know that money is neither a good nor an evil. Show him men of wealth who are miserable to the last degree. You must make the coward know that things which generally frighten us out of our wits are less to be feared than rumor advertises them to be, whether the object of fear be suffering or death. That when death comes, fixed by law for us all to suffer, it is often a great solace to reflect that it can never come again. That, in the midst of suffering, resoluteness of soul will be as good as a cure, for the soul renders lighter any burden that it endures with stubborn defiance. Remember that pain has this most excellent quality. If prolonged, it cannot be severe, and if severe, it cannot be prolonged, and that we should bravely accept whatever commands the inevitable laws of the universe lay upon us. When by means of such doctrines you have brought the erring man to a sense of his own condition, when he has learned that the happy life is not that which conforms to pleasure, but that which conforms to nature, when he has fallen deeply in love with virtue as man's sole good, and has avoided baseness as man's sole evil, and when he knows that all other things, riches, office, health, strength, dominion, fall in between and are not to be reckoned either among goods or among evils, then he will not need a monitor for every separate action. To say to him, walk thus and so, eat thus and so, this is the conduct proper for a man, and that for a woman, this for a married man, and that for a bachelor. Indeed, the persons who take the greatest pains to proffer such advice are themselves unable to put it into practice. It is thus that the pedagogue advises the boy, and the grandmother her grandson. It is the hottest-tempered schoolmaster who contends that one should never lose one's temper. Go into any elementary school, and you will learn that just such pronouncements, emanating from high-browed philosophers, are to be found in the lesson book for boys. Shall you then offer precepts that are clear, or precepts that are doubtful? Those which are clear need no counselor, and doubtful precepts gain no credence, so the giving of precepts is superfluous. Indeed, you should study the problem in this way. If you are counseling someone on a matter which is of doubtful clearness and doubtful meaning, you must supplement your precepts by proofs. And if you must resort to proofs, your means of proofs are more effective and more satisfactory in themselves. It is thus that you must treat your friend, thus your fellow citizen, thus your associate. And why? Because it is just. Yet I can find all that material included under the head of justice. I find there that fair play is desirable in itself, that we are not forced into it by fear, nor hired to that end for pay, and that no man is just who is attracted by anything in this virtue other than the virtue itself. After convincing myself of this view, and thoroughly absorbing it, what good can I obtain from such precepts which only teach one who is already trained? To one who knows, it is superfluous to give precepts. To one who does not know, it is insufficient. For he must be told not only what he is being instructed to do, but also why. I repeat, are such precepts useful to him who has correct ideas about good and evil, or to one who has them not? The latter will receive no benefit from you, for some idea that clashes with your counsel has already monopolized his attention. He who has made a careful decision as to what should be sought and what should be avoided knows what he ought to do, without a single word from you. Therefore, that whole department of philosophy may be abolished. There are two reasons why we go astray. Either there is in the soul an evil quality which has been brought about by wrong opinions, or, even if not possessed by false ideas, the soul is prone to falsehood and rapidly corrupted by some outward appearance, which attracts it in the wrong direction. For this reason, it is our duty either to treat carefully the diseased mind and free it from faults, or to take possession of the mind when it is still unoccupied, and yet inclined to what is evil. Both these results can be attained by the main doctrines of philosophy. Therefore, the giving of such precepts is of no use. Besides, if we give forth precepts to each individual, the task is stupendous. For one class of advice should be given to the financier, another to the farmer, another to the businessman, another to one who cultivates the good graces of royalty, another to him who will seek the friendship of his equals, another to him who will court those of lower rank. In the case of marriage, you will advise one person how he should conduct himself with a wife who before her marriage was a maiden, and another how he should behave with a woman who had previously been wedded to another, how the husband of a rich woman should act, or another man with a dowerless spouse. Or, do you not think that there is some difference between a barren woman and one who bears children? Between one advanced in years and a mere girl? Between a mother and a stepmother? We cannot include all the types, and yet each type requires separate treatment, but the laws of philosophy are concise, and are binding in all cases. Moreover, the precepts of wisdom should be definite and certain. When things cannot be defined, they are outside the sphere of wisdom, for wisdom knows the proper limits of things. We should therefore do away with this department of precepts, because it cannot afford to all what it promises only to a few. Wisdom, however, embraces all. Between the insanity of people in general and the insanity which is subject to medical treatment, there is no difference, except that the latter is suffering from disease and the former from false opinions. In the one case, the symptoms of madness may be traced to ill health. The other is the ill health of the mind. If one should offer precepts to a madman, how he ought to speak, how he ought to walk, how he ought to conduct himself in public and in private, he would be more of a lunatic than the person whom he was advising. What is really necessary is to treat the black bile and remove the essential cause of the madness. And this is what should also be done in the other case, that of the mind diseased. The madness itself must be shaken off, otherwise your words of advice will vanish into thin air. This is what Aristo says, and I shall answer his arguments one by one. First, in opposition to what he says about one's obligation to remove that which blocks the eye and hinders the vision. I admit that such a person does not need precepts in order to see, but that he needs treatment for the curing of his eyesight and the getting rid of the hindrance that handicaps him. For it is nature that gives us our eyesight, and he who removes obstacles restores to nature her proper function. But nature does not teach us our duty in every case. Again, if a man's cataract is cured, he cannot immediately after his recovery give back their eyesight to other men also. But when we are freed from evil, we can free others also. There is no need of encouragement or even counsel for the eye to be able to distinguish different colors. Black and white can be differentiated without prompting from another. The mind, on the other hand, needs many precepts in order to see what it should do in life. Although in eye treatment also the physician not only accomplishes the cure, but gives advice into the bargain. He says, "There is no reason why you should at once expose your weak vision to a dangerous glare. Begin with darkness, and then go into half-lights, and finally be more bold, accustoming yourself gradually to the bright light of day. There is no reason why you should study immediately after eating. There is no reason why you should impose hard tasks upon your eyes when they are swollen and inflamed. Avoid winds and strong blasts of cold air that blow into your face." And other suggestions of the same sort, which are just as valuable as drugs themselves. The physician's art supplements remedies by advice. "But," comes the reply, "error is the source of sin. Precepts do not remove error, nor do they rout our false opinions on the subject of good and evil." I admit that precepts alone are not effective in overthrowing the mind's mistaken beliefs, but they do not on that account fail to be of service when they accompany other measures also. In the first place, they refresh the memory. In the second place, when sorted into their proper classes, the matters which showed themselves in a jumbled mass when considered as a whole can be considered in this with greater care. According to our opponent's theory, you might even say that consolation and exhortation were superfluous. Yet they are not superfluous, neither, therefore, is counsel. "But it is folly," they retort, "to prescribe what a sick man ought to do, just as if he were well, when you should really restore his health. For without health precepts are not worth a jot." But have not sick men and sound men something in common, concerning which they need continual advice? For example, not to grasp greedily after food, and to avoid getting overtired. Poor and rich have certain precepts which fit them both. "Cure their greed, then," people say, "and you will not need to lecture either the poor or the rich, provided that in the case of each of them the craving has subsided." But is it not one thing to be free from lust for money, and another thing to know how to use this money? Misers do not know the proper limits in money matters, but even those who are not misers fail to comprehend its use. Then comes the reply, "Do away with error, and your precepts become unnecessary." That is wrong, for suppose that avarice is slackened, that luxury is confined, that rashness is reined in, and that laziness is pricked by the spur, even after vices are removed, we must continue to learn what we ought to do, and how we ought to do it. "Nothing," it is said, "will be accomplished by applying advice to the more serious faults." No, and not even medicine can master incurable diseases. It is nevertheless used in some cases as a remedy, in others as a relief. Not even the power of universal philosophy, though it summon all its strength for the purpose, will remove from the soul what is now a stubborn and chronic disease. But wisdom, merely because she cannot cure everything, is not incapable of making cures. People say, "What good does it do to point out the obvious?" A great deal of good, for we sometimes know facts without paying attention to them. Advice is not teaching. It merely engages the attention and rouses it, and concentrates the memory and keeps it from losing grip. We miss much that is set before our very eyes. Advice is, in fact, a sort of exhortation. The mind often tries not to notice even that which lies before our eyes. We must therefore force upon it the knowledge of things that are perfectly well known. One might repeat here the saying of Calvus about Vatinius. "You all know that bribery has been going on, and everyone knows that you know it." You know that friendship should be scrupulously honored, and yet you do not hold it in honor. You know that a man does wrong in requiring chastity of his wife, while he himself is intriguing with wives of other men. You know that, as your wife should have no dealings with a lover, neither should you yourself with a mistress, and yet you do not act accordingly. Hence, you must be continually brought to remember these facts, for they should not be in storage, but ready for use. And whatever is wholesome should be often discussed, and often brought before the mind, so that it may be not only familiar to us, but also ready to hand. And remember, too, that in this way what is clear often becomes clearer. "But if," comes the answer, "your precepts are not obvious, you will be bound to add proofs. Hence the proofs, and not the precepts, will be helpful." But cannot the influence of the monitor avail even without proofs? It is like the opinions of a legal expert, which hold good even though the reasons for them are not delivered. Moreover, the precepts which are given are of great weight in themselves, whether they be woven into a fabric of song, or condensed into prose proverbs, like the famous wisdom of Cato. "Buy not what you need, but what you must have. That which you do not need is dear even at a farthing." Or those oracular or oracular-like replies, such as, "Be thrifty with time. Know thyself." Shall you need to be told the meaning when someone repeats to you lines like these? "Forgetting trouble is the way to cure it." "Fortune favors the brave, but the coward is foiled by his faint heart." Such maxims need no special pleader. They go straight to our emotions, and help us simply because nature is exercising her proper function. The soul carries within itself the seed of everything that is honorable, and this seed is stirred to growth by advice, as a spark that is fanned by a gentle breeze develops its natural fire. Virtue is aroused by a touch, a shock. Moreover, there are certain things which, though in the mind, yet are not ready to hand, but begin to function easily as soon as they are put into words. Certain things lie scattered about in various places, and it is impossible for the unpracticed mind to arrange them in order. Therefore, we should bring them into unity and join them, so that they may be more powerful and more of an uplift to the soul. Or, if precepts do not avail at all, then every method of instruction should be abolished, and we should be content with nature alone. Those who maintain this view do not understand that one man is lively and alert of wit, another sluggish and dull, while certainly some men have more intelligence than others. The strength of the wit is nourished and kept growing by precepts. It adds new points of view to those which are inborn, and corrects depraved ideas. "But suppose," people retort, "that a man is not the possessor of sound dogmas. How can advice help him when he is chained down by vicious dogmas?" In this, assuredly, that he is freed therefrom, for his natural disposition has not been crushed, but overshadowed and kept down. Even so, it goes on endeavoring to rise again, struggling against the influences that make for evil. But when it wins support and receives the aid of precepts, it grows stronger, provided only that the chronic trouble has not corrupted or annihilated the natural man. For in such a case, not even the training that comes from philosophy, striving with all its might, will make restoration. What difference, indeed, is there between the dogmas of philosophy and precepts, unless it be this, that the former are general and the latter special? Both deal with advice, the one through the universal, the other through the particular. Some say, if one is familiar with upright and honorable dogmas, it will be superfluous to advise him. By no means, for this person has indeed learned to do things which he ought to do, but he does not see with sufficient clearness what these things are. For we are hindered from accomplishing praiseworthy deeds not only by our emotions, but also by want of practice in discovering the demands of a particular situation. Our minds are often under good control, and yet at the same time are inactive and untrained in finding the path of duty, and advice makes this clear. Again, it is written, "Cast out all false opinions concerning good and evil, but replace them with true opinions. Then advice will have no function to perform. Order in the soul can doubtless be established in this way, but these are not the only ways. For although we may infer by proofs just what good and evil are, nevertheless, precepts have their proper role. Prudence and justice consist of certain duties, and duties are set in order by precepts. Moreover, judgment as to good and evil is itself strengthened by following up our duties, and precepts conduct us to this end. For both are in accord with each other, nor can precepts take the lead unless the duties follow. They observe their natural order, hence precepts clearly come first. Precepts, it is said, are numberless. Wrong again, for they are not numberless so far as concerns important and essential things. Of course there are slight distinctions, due to the time or the place or the person, but even in these cases, precepts are given which have a general application. No one, however, it is said, cures madness by precepts, and therefore not wickedness either. There is a distinction. For if you rid a man of insanity, he becomes sane again. But if we have removed false opinions, insight into practical conduct does not at once follow. Even though it follows, counsel will nonetheless confirm one's right opinion concerning good and evil. And it is also wrong to believe that precepts are of no use to madmen. For, though by themselves they are of no avail, yet they are a help towards the cure. Both scolding and chastening rein in a lunatic. Note that I here refer to lunatics whose wits are disturbed but not hopelessly gone. Still, it is objected, laws do not always make us do what we ought to do, and what else are laws than precepts mingled with threats? Now, first of all, the laws do not persuade just because they threaten. Precepts, however, instead of coercing, correct men by pleading. Again, laws frighten one out of communicating crime, while precepts urge a man on to his duty. Besides, the laws also are of assistance towards good conduct, at any rate if they instruct as well as command. On this point I disagree with Posidonius, who says, I do not think that Plato's laws should have the preambles added to them, for a law should be brief in order that the uninitiated may grasp it all the more easily. It should be a voice, as it were, sent down from heaven. It should command, not discuss. Nothing seems to me more dull or more foolish than a law with a preamble. Warn me. Tell me what you wish me to do. I am not learning, but obeying. But laws framed in this way are helpful. Hence you will notice that a state with defective laws will have defective morals. But, it is said, they are not of avail in every case. Well, neither is philosophy. And yet philosophy is not on that account ineffectual and useless in the training of the soul. Furthermore, is not philosophy the law of life? Grant, if we will, that the laws do not avail. It does not necessarily follow that advice also should not avail. On this ground, you ought to say that consolation does not avail, and warning and exhortation and scolding and praising, since they are all varieties of advice. It is by such methods that we arrive at a perfect condition of mind. Nothing is more successful in bringing honorable influences to bear upon the mind, or in straightening out the wavering spirit that is prone to evil, than association with good men. For the frequent seeing, the frequent hearing of them little by little sinks into the heart and acquires the force of precepts. We are indeed uplifted merely by meeting wise men, and one can be helped by a great man even when he is silent. I could not easily tell you how it helps us, though I am certain of the fact that I have received help in that way. Phaedo says, certain tiny animals do not leave any pain when they sting us, so subtle is their power, so deceptive for purposes of harm. The bite is disclosed by a swelling, and even in the swelling there is no visible wound. That will also be your experience when dealing with wise men. You will not discover how or when the benefit comes to you, but you will discover that you have received it. What is the point of this remark, you ask? It is, that good precepts, often welcomed within you, will benefit you just as much as good examples. Pythagoras declares that our souls experience a change when we enter a temple and behold the images of the gods face to face, and await the utterances of an oracle. Moreover, who can deny that even the most inexperienced are effectively struck by the forces of certain precepts? For example, by such brief but weighty saws as this: nothing in excess. The greedy mind is satisfied by no gains. You must expect to be treated by others as you yourself have treated them. We receive a sort of shock when we hear such sayings. No one ever thinks of doubting them or of asking why. So strongly indeed does mere truth, unaccompanied by reason, attract us. If reverence reigns in the soul and checks vice, why cannot counsels do the same? Also, if rebuke gives one a sense of shame, why has not counsel the same power, even though it does use bare precepts? The counsel which assists suggestion by reason, which adds the motive for doing a given thing and the reward which awaits one who carries out and obeys such precepts, is more effective and settles deeper in the heart. If commands are helpful, so is advice. But one is helped by commands, therefore one is helped also by advice. Virtue is divided into two parts, into contemplation of truth and conduct. Training teaches contemplation, and admonition teaches conduct. And right conduct both practices and reveals virtue. But if, when a man is about to act, he is helped by advice, he is also helped by admonition. Therefore, if right conduct is necessary to virtue, and if, moreover, admonition makes clear right conduct, then admonition also is an indispensable thing. There are two strong supports to the soul: trust in the truth and confidence. Both are the result of admonition. For men believe it, and when belief is established, the soul receives great inspiration, and is filled with confidence. Therefore, admonition is not superfluous. Marcus Agrippa, a great-souled man, the only person among those whom the civil wars raised to fame and power, whose prosperity helped the state, used to say that he was greatly indebted to the proverb, "Harmony makes small things grow. Lack of harmony makes great things decay." He held that he himself became the best of brothers and the best of friends by virtue of this saying. And if proverbs of such a kind, when welcomed intimately into the soul, can mold this very soul, why cannot the department of philosophy which consists of such proverbs possess equal influence? Virtue depends partly upon training, and partly upon practice. You must learn first, and then strengthen your learning by action. If this be true, not only do the doctrines of wisdom help us, but the precepts also, which check and banish our emotions by a sort of official decree. It is said, philosophy is divided into knowledge and state of mind. For one who has learned and understood what he should do and avoid is not a wise man until his mind is metamorphosed into the shape of that which he has learned. This third department, that of precept, is compounded from both the others, from dogmas of philosophy and state of mind. Hence, it is superfluous as far as the perfecting of virtue is concerned. The other two parts are enough for the purpose. On that basis, therefore, even consolation would be superfluous, since this also is a combination of the other two, as likewise are exhortation, persuasion, and even proof itself. For proof also originates from a well-ordered and firm mental attitude. But all these things result from a sound state of mind, yet the sound state of mind also results from them. It is both creative of them and resultant from them. Furthermore, that which you mention is the mark of an already perfect man, of one who has attained the height of human happiness. But the approach to these qualities is slow, and in the meantime, in practical matters, the path should be pointed out for the benefit of one who is still short of perfection, but is making progress. Wisdom, by her own agency, may perhaps show herself this path without the help of admonition, for she has brought the soul to a stage where it can be impelled only in the right direction. Weaker characters, however, need someone to precede them, to say, avoid this or do that. Moreover, if one awaits the time when one can know of oneself what the best line of action is, one will sometimes go astray, and by going astray will be hindered from arriving at the point where it is possible to be content with oneself. The soul should accordingly be guided at the very moment when it is becoming able to guide itself. Boys study according to direction. Their fingers are held and guided by others so that they may follow the outlines of the letters. Next, they are ordered to imitate a copy and base thereon a style of penmanship. Similarly, the mind is helped if it is taught according to direction. Such facts as these prove that this department of philosophy is not superfluous. The question next arises whether this part alone is sufficient to make men wise. The problem shall be treated at the proper time, but at present, omitting all arguments, is it not clear that we need someone whom we may call upon as our preceptor in opposition to the precepts of men in general? There is no word which reaches our ears without doing us harm. We are injured both by good wishes and by curses. The angry prayers of our enemies instill false fears in us, and the affection of our friends spoils us through their kindly wishes. For this affection sets us a-groping after goods that are far away, unsure and wavering, when we really might open the store of happiness at home. We are not allowed, I maintain, to travel a straight road. Our parents and our slaves draw us into wrong. Nobody confines his mistakes to himself. People sprinkle folly among their neighbors and receive it from them in turn. For this reason, in an individual you find the vices of nations, because the nation has given them to the individual. Each man, in corrupting others, corrupts himself. He imbibes and then imparts badness. The result is a vast mass of wickedness, because the worst in every separate person is concentrated into one mass. We should therefore have a guardian, as it were, to pluck us continually by the ear and dispel rumors and protest against popular enthusiasms. For you are mistaken if you suppose that our faults are inborn in us. They have come from without, have been heaped upon us. Hence, by receiving frequent admonitions, we can reject the opinions which din about our ears. Nature does not ally us with any vice. She produced us in health and freedom. She put before our eyes no object which might stir in us the itch of greed. She placed gold and silver beneath our feet, and bade those feet stamp down and crush everything that causes us to be stamped down and crushed. Nature elevated our gaze toward the sky, and willed that we should look upward to behold her glorious and wonderful works. She gave us the rising and the setting sun, the whirling course of the onrushing world which discloses the things of earth by day and the heavenly bodies by night, the movements of the stars, which are slow if you compare them with the universe, but most rapid if you reflect on the size of the orbits which they describe with unslackened speed. She showed us the successive eclipses of sun and moon, and other phenomena, wonderful because they occur regularly, or because, through sudden causes, they leap into view, such as nightly trails of fire, or flashes in the open heavens unaccompanied by stroke or sound of thunder, or columns and beams and the various phenomena of flames. She ordained that all these bodies should proceed above our heads, but gold and silver, with the iron which, because of the gold and silver, never brings peace, she has hidden away, as if they were dangerous things to trust to our keeping. It is we ourselves that have dragged them into the light of day, to the end that we might fight over them. It is we ourselves who, tearing away the superincumbent earth, have dug out the causes and tools of our own destruction. It is we ourselves who have attributed our own misdeeds to fortune, and do not blush to regard as the loftiest objects those which once lay in the depths of the earth. Do you wish to know how false is the gleam that has deceived your ears? There is really nothing fouler and more involved in darkness than these things of earth, sunk and covered for so long a time in the mud where they belong. Of course they are foul. They have been hauled out through a long and murky mine shaft. There is nothing uglier than these metals during the process of refinement and separation from the ore. Furthermore, watch the very workmen who must handle and sift the barren grade of dirt, the sort which comes from the bottom. See how soot-besmeared they are. And yet the stuff they handle soils the soul more than the body, and there is more foulness in the owner than in the workman. It is therefore indispensable that we be admonished, that we have some advocate with upright mind, and amid all the uproar and jangle of falsehood, hear one voice only. But what voice shall this be? Surely a voice which, amid all the tumult of self-seeking, shall whisper wholesome words into our deafened ear, saying, "You need not be envious of those whom the people call great and fortunate. Applause need not disturb your composed attitude and your sanity of mind. You need not become disgusted with your calm spirit because you see a great man, clothed in purple, protected by the well-known symbols of authority. You need not judge the magistrate for whom the road is cleared to be any happier than yourself, whom this officer pushes from the road. If you would wield a command that is profitable to yourself, and injurious to nobody, clear your own faults out of the way. There are many who set fire to cities, who storm garrisons that have remained impregnable for generations and safe for numerous ages, who raise mounds as high as the walls they are besieging, who with battering rams and engines shatter towers that have been reared to a wondrous height. There are many who can send their columns ahead and press destructively upon the rear of the foe, who can reach the great sea, dripping with the blood of nations. But even these men, before they could conquer their foe, were conquered by their own greed. No one withstood their attack, but they themselves could not withstand desire for power and the impulse to cruelty. At the time when they seemed to be hounding others, they were themselves being hounded. Alexander was hounded into misfortune, and dispatched to unknown countries by a mad desire to lay waste other men's territory. Do you believe that the man was in his senses who could begin by devastating Greece, the land where he received his education? One who snatched away the dearest guerdon of each nation, bidding Spartans be slaves, and Athenians hold their tongues? Not content with the ruin of all the states which Philip had either conquered or bribed into bondage, he overthrew various commonwealths in various places and carried his weapons all over the world. His cruelty was tired, but it never ceased, like a wild beast that tears to pieces more than its hunger demands. Already he has joined many kingdoms into one kingdom. Already Greeks and Persians fear the same lord. Already nations Darius had left free submit to the yoke. Yet he passes beyond the ocean and the sun, deeming it shame that he should shift his course of victory from the paths which Hercules and Bacchus had trod. He threatens violence to nature herself. He does not wish to go, but he cannot stay. He is like a weight that falls headlong, its course ending only when it lies motionless. It was not virtue or reason which persuaded Gnaeus Pompeius to take part in foreign and civil warfare. It was his mad craving for unreal glory. Now he attacked Spain and the faction of Sertorius. Now he fared forth to enchain the pirates and subdue the seas. These were merely excuses and pretexts for extending his power. What drew him into Africa, into the north, against Mithridates, into Armenia and all the corners of Asia? Assuredly it was his boundless desire to grow bigger, for only in his own eyes was he not great enough, and what impelled Gaius Caesar to the combined ruin of himself and of the state? Renown, self-seeking, and the setting no limit to preeminence over all other men. He could not allow a single person to outrank him, although the state allowed 2 men to stand at its head? Do you think that Gaius Marius, who was once consul, he received this office on one occasion and stole it on all the others, courted all his perils by the inspiration of virtue, when he was slaughtering the Teutons and the Cimbri, and pursuing Jugurtha through the wilds of Africa? Marius commanded armies. Ambition, Marius. When such men as these were disturbing the world, they were themselves disturbed. Like cyclones that whirl together what they have seized, but which are first whirled themselves, and can for this reason rush on with all the greater force, having no control over themselves. Hence, after causing such destruction to others, they feel in their own body the ruinous force which has enabled them to cause havoc to many. You need never believe that a man can become happy through the unhappiness of another. We must unravel all such cases as are forced before our eyes and crammed into our ears. We must clear out our hearts, for they are full of evil talk. Virtue must be conducted into the place these have seized. A kind of virtue which may root out falsehood, and doctrines which contravene the truth, or may sunder us from the throng in which we put too great trust, and may restore us to the possession of sound opinions. For this is wisdom, a return to nature, and a restoration to the condition from which man's errors have driven us. It is a great part of health to have forsaken the counselors of madness, and to have fled far from a companionship that is mutually baneful. That you may know the truth of my remark, see how different is each individual's life before the public from that of his inner self. A quiet life does not of itself give lessons in upright conduct. The countryside does not of itself teach plain living. No, but when witnesses and onlookers are removed, faults which ripen in publicity and display sink into the background. Who puts on the purple robe for the sake of flaunting it in no man's eyes? Who uses gold plate when he dines alone? Who, as he flings himself down beneath the shadow of some rustic tree, displays in solitude the splendor of his luxury? No one makes himself elegant only for his own beholding, or even for the admiration of a few friends or relatives. Rather does he spread out his well-appointed vices in proportion to the size of the admiring crowd. It is so. Clackerers and witnesses are irritants of all our mad foibles. You can make us cease to crave if you only make us cease to display. Ambition, luxury, and waywardness need a stage to act upon. You will cure all those ills if you seek retirement. Therefore, if our dwelling is situated amid the din of a city, there should be an adviser standing near us. When men praise great incomes, he should praise the person who can be rich with a slender estate, and measure his wealth by the use he makes of it. In the face of those who glorify influence and power, he should of his own volition recommend a leisure devoted to study, and a soul which has left the external and found itself. He should point out persons happy in the popular estimation, who totter on their envied heights of power, who are dismayed and hold a far different opinion of themselves from what others hold of them. That which others think elevated is to them a sheer precipice. Hence, they are frightened and in a flutter whenever they look down the abrupt steep of their greatness. For they reflect that there are various ways of falling, and that the topmost point is the most slippery. Then they fear that for which they strove, and the good fortune which made them weighty in the eyes of others weighs more heavily upon themselves. Then they praise easy leisure and independence. They hate the glamour, and try to escape while their fortunes are still unimpaired. Then at last you may see them studying philosophy amid their fear, and hunting sound advice when their fortunes go awry. For these two things are, as it were, at opposite poles, good fortune and good sense. That is why we are wiser when in the midst of adversity. It is prosperity that takes away righteousness. Farewell. End of letter 94, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 95 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Usefulness of Basic Principles. You keep asking me to explain without postponement a topic which I once remarked should be put off until the proper time, and to inform you by letter whether this department of philosophy which the Greeks call paraenetic, and we Romans call the preceptorial, is enough to give us perfect wisdom. Now, I know that you will take it in good part if I refuse to do so, but I accept your request all the more willingly, and refuse to let the common saying lose its point. Don't ask for what you'll wish you hadn't got. For sometimes we seek with effort that which we should decline if offered voluntarily. Call that fickleness, or call it pettishness. We must punish the habit by ready compliance. There are many things that we would have men think that we wish, but that we really do not wish. A lecturer sometimes brings upon the platform a huge work of research, written in the tiniest hand and very closely folded. After reading off a large portion, he says, "I shall stop if you wish," and a shout arises, "Read on! Read on!" from the lips of those who are anxious for the speaker to hold his peace then and there. We often want one thing and pray for another, not telling the truth even to the gods, while the gods either do not hearken, or else take pity on us. But I shall without pity avenge myself, and shall load a huge letter upon your shoulders. For your part, if you read it with reluctance, you may say, "I brought this burden upon myself," and may class yourself among those men whose too ambitious wives drive them frantic, or those whom riches harass, earned by extreme sweat of the brow, or those who are tortured with the titles which they have sought by every sort of device and toil, and all others who are responsible for their own misfortunes. But I must stop this preamble and approach the problem under consideration. Men say, the happy life consists in upright conduct. Precepts guide one to upright conduct. Therefore, precepts are sufficient for attaining the happy life. But they do not always guide us to upright conduct. This occurs only when the will is receptive, and sometimes when they are applied in vain, when wrong opinions obsess the soul. Furthermore, a man may act rightly without knowing that he is acting rightly. For nobody except he be trained from the start and equipped with complete reason can develop to perfect proportions, understanding when he should do certain things, and to what extent, and in whose company, and how, and why. Without such training, a man cannot strive with all his heart after that which is honorable, or even with steadiness or gladness, but will ever be looking back and wavering. It is also said, if honorable conduct results from precepts, then precepts are amply sufficient for the happy life. But the first of these statements is true, therefore the second is true also. We shall reply to these words that honorable conduct is, to be sure, brought about by precepts, but not by precepts alone. Then comes the reply, if the other arts are content with precepts, wisdom will also be content herewith. For wisdom itself is an art of living, and yet the pilot is made by precepts which tell him thus and so to turn the tiller, set his sails, make use of a fair wind, tack, make the best of shifting and variable breezes, all in the proper manner. Other craftsmen also are drilled by precepts. Hence, precepts will be able to accomplish the same result in the case of our craftsmen in the art of living. Now, all these arts are concerned with the tools of life, but not with life as a whole. Hence, there is much to clog these arts from without and to complicate them, such as hope, greed, fear. But that art which professes to teach the art of life cannot be forbidden by any circumstance from exercising its functions, for it shakes off complications and pierces through obstacles. Would you like to know how unlike its status is to the other arts? In the case of the latter, it is more pardonable to err voluntarily rather than by accident. But in the case of wisdom, the worst fault is to commit sin willfully. I mean something like this. A scholar will blush for shame, not if he makes a grammatical blunder intentionally, but if he makes it unintentionally. If a physician does not recognize that his patient is failing, he is a much poorer practitioner than if he recognizes the fact and conceals his knowledge. But in this art of living, a voluntary mistake is the more shameful. Furthermore, many arts, and the most liberal of them all, have their special doctrines and not mere precepts of advice. The medical profession, for example. There are the different schools of Hippocrates, of Asclepiades, of Tennyson, and besides, no art that concerns itself with theories can exist without its own doctrines. The Greeks call them dogmas, while we Romans may use the term doctrines or tenets or adopted principles, such as you will find in geometry or astronomy. But philosophy is both theoretical and practical. It contemplates and at the same time acts. You are indeed mistaken if you think that philosophy offers you nothing but worldly assistance. Her aspirations are loftier than that. She cries, "I investigate the whole universe, nor am I content keeping myself within a mortal dwelling to give you favorable or unfavorable advice. Great matters invite, and such as are set far above you." In the words of Lucretius, "To thee shall I reveal the ways of heaven and the gods, spreading before thine eyes these atoms, whence all things are brought to birth, increased and fostered by creative power, and eke their end when nature casts them off." Philosophy, therefore, being theoretic, must have her doctrines. And why? Because no man can duly perform right actions except one who has been entrusted with reason, which will enable him in all cases to fulfill all the categories of duty. These categories he cannot observe unless he receives precepts for every occasion, and not for the present alone. Precepts by themselves are weak, and, so to speak, rootless, if they be assigned to the parts and not to the whole. It is the doctrines which will strengthen and support us in peace and calm, which will include simultaneously the whole of life and the universe in its completeness. There is the same difference between philosophical doctrines and precepts as there is between elements and members. The latter depend upon the former, while the former are the source both of the latter and of all things. People say, "The old-style wisdom advised only what one should do and avoid, and yet the men of former days were better men by far. When savants have appeared, sages have become rare. For that frank, simple virtue has changed into hidden and crafty knowledge. We are taught how to debate, not how to live." Of course, as you say, the old-fashioned wisdom, especially in its beginnings, was crude, but so were the other arts, in which dexterity developed with progress. Nor indeed in those days was there yet any need for carefully planned cures. Wickedness had not yet reached such a high point, or scattered itself so broadcast. Plain vices could be treated by plain cures. Now, however, we need defenses erected with all the greater care, because of the stronger powers by which we are attacked. Medicine once consisted of the knowledge of a few simples, to stop the flow of blood or to heal wounds. Then by degrees it reached its present stage of complicated variety. No wonder that in early days medicine had less to do. Men's bodies were still sound and strong. Their food was light and not spoiled by art and luxury, whereas when they began to seek dishes not for the sake of removing, but of rousing the appetite, and devised countless sauces to whet their gluttony, then what before was nourishment to a hungry man became a burden to the full stomach. Thence come paleness and a trembling of wine-sodden muscles, and a repulsive thinness due rather to indigestion than to hunger. Thence weak tottering steps, and a reeling gait just like that of drunkenness. Thence dropsy, spreading under the entire skin, and the belly growing to a paunch through an ill habit of taking more than it can hold. Thence yellow jaundice, discolored countenances and bodies that rot inwardly, and fingers that grow knotty when the joints stiffen, and muscles that are numbed and without power of feeling, and palpitation of the heart with its ceaseless pounding. Why need I mention dizziness, or speak of pain in the eye and in the ear, itching and aching in the fevered brain, and internal ulcers throughout the digestive system? Besides these, there are countless kinds of fever, some acute in their malignity, others creeping upon us with subtle damage, and still others which approach us with chills and severe ague. Why should I mention the other innumerable diseases, the tortures that result from high living? Men used to be free from such ills, because they had not yet slackened their strength by indulgence, because they had control over themselves and supplied their own needs. They toughened their bodies by work and real toil, tiring themselves out by running or hunting or tilling the earth. They were refreshed by food in which only a hungry man could take pleasure. Hence, there was no need for all our mighty medical paraphernalia, for so many instruments and pill boxes. For plain reasons they enjoyed plain health. It took elaborate courses to produce elaborate diseases. Mark the number of things, all to pass down a single throat, that luxury mixes together, after ravaging land and sea. So many different dishes must surely disagree. They are bolted with difficulty and are digested with difficulty, each jostling against the other, and no wonder that diseases which result from ill-assorted food are variable and manifold. There must be an overflow when so many unnatural combinations are jumbled together. Hence, there are as many ways of being ill as there are of living. The illustrious founder of the guild and profession of medicine remarked that women never lost their hair or suffered from pain in the feet, and yet nowadays they run short of hair and are afflicted with gout. This does not mean that woman's physique has changed, but that it has been conquered. In rivaling male indulgences, they have also rivaled the ills to which men are heirs. They keep just as late hours, and drink just as much liquor. They challenge men in wrestling and carousing. They are no less given to vomiting from distended stomachs, and to thus discharging all their wine again. Nor are they behind the men in gnawing ice as a relief to their fevered digestions. And they even match the men in their passions, although they were created to feel love passively. May the gods and goddesses confound them. They devise the most impossible varieties of unchastity, and in the company of men they play the part of men. What wonder, then, that we can trip up the statement of the greatest and most skilled physician, when so many women are gouty and bald? Because of their vices, women have ceased to deserve the privileges of their sex. They have put off their womanly nature and are therefore condemned to suffer the diseases of men. Physicians of old time knew nothing about prescribing frequent nourishment and propping the feeble pulse with wine. They did not understand the practice of bloodletting and of easing chronic complaints with sweat baths. They did not understand how by bandaging ankles and arms to recall to the outward parts the hidden strength which had taken refuge in the center. They were not compelled to seek many varieties of relief, because the varieties of suffering were very few in number. Nowadays, however, to what a stage have the evils of ill health advanced! This is the interest which we pay on pleasures, which we have coveted beyond what is reasonable and right. You need not wonder that diseases are beyond counting. Count the cooks. All intellectual interests are in abeyance. Those who follow culture lecture to empty rooms, in out-of-the-way places. The halls of the professor and the philosopher are deserted, but what a crowd there is in the cafes! How many young fellows besiege the kitchens of their gluttonous friends! I shall not mention the troops of luckless boys who must put up with other shameful treatment after the banquet is over. I shall not mention the troops of catamites, rated according to nation and color, who must all have the same smooth skin and the same amount of youthful down on their cheeks, and the same way of dressing their hair, so that no boy with straight locks may get among the curly heads. Nor shall I mention the medley of bakers and the number of waiters who at a given signal scurry to carry in the courses. Ye gods! How many men are kept busy to humor a single belly? What? Do you imagine that those mushrooms, the epicurus poison, work no evil results in secret, even though they have had no immediate effect? What? Do you suppose that your summer snow does not harden the tissue of the liver? What? Do you suppose that those oysters, a sluggish food fattened on slime, do not weigh one down with mud-begotten heaviness? What? Do you not think that the so-called sauce from the provinces, the costly extract of poisonous fish, burns up the stomach with its salted putrefaction? What? Do you judge that the corrupted dishes, which a man swallows almost burning from the kitchen fire, are quenched in the digestive system without doing harm? How repulsive, then, and how unhealthy are their belchings, and how disgusted men are with themselves when they breathe forth the fumes of yesterday's debauch. You may be sure that their food is not being digested, but is rotting. I remember once hearing gossip about a notorious dish into which everything over which epicures love to dally had been heaped together by a cook shop that was fast rushing into bankruptcy. There were 2 kinds of mussels, and oysters trimmed round at the line where they are edible, set off at intervals by sea urchins. The whole was flanked by mullets cut up and served without the bones. In these days, we are ashamed of separate foods. People mix many flavors into one. The dinner table does work which the stomach ought to do. I look forward next to food being served masticated. And how little we are from it already when we pick out shells and bones, and the cook performs the office of the teeth. They say, "It is too much trouble to take our luxuries one by one. Let us have everything served at the same time and blended into the same flavor. Why should I help myself to a single dish? Let us have many coming to the table at once. The dainties of various courses should be combined and confounded." Those who used to declare that this was done for display and notoriety should understand that it is not done for show, but that it is an oblation to our sense of duty. Let us have at one time drenched in the same sauce the dishes that are usually served separately. Let there be no difference. Let oysters, sea urchins, shellfish, and mullets be mixed together and cooked in the same dish. No vomited food could be jumbled up more helter-skelter. And as the food itself is complicated, so the resulting diseases are complex, unaccountable, manifold, variegated. Medicine has begun to campaign against them in many ways and by many rules of treatment. Now I declare to you that the same statement applies to philosophy. It was once more simple because men's sins were on a smaller scale, and could be cured with but slight trouble. In the face, however, of all this moral topsy-turvy, men must leave no remedy untried. And would that this pest might so at last be overcome. We are mad, not only individually, but nationally. We check manslaughter and isolated murders, but what of war, and the much-vaunted crime of slaughtering whole peoples? There are no limits to our greed, none to our cruelty. And as long as such crimes are committed by stealth and by individuals, they are less harmful and less portentous. But cruelties are practiced in accordance with acts of Senate and popular assembly, and the public is bidden to do that which is forbidden to the individual. Deeds that would be punished by loss of life when committed in secret are praised by us because uninformed generals have carried them out. Man, naturally the gentlest class of being, is not ashamed to revel in the blood of others, to wage war, and to entrust the waging of war to his sons, when even dumb beasts and wild beasts keep the peace with one another. Against this overmastering and widespread madness, philosophy has become a matter of greater effort, and has taken on strength in proportion to the strength which is gained by the opposition forces. It used to be easy to scold men who were slaves to drink, and who sought out more luxurious food. It did not require a mighty effort to bring the spirit back to the simplicity from which it had departed only slightly. But now, one needs the rapid hand, the mastercraft. Men seek pleasure from every source. No vice remains within its limits. Luxury is precipitated into greed. We are overwhelmed with forgetfulness of that which is honorable. Nothing that has an attractive value is base. Man, an object of reverence in the eyes of man, is now slaughtered for jest and sport. And those whom it used to be unholy to train for the purpose of inflicting and enduring wounds are thrust forth exposed and defenseless. And it is a satisfying spectacle to see a man made a corpse. Amid this upset condition of morals, something stronger than usual is needed, something which will shake off these chronic ills. In order to root out a deep-seated belief in wrong ideas, conduct must be regulated by doctrines. It is only when we add precepts, consolation, and encouragement to these that they can prevail. By themselves they are ineffective. If we would hold men firmly bound and tear them away from the ills which clutch them fast, they must learn what is evil and what is good. They must know that everything except the virtue changes its name, and becomes now good and now bad. Just as the soldier's primary bond of union is his oath of allegiance and his love for the flag, and a horror of desertion, and just as, after this stage, other duties can easily be demanded of him, and trusts given to him when once the oath has been administered, so it is with those whom you would bring to the happy life. The first foundations must be laid, and virtue worked into these men. Let them be held by a sort of superstitious worship of virtue. Let them love her. Let them desire to live with her and refuse to live without her. But what then? People say. Have not certain persons won their way to excellence without complicated training? Have they not made great progress by obeying bare precepts alone? Very true. But their temperaments were propitious, and they snatched salvation, as it were, by the way. For just as the immortal gods did not learn virtue, having been born with virtue complete, and containing in their nature the essence of goodness, even so certain men are fitted with unusual qualities, and reach without a long apprenticeship that which is ordinarily a matter of teaching, welcoming honorable things as soon as they hear them. Hence, come to the choice minds which seize quickly upon virtue, or else produce it from within themselves. But your dull, sluggish fellow, who is hampered by his evil habits, must have this soul rust incessantly rubbed off. Now, as the former sort who are inclined towards the good can be raised to the heights more quickly, so the weaker spirits will be assisted and freed from their evil opinions, if we entrust to them the accepted principles of philosophy. And you may understand how essential these principles are in the following way. Certain things sink into us, rendering us sluggish in some ways and hasty in others. These two qualities, the one of recklessness and the other of sloth, cannot be respectively checked or roused unless we remove their causes, which are mistaken admiration and mistaken fear. As long as we are obsessed by such feelings, you may say to us, "You owe this duty to your father, this to your children, this to your friends, this to your guests." But greed will always hold us back, no matter how we try. A man may know that he should fight for his country, but fear will dissuade him. A man may know that he should sweat forth his last drop of energy on behalf of his friends, but luxury will forbid. A man may know that keeping a mistress is the worst kind of insult to his wife, but lust will drive him in the opposite direction. It will therefore be of no avail to give precepts unless you first remove the conditions that are likely to stand in the way of precepts. It will do no more good than to place weapons by your side and bring yourself near the foe without having your hands free to use those weapons. The soul, in order to deal with the precepts which we offer, must first be set free. Suppose that a man is acting as he should. He cannot keep it up continuously or consistently, since he will not know the reason for so acting. Some of his conduct will result rightly because of luck or practice, but there will be in his hand no rule by which he may regulate his acts, and which he may trust to tell him whether that which he has done is right. One who is good through mere chance will not give promise of retaining such a character forever. Furthermore, precepts will perhaps help you to do what should be done, but they will not help you to do it in the proper way, and if they do not help you to this end, they do not conduct you to virtue. I grant you that, if warned, a man will do what he should, but that is not enough, since the credit lies not in the actual deed, but in the way it is done. What is more shameful than a costly meal which eats away the income even of a night? Or what so worthy of the censor's condemnation as to be always indulging oneself and one's inner man, if I may speak as the gluttons do? And yet often has an inaugural dinner cost the most careful man a cool $1,000,000. The very sum that is called disgraceful if spent on the appetite is beyond reproach if spent for official purposes. For it is not luxury but an expenditure sanctioned by custom. A mullet of monstrous size was presented to the Emperor Tiberius. They say it weighed 4½ pounds, and why should I not tickle the palates of certain epicures by mentioning its weight? Tiberius ordered it to be sent to the fish market and put up for sale, remarking, "I shall be taken entirely by surprise, my friends, if either Apicius or P. Octavius does not buy that mullet." The guess became true beyond his expectation. The two men bid, and Octavius won, thereby acquiring a great reputation among his intimates, because he had bought for 5,000 sesterces a fish which the emperor had sold, and which even Apicius did not succeed in buying. To pay such a price was disgraceful for Octavius, but not for the individual who purchased the fish in order to present it to Tiberius, though I should be inclined to blame the latter as well. But at any rate he admired a gift of which he thought Caesar worthy. When people sit by the bedside of their sick friends, we honor their motives. But when people do this for the purpose of attaining a legacy, they are like vultures waiting for carrion. The same act may be either shameful or honorable. The purpose and the manner make all the difference. Now each of our acts will be honorable if we declare allegiance to honor and judge honor and its results to be the only good that can fall to man's lot. For other things are only temporary good. I think, then, that there should be deeply implanted a firm belief which will apply to life as a whole. This is what I call a doctrine. And as this belief is, so will be our acts and our thoughts. As our acts and our thoughts are, so will our lives be. It is not enough, when a man is arranging his existence as a whole, to give him advice about details. Marcus Brutus, in the book which he has entitled Concerning Duty, gives many precepts to parents, children, and brothers. But no one will do his duty as he ought, unless he has some principle to which he may refer his conduct. We must set before our eyes the goal of the supreme good, toward which we may strive, and to which all our acts and words may have reference, just as sailors must guide their course according to a certain star. Life without ideals is erratic. As soon as an ideal is to be set up, doctrines begin to be necessary. I am sure you will admit that there is nothing more shameful than uncertain and wavering conduct, than the habit of timorous retreat. This will be our experience in all cases unless we remove that which checks the spirit and clogs it, and keeps it from making an attempt and trying with all its might. Precepts are commonly given as to how the gods should be worshipped, but let us forbid lamps to be lighted on the Sabbath, since the gods do not need light. Neither do men take pleasure in soot. Let us forbid men to offer morning salutation and to throng the doors of temples. Mortal ambitions are attracted by such ceremonies, but God is worshipped by those who truly know him. Let us forbid bringing towels and flesh-scrapers to Jupiter, and proffering mirrors to Juno, for God seeks no servants. Of course not. He himself does service to mankind, everywhere, and to all he is at hand to help. Although a man hear what limit he should observe in sacrifice, and how far he should recoil from burdensome superstitions, he will never make sufficient progress until he has conceived a right idea of God, regarding him as one who possesses all things, and allots all things, and bestows them without price. And what reason have the gods for doing deeds of kindness? It is their nature. One who thinks that they are unwilling to do harm is wrong. They cannot do harm. They cannot receive or inflict injury, for doing harm is in the same category as suffering harm. The universal nature, all glorious and all beautiful, has rendered incapable of inflicting ill those whom it has removed from the danger of ill. The first way to worship the gods is to believe in the gods. The next, to acknowledge their majesty, to acknowledge their goodness without which there is no majesty. Also, to know that they are supreme commanders in the universe, controlling all things by their power, and acting as guardians of the human race, even though they are sometimes unmindful of the individual. They neither give nor have evil, but they do chasten and restrain certain persons, and impose penalties, and sometimes punish, by bestowing that which seems good outwardly. Would you win over the gods? Then be a good man. Whoever imitates them is worshipping them sufficiently. Then comes the second problem: how to deal with men. What is our purpose? What precepts do we offer? Should we bid them refrain from bloodshed? What a little thing it is not to harm one whom you ought to help. It is indeed worthy of great praise when man treats man with kindness. Shall we advise stretching forth the hand to the shipwrecked sailor, or pointing out the way to the wanderer, or sharing a crust with the starving? Yes, if I can only tell you first everything which ought to be afforded or withheld. Meantime, I can lay down for mankind a rule in short compass for our duties in human relationships. All that you behold, that which comprises both God and man, is one. We are the parts of one great body. Nature produced us related to one another, since she created us from the same source and to the same end. She engendered in us mutual affection and made us prone to friendships. She established fairness and justice. According to her ruling, it is more wretched to commit than to suffer injury. Through her orders, let our hands be ready for all that needs to be helped. Let this verse be in your heart and on your lips. I am a man, and nothing in man's lot do I deem foreign to me. Let us possess things in common, for birth is ours in common. Our relations with one another are like a stone arch, which would collapse if the stones did not mutually support each other, and which is upheld in this very way. Next, after considering gods and men, let us see how we should make use of things. It is useless for us to have mouthed out precepts, unless we begin by reflecting what opinion we ought to hold concerning everything, concerning poverty, riches, renown, disgrace, citizenship, exile. Let us banish rumor, and set a value upon each thing, asking what it is, and not what it is called. Now, let us turn to a consideration of the virtues. Some persons will advise us to rate prudence very high, to cherish bravery, and to cleave more closely, if possible, to justice than to all other qualities. But this will do us no good if we do not know what virtue is, whether it is single or compound, whether it is one or more than one, whether its parts are separate or interwoven with one another, whether he who has one virtue possesses the other virtues also, and just what are the distinctions between them. The carpenter does not need to inquire about his art in the light of its origin or of its function, any more than a pantomime need inquire about the art of dancing. If these arts understand themselves, nothing is lacking, for they do not refer to life as a whole. But virtue means the knowledge of other things besides herself. If we would learn virtue, we must learn all about virtue. Conduct will not be right unless the will to act is right, for this is the source of conduct. Nor again can the will be right without a right attitude of mind, for this is the source of the will. Furthermore, Such an attitude of mind will not be found even in the best of men unless he has learned the laws of life as a whole, and has worked out a proper judgment about everything, and unless he has reduced facts to a standard of truth. Peace of mind is enjoyed only by those who have attained a fixed and unchanging standard of judgment. The rest of mankind continually ebb and flow in their decisions, floating in a condition where they alternately reject things and seek them. And what is the reason for this tossing to and fro? It is because nothing is clear to them, because they make use of a most unsure criterion, rumor. If you would always desire the same things, you must desire the truth. But one cannot attain the truth without doctrines, for doctrines embrace the whole of life. Things good and evil, honorable and disgraceful, just and unjust, dutiful and undutiful, the virtues and their practice, the possession of comforts, worth and respect, health, strength, beauty, keenness of the senses, all these qualities call for one who is able to appraise them. One should be allowed to know at what value every object is to be rated on the list. For sometimes you are deceived and believe that certain things are worth more than their real value. In fact, so badly are you deceived that you will find you should value at a mere pennyworth those things which we men regard as worth most of all. For example, riches, influence, and power. You will never understand this unless you have investigated the actual standard by which such conditions are relatively rated. As leaves cannot flourish by their own efforts, but need a branch to which they may cling, and from which they may draw sap, so your precepts, when taken alone, wither away. They must be grafted upon a school of philosophy. Moreover, those who do away with doctrines do not understand that these doctrines are proved by the very arguments through which they seem to disprove them. For what are these men saying? They are saying that precepts are sufficient to develop life, and that the doctrines of wisdom, in other words, dogmas, are superfluous. And yet this very utterance of theirs is a doctrine, just as if I should now remark that one must dispense with precepts on the ground that they are superfluous, that one must make use of doctrines, and that our studies should be directed solely toward this end. Thus, by my very statement that precepts should not be taken seriously, I should be uttering a precept. There are certain matters in philosophy which need admonition. There are others which need proof, and a great deal of proof, too, because they are complicated and can scarcely be made clear with the greatest care and the greatest dialectic skill. If proofs are necessary, so are doctrines, for doctrines deduce the truth by reasoning. Some matters are clear and others are vague. Those which the senses and the memory can embrace are clear. Those which are outside their scope are vague. But reason is not satisfied by obvious facts. Its higher and nobler function is to deal with hidden things. Hidden things need proof. Proof cannot come without doctrines, therefore doctrines are necessary. That which leads to a general agreement, and likewise to a perfect one, is an assured belief in certain facts. But if, lacking this assurance, all things are adrift in our minds, then doctrines are indispensable, for they give to our minds the means of unswerving decision. Furthermore, when we advise a man to regard his friends as highly as himself, to reflect that an enemy may become a friend, to stimulate love in the friend and to check hatred in the enemy, we add, "This is just and honorable." Now, the just and honorable element in our doctrines is embraced by reason. Hence, reason is necessary, for without it the doctrines cannot exist either. But let us unite the two, for indeed branches are useless without their roots, and the roots themselves are strengthened by the growths which they have produced. Everyone can understand how useful the hands are. They obviously help us. But the heart, the source of the hands' growth and power and motion, is hidden. And I can say the same thing about precepts. They are manifest, while the doctrines of wisdom are concealed. And as only the initiated know the more hallowed portion of the rites, so in philosophy the hidden truths are revealed only to those who are members and have been admitted to the sacred rites. But precepts and other such matters are familiar even to the uninitiated. Posidonius holds that not only precept-giving, there is nothing to prevent my using this word, But even persuasion, consolation, and encouragement are necessary. To these he adds the investigation of causes, but I fail to see why I should not dare to call it etiology, since the scholars who mount guard over the Latin language thus use the term as having the right to do so. He remarks that it will be also useful to illustrate each particular virtue. This science Posidonius calls etiology, while others call it characterization. It gives the signs and marks which belong to each virtue and vice, so that by them distinction may be drawn between like things. Its function is the same as that of precept. For he who utters precepts says, "If you would have self-control, act thus and so." He who illustrates says, "The man who acts thus and so and refrains from certain things possesses self-control." If you ask what the difference here is, I say that the one gives the precepts of virtue, the other its embodiment. These illustrations, or to use a commercial term, these samples, have, I confess, a certain utility. Just put them up for exhibition, well recommended, and you will find men to copy them. Would you, for instance, deem it a useful thing to have evidence given you by which you may recognize a thoroughbred horse, and not be cheated in your purchase or waste your time over a low-bred animal? But how much more useful it is to know the marks of a surpassingly fine soul, marks which one may appropriate from another for one's self. Straightway the foal of the high-bred drove, nursed up in the pastures, marches with spirited step and treads with a delicate motion, first on the dangerous pathway and into the threatening river, trusting himself to the unknown bridge, without fear at its creakings, neck thrown high in the air, and clear-cut head, and a belly spare, back rounded, and breast abounding in courage and muscle. He, when the clashing of weapons is heard to resound in the distance, leaps from his place, and pricks up his ears, and all in a tremble pours forth the pent-up fire that lay close shut in his nostrils. Virgil's description, though referring to something else, might perfectly well be the portrayal of a brave man. At any rate, I myself should select no other simile for a hero. If I had to describe Cato, who was unterrified amid the din of civil war, who was first to attack the armies that were already making for the Alps, who plunged face forward into the civil conflict, this is exactly the sort of expression and attitude which I should give him. Surely none could march with more spirited step than one who rose up against Caesar and Pompey at the same time, and, when some were supporting Caesar's party and others that of Pompey, issued a challenge to both leaders, thus showing that the Republic also had some backers. For it is not enough to say of Cato, without fear at its creakings. Of course he is not afraid. He does not quail before real and imminent noises. In the face of 10 legions, Gallic auxiliaries, and a motley host of citizens and foreigners, he utters words fraught with freedom, encouraging the Republic not to fail in the struggle for freedom, but to try all hazards. He declares that it is more honorable to fall into servitude than to fall in line with it. What force and energy are his! What confidence he displays amid the general panic! He knows that he is the only one whose standing is not in question, and that men do not ask whether Cato is free, but whether he is still among the free. Hence his contempt for danger and the sword. What a pleasure it is to say, in admiration of the unflinching steadiness of a hero who did not totter when the whole state was in ruins, a breast abounding in courage and muscle. It will be helpful not only to state what is the usual quality of good men, and to outline their figures and features, but also to relate and set forth what men there have been of this kind. We might picture that last and bravest wound of Cato's, through which freedom breathed her last, or the wise Laelius and his harmonious life with his friend Scipio, or the noble deeds of the elder Cato at home and abroad, or the wooden couches of Tubero, spread at a public feast, goatskins instead of tapestry, and vessels of earthenware set out for the banquet before the very shrine of Jupiter. What else was this except consecrating poverty on the Capitol? Though I know no other deed of his for which to rank him with the Catos, is this one not enough? It was a censorship, not a banquet. How lamentably do those who covet glory fail to understand what glory is, or in what way it should be sought. On that day, the Roman populace viewed the furniture of many men. It marveled only at that of one. The gold and silver of all the others has been broken up and melted down times without number. But Tubero's earthenware will endure throughout eternity. Farewell. End of Letter 95, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 96 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Facing Hardships. Spite of all, do you still chafe and complain, not understanding that, in all the evils to which you refer, there is really only one, the fact that you do chafe and complain? If you ask me, I think that for a man there is no misery unless there be something in the universe which he thinks miserable. I shall not endure myself on that day, when I find anything unendurable. I am ill, but that is a part of my lot. My slaves have fallen sick, my income has gone off, my house is rickety, I have been assailed by losses, accidents, toil, and fear. This is a common thing. Nay, that was an understatement. It was an inevitable thing. Such affairs come by order and not by accident. If you will believe me, it is my inmost emotions that I am just now disclosing to you. When everything seems to go hard and uphill, I have trained myself not merely to obey God, but to agree with his decisions. I follow him because my soul wills it, and not because I must. Nothing will ever happen to me that I shall receive with ill humor, or with a wry face. I shall pay up all my taxes willingly. Now, all the things which cause us to groan or recoil are part of the tax of life. Things, my dear Lucilius, which you should never hope and never seek to escape. It was disease of the bladder that made you apprehensive. Downcast letters came from you. You were continually getting worse. I will touch the truth more closely, and say that you feared for your life. But come, did you not know, when you prayed for long life, that this was what you were praying for? A long life includes all these troubles, just as a long journey includes dust and mud and rain. But, you cry, I wish to live, and at the same time to be immune from all ills. Such a womanish cry does no credit to a man. Consider in what attitude you shall receive this prayer of mine. I offer it not only in a good, but in a noble spirit. May gods and goddesses alike forbid that fortune keep you in luxury. Ask yourself, voluntarily, which you would choose if some god gave you the choice, life in a cafe, or life in a camp. And yet life, Lucilius, is really a battle. For this reason, those who are tossed about at sea, who proceed uphill and downhill over toilsome crags and heights, who go on campaigns that bring the greatest danger, are heroes and front-rank fighters, but persons who live in rotten luxury and ease, while others toil, are mere turtle-doves safe only because men despise them. Farewell. End of Letter 96. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 97 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Degeneracy of the Age. You are mistaken, my dear Lucilius, if you think that luxury, neglect of good manners, and other vices of which each man accuses the age in which he lives, are especially characteristic of our own epoch. No, they are the vices of mankind and not of the times. No era in history has ever been free from blame. Moreover, if you once begin to take account of the irregularities belonging to any particular era, you will find, to man's shame be it spoken, that sin never stalked abroad more openly than in Cato's very presence. Would anyone believe that money changed hands in the trial when Clodius was defendant on the charge of secret adultery with Caesar's wife, when he violated the ritual of that sacrifice which is said to be offered on behalf of the people, when all males are so rigorously removed outside the precinct that even pictures of all male creatures are covered up? And yet money was given to the jury, and baser even than such a bargain, sexual crimes were demanded of married women and noble youths as a sort of additional contribution. The charge involved less sin than the acquittal, for the defendant on a charge of adultery parceled out the adulteries, and was not sure of his own safety until he made the jury criminals like himself. All this was done at the trial, in which Cato gave evidence, although that was his sole part therein. I shall quote Cicero's actual words, because the facts are so bad as to pass belief. He made assignations, promises, pleas, and gifts. And more than this, merciful heavens, what an abandoned state of affairs! Upon several of the jury, to round out their reward, he even bestowed the enjoyment of certain women and meetings with noble youths. It is superfluous to be shocked at the bribe. The additions to the bribe were worse. Will you have the wife of that prig A? Very good. Or of B, the millionaire? I will guarantee that you shall lie with her. If you fail to commit adultery, condemn Clodius. That beauty whom you desire shall visit you. I assure you a night in that woman's company without delay. My promise shall be carried out faithfully within the legal time of postponement. It means more to parcel out such crimes than to commit them. It means blackmailing dignified matrons. These jurymen in the Clodius trial had asked the Senate for a guard, a favor which would have been necessary only for a jury about to convict the accused, and their request had been granted. Hence the witty remark of Catullus, after the defendant had been acquitted. "Why did you ask us for the guard? Were you afraid of having your money stolen from you?" And yet, amid jests like these, he got off unpunished, who before the trial was an adulterer, during the trial a pander, and who escaped conviction more vilely than he deserved it. Do you believe that anything could be more disgraceful than such moral standards, when lust could not keep its hands either from religious worship or from the courts of law, when, in the very inquiry which was held in special session by order of the Senate, more crime was committed than investigated? The question at issue was whether one could be safe after committing adultery. It was shown that one could not be safe without committing adultery. All this bargaining took place in the presence of Pompey and Caesar, of Cicero and Cato. Yes, that very Cato whose presence, it is said, caused the people to refrain from demanding the usual quips and cranks of naked actresses at the Floralia. If you can believe that men were stricter in their conduct at a festival than in a courtroom. Such things will be done in the future, as they have been done in the past, and the licentiousness of cities will sometimes abate through discipline and fear, never of itself. Therefore, you need not believe that it is we who have yielded most to lust and least to law, for the young men of today live far more simple lives than those of an epoch when a defendant would plead not guilty to an adultery charge before his judges, and his judges admit it before the defendant, when debauchery was practiced to secure a verdict, and when Clodius, befriended by the very vices of which he was guilty, played the procurer during the actual hearing of the case. Could one believe this? He to whom one adultery brought condemnation was acquitted because of many. All ages will produce men like Clodius, but not all ages men like Cato. We degenerate easily because we lack neither guides nor associates in our wickedness. and the wickedness goes on of itself, even without guides or associates. The road to vice is not only downhill, but steep, and many men are rendered incorrigible by the fact that while in other crafts errors bring shame to good craftsmen and cause vexation to those who go astray, the errors of life are a positive source of pleasure. The pilot is not glad when his ship is thrown on her beam ends. The physician is not glad when he buries his patient. The orator is not glad when the defendant loses a case through the fault of his advocate. But on the other hand, every man enjoys his own crimes. A delights in an intrigue, for it was the very difficulty which attracted him thereto. B delights in forgery and theft, and is only displeased with his sin when his sin has failed to hit the mark. And all this is the result of perverted habits. Conversely, however, in order that you may know that there is an idea of good conduct present subconsciously in souls which have been led even into the most depraved ways, and that men are not ignorant of what evil is but indifferent, I say that all men hide their sins, and even though the issue be successful, enjoy the results while concealing the sins themselves. A good conscience, however, wishes to come forth and be seen of men. Wickedness fears the very shadows. Hence I hold Epicurus' saying to be most apt, that the guilty may haply remain hidden is possible, that he should be sure of remaining hidden is not possible. Or, if you think that the meaning can be made more clear in this way, the reason that it is no advantage to wrongdoers to remain hidden is that even though they have the good fortune, they have not the assurance of remaining so. This is what I mean. Crimes can be well guarded. Free from anxiety, they cannot be. This view, I maintain, is not at variance with the principles of our school, if it be so explained. And why? Because the first and worst penalty for sin is to have committed sin. And crime, though fortune deck it out with her favors, though she protect and take it in her charge, can never go unpunished, since the punishment of crime lies in the crime itself. But none the less do these second penalties press close upon the heels of the first. Constant fear, constant terror, and distrust in one's own security. Why, then, should I set wickedness free from such a punishment? Why should I not always leave it trembling in the balance? Let us disagree with Epicurus on the one point, when he declares that there is no natural justice, and that crime should be avoided because one cannot escape the fear which results therefrom. Let us agree with him on the other, that bad deeds are lashed by the whip of conscience, and that conscience is tortured to the greatest degree, because unending anxiety drives and whips it on, and it cannot rely upon the guarantors of its own peace of mind. For this, Epicurus is the very proof that we are by nature reluctant to commit crime, because even in circumstances of safety, there is no one who does not feel fear. Good luck frees many men from punishment, but no man from fear. And why should this be, if it were not that we have ingrained in us a loathing for that which nature has condemned? Hence, even men who hide their sins can never count upon remaining hidden, for their conscience convicts them and reveals them to themselves. But it is the property of guilt to be in fear. It had gone ill with us, owing to the many crimes which escaped the vengeance of the law and the prescribed punishments, were it not that those grievous offenses against nature must pay the penalty in ready money, and that, in place of suffering the punishment, comes fear. Farewell. End of Letter 97, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 98 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Fickleness of Fortune. You need never believe that anyone who depends upon happiness is happy. It is a fragile support. This delight in adventitious things, the joy which entered from without, will some day depart. But that joy which springs wholly from oneself is leal and sound. It increases and attends us to the last, while all other things which provoke the admiration of the crowd are but temporary goods. You may reply, "What do you mean? Cannot such things serve both for utility and for delight?" Of course, but only if they depend on us and not we on them. All things that fortune looks upon become productive and pleasant only if he who possesses them is in possession also of himself, and is not in the power of that which belongs to him. For men make a mistake, my dear Lucilius, if they hold that anything good, or evil either, is bestowed upon us by fortune. It is simply the raw material of goods and ills that she gives to us. The sources of things which, in our keeping, will develop into good or evil. For the soul is more powerful than any sort of fortune. By its agency it guides its affairs in either direction, and of its own power it can produce a happy life or a wretched one. A bad man makes everything bad, even things which had come with the appearance of what is best. But the upright and honest man corrects the wrongs of fortune and softens hardship and bitterness, because he knows how to endure them. He likewise accepts prosperity with appreciation and moderation, and stands up against troubles with steadiness and courage. Though a man be prudent, though he conduct all his interests with well-balanced judgment, though he attempt nothing beyond his strength, he will not attain the good which is unalloyed and beyond the reach of threats, unless he is sure in dealing with that which is unsure. For whether you prefer to observe other men, and it is easier to make up one's mind when judging the affairs of others, or whether you observe yourself, with all prejudice laid aside, you will perceive and acknowledge that there is no utility in all these desirable and beloved things, unless you equip yourself in opposition to the fickleness of chance and its consequences, and unless you repeat to yourself often and uncomplainingly, at every mishap, the words, "Heaven decreed it otherwise." Nay, rather, to adopt a phrase which is braver and nearer the truth, one on which you may more safely prop your spirit. Say to yourself, whenever things turn out contrary to your expectation, "Heaven decreed better." If you are thus poised, nothing will affect you, and a man will be thus poised if he reflects on the possible ups and downs in human affairs before he feels their force, and if he comes to regard children, or wife, or property, with the idea that he will not necessarily possess them always, and that he will not be any more wretched just because he ceases to possess them. It is tragic for the soul to be apprehensive of the future, and wretched in anticipation of wretchedness, consumed with an anxious desire that the objects which give pleasure may remain in its possession to the very end. For such a soul will never be at rest. In waiting for the future, it will lose the present blessings which it might enjoy, and there is no difference between grief for something lost and the fear of losing it. But I do not for this reason advise you to be indifferent. Rather, do you turn aside from you whatever may cause fear. Be sure to foresee whatever can be foreseen by planning. Observe and avoid, long before it happens, anything that is likely to do you harm. To effect this, your best assistance will be a spirit of confidence, and a mind strongly resolved to endure all things. He who can bear fortune can also beware of fortune. At any rate, there is no dashing of billows when the sea is calm, and there is nothing more wretched or foolish than premature fear. What madness it is to anticipate one's troubles! In fine, to express my thoughts in brief compass and portray to you those busybodies and self-tormentors, they are as uncontrolled in the midst of their troubles as they are before them. He suffers more than is necessary who suffers before it is necessary. Such men do not weigh the amount of their suffering by reason of the same failing which prevents them from being ready for it, and with the same lack of restraint, they fondly imagine that their luck will last forever, and fondly imagine that their gains are bound to increase as well as merely continue. They forget this springboard on which mortal things are tossed, and they guarantee for themselves exclusively a steady continuance of the gifts of chance. For this reason I regard as excellent the saying of Metrodorus, in a letter of consolation to his sister on the loss of her son, a lad of great promise, "All the good of mortals is mortal." He is referring to those goods toward which men rush in shoals. For the real good does not perish. It is certain and lasting, and it consists of wisdom and virtue. It is the only immortal thing that falls to mortal lot. But men are so wayward, and so forgetful of their goal and of the point toward which every day jostles them, that they are surprised at losing anything, although some day they are bound to lose everything. Anything of which you are entitled the owner is in your possession, but is not your own. For there is no strength in that which is weak, nor anything lasting and invincible in that which is frail. We must lose our lives as surely as we lose our property, and this, if we understand the truth, is itself a consolation. Lose it with equanimity, for you must lose your life also. What resource do we find, then, in the face of these losses? Simply this: to keep in memory the things we have lost, and not to suffer the enjoyment which we have derived from them to pass away along with them. To have may be taken from us. To have had, never. A man is thankless in the highest degree if, after losing something, he feels no obligation for having received it. Chance robs us of the thing, but leaves us its use and its enjoyment, and we have lost this if we are so unfair as to regret. Just say to yourself, of all these experiences that seem so frightful, none is insupporable. Separate trials have been overcome by many: fire by Mucius, crucifixion by Regulus, poison by Socrates, exile by Rutilius, and a sword-inflicted death by Cato. Therefore let us overcome something. Again, those objects which attract the crowd under the appearance of beauty and happiness have been scorned by many men, and on many occasions. Fabricius, when he was general, refused riches, and when he was censor, branded them with disapproval. Tubero deemed poverty worthy both of himself and of the deity on the Capitol, when, by the use of earthenware dishes at a public festival, he showed that man should be satisfied with that which the gods could still use. The elder Sextius rejected the honors of office. He was born with an obligation to take part in public affairs, and yet would not accept the broad stripe, even when the deified Julius offered it to him. For he understood that what can be given can also be taken away. Let us therefore carry out some courageous act of our own accord. Let us be included among the ideal types of history. Why have we been slack? Why do we lose heart? That which could be done can be done, if only we purify our souls and follow nature. For when one strays away from nature, one is compelled to crave, and fear, and be a slave to the things of chance. We may return to the true path. We may be restored to our proper state. Let us therefore be so, in order that we may be able to endure pain, in whatever form it attacks our bodies, and say to fortune, "You have to deal with a man. Seek someone whom you can conquer." By these words, and words of a like kind, the malignity of the ulcer is quieted down, and I hope indeed that it can be reduced and either cured or brought to a stop, and grow old along with the patient himself. I am, however, comfortable in my mind regarding him. What we are now discussing is our own loss, the taking off of a most excellent old man. For he himself has lived a full life, and anything additional may be craved by him, not for his own sake, but for the sake of those who need his services. In continuing to live, he deals generously. Some other person might have put an end to these sufferings, but our friend considers it no less base to flee from death than to flee toward death. But, comes the answer, if circumstances warrant, shall he not take his departure? Of course, if he can no longer be of service to anyone, if all his business will be to deal with pain. This, my dear Lucilius, is what we mean by studying philosophy while applying it, by practicing it on truth. Note what courage a prudent man possesses against death, or against pain, when the one approaches and the other weighs heavily. What ought to be done must be learned from one who does it. Up to now we have dealt with arguments, whether any man can resist pain, or whether the approach of death can cast down even great souls. Why discuss it further? Here is an immediate fact for us to tackle. Death does not make our friend braver to face pain, nor pain to face death. Rather does he trust himself in the face of both. He does not suffer with resignation because he hopes for death, nor does he die gladly because he is tired of suffering. Pain he endures, death he awaits. Farewell. End of Letter 98. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 99 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Consolation to the Bereaved. I enclose a copy of the letter which I wrote to Marullus at the time when he had lost his little son, and was reported to be rather womanish in his grief. A letter in which I have not observed the usual form of condolence, for I do not believe that he should be handled gently, since in my opinion he deserved criticism rather than consolation. When a man is stricken and is finding it most difficult to endure a grievous wound, one must humor him for a while. Let him satisfy his grief, or, at any rate, work off the first shock. But those who have assumed an indulgence in grief should be rebuked forthwith, and should learn that there are certain follies even in tears. Is it solace that you look for? Let me give you a scolding instead. You are like a woman in the way you take your son's death. What would you do if you had lost an intimate friend? A son, a little child of unknown promise, is dead. A fragment of time has been lost. We hunt out excuses for grief. We would even utter unfair complaints about fortune, as if fortune would never give us just reason for complaining. But I had really thought that you possessed spirit enough to deal with concrete troubles, to say nothing of the shadowy troubles over which men make moan through force of habit. Had you lost a friend, which is the greatest blow of all, you would have had to endeavor rather to rejoice because you had possessed him than to mourn because you had lost him. But many men fail to count up how manifold their gains have been, how great their rejoicings. Grief like yours has this among other evils: it is not only useless, but thankless. Has it then all been for nothing that you have had such a friend? During so many years, amid such close associations, after such intimate communion of personal interests, has nothing been accomplished? Do you bury friendship along with a friend? And why lament having lost him, if it be of no avail to have possessed him? Believe me, a great part of those we have loved, though chance has removed their persons, still abides with us. The past is ours, and there is nothing more secure for us than that which has been. We are ungrateful for past gains because we hope for the future, as if the future, if so be that any future is ours, will not be quickly blended with the past. People set a narrow limit to their enjoyments if they take pleasure only in the present. Both the future and the past serve for our delight, the one with anticipation, and the other with memories, but the one is contingent and may not come to pass, while the other must have been. What madness it is, therefore, to lose our grip on that which is the surest thing of all. Let us rest content with the pleasures we have quaffed in past days, if only while we quaffed them, the soul was not pierced like a sieve, only to lose again whatever it had received. There are countless cases of men who have without tears buried sons in the prime of manhood. Men who have returned from the funeral pyre to the Senate chamber, or to any other official duties, and have straightway busied themselves with something else. And rightly, for in the first place, it is idle to grieve if you get no help from grief. In the second place, it is unfair to complain about what has happened to one man but is in store for all. Again, it is foolish to lament one's loss when there is such a slight interval between the lost and the loser. Hence we should be more resigned in spirit, because we follow closely those whom we have lost. Note the rapidity of time, that swiftest of things. Consider the shortness of the course along which we hasten at top speed. Mark this throng of humanity, all straining toward the same point with briefest intervals between them. Even when they seem longest, he whom you count as passed away has simply posted on ahead. And what is more irrational than to bewail your predecessor when you yourself must travel on the same journey? Does a man bewail an event which he knew would take place? Or, if he did not think of death as man's lot, he has but cheated himself. Does a man bewail an event which he has been admitting to be unavoidable? Whoever complains about the death of anyone is complaining that he was a man. Everyone is bound by the same terms. He who is privileged to be born is destined to die. Periods of time separate us, but death levels us. The period which lies between our first day and our last is shifting and uncertain. If you reckon it by its troubles, it is long even to a lad. If by its speed, it is scanty even to a grey-beard. Everything is slippery, treacherous, and more shifting than any weather. All things are tossed about and shift into their opposites at the bidding of fortune. Amid such a turmoil of mortal affairs, nothing but death is surely in store for anyone. And yet all men complain about the one thing wherein none of them is deceived. But he died in boyhood. I am not yet prepared to say that he who quickly comes to the end of his life has the better of the bargain. Let us turn to consider the case of him who has grown to old age. How very little is he superior to the child. Place before your mind's eye the vast spread of time's abyss, and consider the universe. And then contrast our so-called human life with infinity. You will then see how scant is that for which we pray, and which we seek to lengthen. How much of this time is taken up with weeping? How much worry? How much with prayers for death before death arrives? How much with our health? How much with our fears? How much is occupied by our years of inexperience or of useless endeavor? And half of all this time is wasted in sleeping. And besides, our toils, our griefs, our dangers, and you will comprehend that even in the longest life real living is the least portion thereof. Nevertheless, who will make such an admission as, a man is not better off who is allowed to return home quickly, whose journey is accomplished before he is wearied out? Life is neither a good nor an evil. It is simply the place where good and evil exist. Hence this little boy has lost nothing except a hazard where loss was more assured than gain. He might have turned out temperate and prudent. He might, with your fostering care, have been molded to a better standard. But, and this fear is more reasonable, he might have become just like the many. Note the youths of the noblest lineage whose extravagance has flung them into the arena. Note those men who cater to the passions of themselves and others in mutual lust, whose days never pass without drunkenness or some signal act of shame. It will thus be clear to you that there was more to fear than to hope for. For this reason, you ought not to invite excuses for grief or aggravate slight burdens by getting indignant. I am not exhorting you to make an effort and rise to great heights, for my opinion of you is not so low as to make me think that it is necessary for you to summon every bit of your virtue to face this trouble. Yours is not pain. It is a mere sting, and it is you yourself who are turning it into pain. Of a surety, philosophy has done you much service if you can bear courageously the loss of a boy who was as yet better known to his nurse than to his father. And what then? Now, at this time, am I advising you to be hard-hearted, desiring you to keep your countenance unmoved at the very funeral ceremony, and not allowing your soul even to feel the pinch of pain? By no means. That would mean lacking of feeling rather than virtue. To behold the burial ceremonies of those near and dear to you with the same expression as you beheld their living forms, and to show no emotion over the first bereavement in your family. But suppose that I forbade you to show emotion. There are certain feelings which claim their own rights. Tears fall, no matter how we try to check them, and by being shed they ease the soul. What then shall we do? Let us allow them to fall, but let us not command them to do so. Let us weep according as emotion floods our eyes, but not as much as mere imitation shall demand. Let us indeed add nothing to natural grief, nor augment it by following the examples of others. The display of grief makes more demands than grief itself. How few men are sad in their own company. They lament the louder for being heard. Persons who are reserved and silent when alone are stirred to new paroxysms of tears when they behold others near them. At such times they lay violent hands upon their own persons, though they might have done this more easily if no one were present to check them. At such times they pray for death. At such times they toss themselves from their couches. But their grief slackens with the departure of onlookers. In this matter, as in others also, we are obsessed by this fault, conforming to the pattern of the many, and regarding convention rather than duty. We abandon nature and surrender to the mob, who are never good advisers in anything, and in this respect, as in all others, are most inconsistent. People see a man who bears his grief bravely. They call him undutiful and savage-hearted. They see a man who collapses and clings to his dead. They call him womanish and weak. Everything, therefore, should be referred to reason. But nothing is more foolish than to court a reputation for sadness and to sanction tears. For I hold that with a wise man some tears fall by consent, others by their own force. I shall explain the difference as follows. When the first news of some bitter loss has shocked us, when we embrace the form that will soon pass from our arms to the funeral flames, then tears are wrung from us by the necessity of nature, and the life force, smitten by the stroke of grief, shakes both the whole body and the eyes also, from which it presses out and causes to flow the moisture that lies within. Tears like these fall by a forcing out process, against our will. But different are the tears which we allow to escape when we muse in memory upon those whom we have lost. And there is in them a certain sweet sadness when we remember the sound of a pleasant voice, a genial conversation, and the busy duties of yore. At such a time the eyes are loosened, as it were, with joy. This sort of weeping we indulge. The former sort overcomes us. There is, then, no reason why, just because a group of persons is standing in your presence or sitting at your side, you should either check or pour forth your tears. Whether restrained or outpoured, they are never so disgraceful as when feigned. Let them flow naturally. But it is possible for tears to flow from the eyes of those who are quiet and at peace. They often flow without impairing the influence of the wise man, with such restraint that they show no want either of feeling or of self-respect. We may, I assure you, obey nature, and yet maintain our dignity. I have seen men worthy of reverence, during the burial of those near and dear, with countenances upon which love was written clear even after the whole apparatus of mourning was removed, and who showed no other conduct than that which was allowed to genuine emotion. There is a comeliness even in grief. This should be cultivated by the wise man. Even in tears, just as in other matters also, there is a certain sufficiency. It is with the unwise that sorrows, like joys, gush over. Accept in an unruffled spirit that which is inevitable. What can happen that is beyond belief? Or what that is new? How many men at this very moment are making arrangements for funerals? How many are purchasing grave clothes? How many are mourning when you yourself have finished mourning? As often as you reflect that your boy has ceased to be, reflect also upon man, who has no sure promise of anything, whom fortune does not inevitably escort to the confines of old age, but lets him go at whatever point she sees fit. You may, however, speak often concerning the departed, and cherish his memory to the extent of your power. This memory will return to you all the more often if you welcome its coming without bitterness, for no man enjoys converse with one who is sorrowful, much less with sorrow itself. And whatever words, whatever jests of his, no matter how much of a child he was, may have given you pleasure to hear, these I would have you recall again and again. Assure yourself confidently that he might have fulfilled the hopes which you, his father, had entertained. Indeed, to forget the beloved dead, to bury their memory along with their bodies, to bewail them bounteously and afterwards think of them but scantily, this is the mark of a soul below that of man. For that is the way in which birds and beasts love their young. Their affection is quickly roused and almost reaches madness, but it cools away entirely when its object dies. This quality does not befit a man of sense. He should continue to remember, but should cease to mourn. And in no wise do I approve of the remark of Metrodorus, that there is a certain pleasure akin to sadness, and that one should give chase thereto at such times as these. I am quoting the actual words of Metrodorus. I have no doubt what your feelings will be in these matters, for what is baser than to chase after pleasure in the very midst of mourning? Nay, rather by means of mourning, and even amid one's tears to hunt out that which will give pleasure. These are the men who accuse us of too great strictness, slandering our precepts because of supposed harshness. Because, say they, we declare that grief should either not be given place in the soul at all, or else should be driven out forthwith. But which is the more incredible or inhuman? To feel no grief at the loss of one's friend, or to go a-hawking after pleasure in the midst of grief? That which we Stoics advise is honorable. When emotion has prompted a moderate flow of tears and has, so to speak, ceased to effervesce, the soul should not be surrendered to grief. And what do you mean, Metrodorus, by saying that with our very grief there should be a blending of pleasure? That is the sweet-meat method of pacifying children. That is the way we still the cries of infants, by pouring milk down their throats. Even at the moment when your son's body is on the pyre, or your friend breathing his last, will you not suffer your pleasure to cease, rather than tickle your very grief with pleasure? Which is the more honorable, to remove grief from your soul, or to admit pleasure even into the company of grief? Did I say admit? Nay, I mean chase after, and from the hands, too, of grief itself. Metrodorus says, there is a certain pleasure which is related to sadness. We Stoics may say that, but you may not. The only good which you recognize is pleasure, and the only evil, pain. And what relationship can there be between a good and an evil? But suppose that such a relationship does exist. Now, of all times, is it to be rooted out? Shall we examine grief also, and see with what elements of delight and pleasure it is surrounded? Certain remedies, which are beneficial for some parts of the body, cannot be applied to other parts, because these are, in a way, revolting and unfit. And that which in certain cases would work to a good purpose without any loss to one's self-respect, may become unseemly because of the situation of the wound. Are you not, similarly, ashamed to cure sorrow by pleasure? No. This sore spot must be treated in a more drastic way. This is what you should preferably advise, that no sensation of evil can reach one who is dead. For if it can reach him, he is not dead. And I say that nothing can hurt him who is as naught. For if a man can be hurt, he is alive. Do you think him to be badly off because he is no more? Or because he still exists as somebody? And yet, no torment can come to him from the fact that he is no more. For what feeling can belong to one who does not exist? Nor from the fact that he exists, for he has escaped the greatest disadvantage that death has in it, namely, non-existence. Let us say this also to him who mourns and misses the untimely dead, that all of us, whether young or old, live, in comparison with eternity, on the same level as regards our shortness of life. For out of all time there comes to us less than what anyone could call least, since least is at any rate some part. But this life of ours is next to nothing, and yet, fools that we are, we marshal it in broad array. These words I have written to you, not with the idea that you should expect a cure from me at such a late date, for it is clear to me that you have told yourself everything that you will read in my letter, but with the idea that I should rebuke you, even for the slight delay during which you lapsed from your true self, and should encourage you for the future to rouse your spirit against fortune, and to be on the watch for all her missiles, not as if they might possibly come, but as if they were bound to come. Farewell. End of Letter 99. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 100 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Writings of Fabianus. You write to me that you have read with the greatest eagerness the work by Fabianus Papirius, entitled The Duties of a Citizen, and that it did not come up to your expectations. Then, forgetting that you are dealing with a philosopher, you proceed to criticize his style. Suppose now that your statement is true, that he pours forth rather than places his words. Let me, however, tell you at the start that this trait of which you speak has a peculiar charm, and that it is a grace appropriate to a smoothly gliding style. For, I maintain, it matters a great deal whether it tumbles forth or flows along. Moreover, there is a deal of difference in this regard also, as I shall make clear to you. Fabianus seems to me to have not so much an efflux as a flow of words. So copious it is, without confusion, and yet not without speed. This is indeed what his style declares and announces, that he has not spent a long time in working his matter over and twisting it into shape. But, even supposing the facts are as you would have them, the man was building up character rather than words, and was writing those words for the mind rather than for the ear. Besides, had he been speaking them in his own person, you would not have had time to consider the details. The whole work would have so swept you along. For as a rule, that which pleases by its swiftness is of less value when taken in hand for reading. Nonetheless, this very quality, too, of attracting at first sight is a great advantage, no matter whether careful investigation may discover something to criticize. If you ask me, I should say that he who has forced approval is greater than he who has earned it, and yet I know that the latter is safer. I know that he can give more confident guarantees for the future. A meticulous manner of writing does not suit the philosopher. If he is timid as to words, when will he ever be brave and steadfast? When will he ever really show his worth? Fabianus's style was not careless. It was assured. That is why you will find nothing shoddy in his work. His words are well chosen and yet not hunted for. They are not unnaturally inserted and inverted according to the present-day fashion. But they possess distinction, even though they are taken from ordinary speech. There you have honorable and splendid ideas, not fettered into aphorisms, but spoken with greater freedom. We shall of course notice passages that are not sufficiently pruned, not constructed with sufficient care, and lacking the polish which is in vogue nowadays. But after regarding the whole, you will see that there are no futile subtleties of argument. There may doubtless be no variety of marbles, no water supply which flows from one apartment to another, no pauper rooms or any other device that luxury adds when ill content with simple charms. But, in the vulgar phrase, it is a good house to live in. Furthermore, opinions vary with regard to the style. Some wish it to be polished down from all roughness, and some take so great a pleasure in the abrupt manner that they would intentionally break up any passage which may by chance spread itself out more smoothly, scattering the closing words in such a way that the sentences may result unexpectedly. Read Cicero. His style has unity. It moves with a modulated pace and is gentle without being degenerate. The style of Asinius Pollio, on the other hand, is bumpy, jerky, leaving off when you least expect it. And finally, Cicero always stops gradually, while Pollio breaks off, except in the very few cases where he cleaves to a definite rhythm in a single pattern. In addition to this, you say that everything in Fabianus seems to you commonplace and lacking in elevation, but I myself hold that he is free from such a fault. For that style of his is not commonplace, but simply calm, and adjusted to his peaceful and well-ordered mind, not on a low level, but on an even plane. There is lacking the verve and spur of the orator, for which you are looking, and a sudden shock of epigrams. But look, please, at the whole work. How well-ordered it is. There is distinction in it. His style does not possess, but will suggest dignity. Mention someone whom you may rank ahead of Fabianus. Cicero, let us say, whose books on philosophy are almost as numerous as those of Fabianus. I will concede this point, but it is no slight thing to be less than the greatest. Or, Asinius Pollio, let us say. I will yield again, and content myself by replying, it is a distinction to be third in so great a field. You may also include Livy, for Livy wrote both dialogues, which should be ranked as history no less than as philosophy, and works which professedly deal with philosophy. I shall yield in the case of Livy also. But consider how many writers Fabianus outranks. If he is surpassed by 3 only, and those 3 the greatest masters of eloquence. But it may be said, he does not offer everything. Though his style is elevated, it is not strong. Though it flows forth copiously, it lacks force and sweep. It is not translucent, but it is lucid. One would fail, you urge, to find therein any rugged denunciation of vice, any courageous words in the face of danger, any proud defiance of fortune, any scornful threats against self-seeking. I wish to see luxury rebuked, lust condemned, waywardness crushed out. Let him show us the keenness of oratory, the loftiness of tragedy, the subtlety of comedy. You wish him to rely on that pettiest of things, phraseology? But he has sworn allegiance to the greatness of his subject, and draws eloquence after him as a sort of shadow, but not of set purpose. Our author will doubtless not investigate every detail, nor subject it to analysis, nor inspect and emphasize each separate word. This I admit. Many phrases will fall short or will fail to strike home, and at times the style will slip along indolently. But there will be plenty of light throughout the work. There will be long stretches which will not weary the reader. And finally, he will offer this quality of making it clear to you that he meant what he wrote. You will understand that his aim was to have you know what pleased him, rather than that he should please you. All his work makes for progress, and for sanity, without any search for applause. I do not doubt that his writings are of a kind I have described, although I am harking back to him rather than retaining a sure memory of him, and although the general tone of his writings remains in my mind, not from a careful and recent perusal, but in outline as is natural after an acquaintance of long ago. But certainly, whenever I heard him lecture, such did his work seem to me, not solid, but full, the kind which would inspire young men of promise and rouse their ambition to become like him, without making them hopeless of surpassing him. And this method of encouragement seems to me the most helpful of all, for it is disheartening to inspire in a man the desire, and to take away from him the hope of emulation. At any rate, his language was fluent, and though one might not approve every detail, the general effect was noble. Farewell. End of Letter 100. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 101 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the futility of planning ahead. Every day and every hour, reveal to us what a nothing we are, and remind us with some fresh evidence that we have forgotten our weakness. Then, as we plan for eternity, they compel us to look over our shoulders at death. Do you ask me what this preamble means? It refers to Cornelius Senecio, a distinguished and capable Roman knight whom you knew. From humble beginnings, he had advanced himself to fortune, and the rest of the path already lay downhill before him. For it is easier to grow in dignity than to make a start, and money is very slow to come where there is poverty. Until it can creep out of that, it goes halting. Senecio was already bordering upon wealth, helped in that direction by two very powerful assets, knowing how to make money and how to keep it also. Either one of these gifts might have made him a rich man. Here was a person who lived most simply, careful of health and wealth alike. He had, as usual, called upon me early in the morning, and had then spent the whole day, even up to nightfall, at the bedside of a friend who was seriously and hopelessly ill. After a comfortable dinner, he was suddenly seized with an acute attack of quinsy, and with the breath clogged tightly in his swollen throat, barely lived until daybreak. So, within a very few hours after the time when he had been performing all the duties of a sound and healthy man, he passed away. He who was venturing investments by land and sea, who had also entered public life and left no type of business untried. During the very realization of financial success, and during the very onrush of the money that flowed into his coffers, was snatched from the world. Graft now thy pears, Melobius, and set out thy vines in their order. But how foolish it is to set out one's life, when one is not even owner of the morrow. What madness it is to plot out far-reaching hopes, to say, I will buy and build, loan and call in money, win titles of honor, and then, old and full of years,
I will surrender myself to a life of ease."
Believe me when I say that everything is doubtful, even for those who are prosperous. No one has any right to draw for himself upon the future. The very thing that we grasp slips through our hands, and chance cuts into the actual hour which we are crowding so full. Time does indeed roll along by fixed law, but as in darkness. And what is it to me whether nature's course is sure, when my own is unsure? We plan distant voyages, and long postponed homecomings after roaming over foreign shores. We plan for military service and the slow rewards of hard campaigns. We canvass for governorships and the promotions of one office after another. And all the while, death stands at our side. But since we never think of it except as it affects our neighbor, instances of mortality press upon us day by day, to remain in our minds only as long as they stir our wonder. Yet, what is more foolish than to wonder that something which may happen every day has happened on any one day? There is indeed a limit fixed for us, just where the remorseless law of fate has fixed it. But none of us knows how near he is to this limit. Therefore, let us so order our minds as if we had come to the very end. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's account every day. The greatest flaw in life is that it is always imperfect, and that a certain part of it is postponed. One who daily puts the finishing touches to his life is never in want of time. And yet, from this want arise fear and a craving for the future which eats away the mind. There is nothing more wretched than worry over the outcome of future events. As to the amount or the nature of that which remains, our troubled minds are set aflutter with unaccountable fear. How, then, shall we avoid this vacillation? In one way only. If there be no reaching forward in our life, if it is withdrawn into itself. For he only is anxious about the future to whom the present is unprofitable. But when I have paid my soul its due, when a soundly balanced mind knows that a day differs not a whit from eternity, whatever days or problems the future may bring, then the soul looks forth from lofty heights and laughs heartily to itself when it thinks upon the ceaseless succession of the ages. For what disturbance can result from the changes and the instability of chance, if you are sure in the face of that which is unsure? Therefore, my dear Lucilius, begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life. He who has thus prepared himself, he whose daily life has been a rounded whole, is easy in his mind. But those who live for hope alone find that the immediate future always slips from their grasp, and that greed steals along in its place, and the fear of death, a curse which lays a curse upon everything else. Thence came that most debased of prayers, in which Maecenas does not refuse to suffer weakness, deformity, and as a climax the pain of crucifixion, provided only that he may prolong the breath of life amid these sufferings. Fashion me with a palsied hand, weak of foot and a cripple, build upon me a crooked-backed hump, shake my teeth till they rattle, all is well, if my life remains. Save, oh save it, I pray you, though I sit on the piercing cross. There he is, praying for that which, if it had befallen him, would be the most pitiable thing in the world, and seeking a postponement of suffering as if he were asking for life. I should deem him most despicable had he wished to live up to the very time of crucifixion.
"Nay," he cries, "you may weaken my body if you will only leave the breath of life in my battered and ineffective carcass. Maim me if you will, but allow me, mishappen and deformed as I may be, just a little more time in this world, You may nail me up and set my seat upon the piercing cross.
Is it worth while to weigh down upon one's own wound, and hang impaled upon a gibbet, that one may but postpone something which is the balm of troubles, the end of punishment? Is it worth all this to possess the breath of life only to give it up? What would you ask for, Maecenas, but the indulgence of heaven? What does he mean by such womanous and indecent verse? What does he mean by making terms with panic fear? What does he mean by begging so vilely for life? He cannot ever have heard Virgil read the words, "Tell me, is death so wretched as that?" He asks for the climax of suffering. And what is still harder to bear, prolongation and extension of suffering. And what does he gain thereby? Merely the boon of a longer existence. But what sort of life is a lingering death? Can anyone be found who would prefer wasting away in pain, dying limb by limb, or letting out his life drop by drop, rather than expiring once for all? Can any man be found willing to be fastened to the accursed tree, long, sickly, already deformed, swelling with ugly tumors on chest and shoulders, and draw the breath of life amid long drawn-out agony? I think he would have many excuses for dying, even before mounting the cross. Deny now, if you can, that nature is very generous in making death inevitable. Many men have been prepared to enter upon still more shameful bargains, to betray friends in order to live longer themselves, or voluntarily to debase their children, and so enjoy the light of day which is witness of all their sins. We must get rid of this craving for life, and learn that it makes no difference when your suffering comes, because at some time you are bound to suffer. The point is, not how long you live, but how nobly you live. And often this living nobly means that you cannot live long. Farewell. End of letter 101. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 102 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Intimations of Our Immortality. Just as a man is annoying when he rouses a dreamer of pleasant dreams, for he is spoiling a pleasure which may be unreal, but nevertheless has the appearance of reality, even so your letter has done me an injury. For it brought me back abruptly, absorbed as I was in agreeable meditation, and ready to proceed still further if it had been permitted me. I was taking pleasure in investigating the immortality of souls, nay, in believing that doctrine. For I was lending a ready ear to the opinions of the great authors, who not only approve but promise this most pleasing condition. I was giving myself over to such a noble hope, for I was already weary of myself, beginning already to despise the fragments of my shattered existence, and feeling that I was destined to pass over into that infinity of time and the heritage of eternity, when I was suddenly awakened by the receipt of your letter, and lost my lovely dream. But if I can once dispose of you, I shall reseek and rescue it. There was a remark, at the beginning of your letter, that I had not explained the whole problem, wherein I was endeavoring to prove one of the beliefs of our school, that the renown which falls to one's lot after death is a good, for I had not solved the problem with which we are usually confronted. No good can consist of things that are distinct and separate, yet renown consists of such things. What you are asking about, my dear Lucilius, belongs to another topic of the same subject, and that is why I had postponed the arguments, not only on this one topic, but on other topics which also covered the same ground. For as you know, certain logical questions are mingled with ethical ones. Accordingly, I handled the essential part of my subject, which has to do with conduct, as to whether it is foolish and useless to be concerned with what lies beyond our last day, or whether our goods die with us and there is nothing left of him who is no more, or whether any profit can be attained or attempted beforehand out of that which, when it comes, we shall not be capable of feeling. All these things have a view to conduct, and therefore they have been inserted under the proper topic, but the remarks of dialecticians in opposition to this idea had to be sifted out, and were accordingly laid aside. Now that you demand an answer to them all, I shall examine all their statements, and then refute them singly. Unless, however, I make a preliminary remark, it will be impossible to understand my rebuttals. And what is that preliminary remark? Simply this. There are certain continuous bodies, such as a man. There are certain composite bodies, as ships, houses, and everything which is the result of joining separate parts into one sum total. There are certain others made up of things that are distinct, each member remaining separate, like an army, a populace, or a senate. For the persons who go to make up such bodies are united by virtue of law or function, but by their nature they are distinct and individual. Well, what further prefatory remarks do I still wish to make? Simply this. We believe that nothing is a good, if it be composed of things that are distinct. For a single good should be checked and controlled by a single soul, and the essential quality of each single good should be single. This can be proved of itself whenever you desire. In the meanwhile, however, it had to be laid aside because our own weapons are being hurled at us. Opponents speak thus. You say, do you, that no good can be made up of things that are distinct? Yet this renown of which you speak is simply the favorable opinion of good men. For just as reputation does not consist of one person's remarks, and as ill repute does not consist of one person's disapproval, so renown does not mean that we have merely pleased one good person. In order to constitute renown, the agreement of many distinguished and praiseworthy men is necessary. But this results from the decision of a number, in other words, of persons who are distinct. Therefore, it is not a good. You say, again, that renown is the praise rendered to a good man by good men. Praise means speech. Now speech is utterance with a particular meaning, and utterance, even from the lips of good men, is not a good in itself. For any act of a good man is not necessarily a good. He shouts his applause and hisses his disapproval, but one does not call the shouting or the hissing good, although his entire conduct may be admired and praised, any more than one would applaud a sneeze or a cough. Therefore, renown is not a good. Finally, tell us whether the good belongs to him who praises or to him who is praised. If you say that the good belongs to him who is praised, you are on as foolish a quest as if you were to maintain that my neighbor's good health is my own. But to praiseworthy men is an honorable action. Thus the good is exclusively that of the man who does the praising, of the man who performs the action, and not of us, who are being praised. And yet this was the question under discussion. I shall now answer these separate objections hurriedly. The first question still is, whether any good can consist of things that are distinct, and there are votes cast on both sides. Again, does renown need many votes? Renown can be satisfied with the decision of one good man. It is one good man who decides that we are good. Then the retort is,
What? Would you define reputation as the esteem of one individual, and ill repute as the rancorous chatter of one man? Glory, too, we take to be more widespread, for it demands the agreement of many men.
But the position of the many is different from that of the one. And why? Because if the good man thinks well of me, it practically amounts to my being thought well of by all good men, for they will all think the same if they know me. Their judgment is alike and identical. The effect of truth on it is equal. They cannot disagree, which means that they would all hold the same view, being unable to hold different views. One man's opinion, you say, is not enough to create glory or reputation. In the former case, one judgment is a universal judgment because all, if they were asked, would hold one opinion. In the other case, however, men of dissimilar character give divergent judgments. You will find perplexing emotions, everything doubtful, inconstant, untrustworthy. And can you suppose that all men are able to hold one opinion? Even an individual does not hold to a single opinion. With the good man, it is truth that causes belief, and truth has but one function and one likeness, while among the second class of which I spoke, the ideas with which they agree are unsound. Moreover, those who are false are never steadfast. They are irregular and discordant.
But praise, says the objector, is nothing but an utterance, and an utterance is not a good.
When they say that renown is praise bestowed on the good by the good, what they refer to is not an utterance but a judgment. For a good man may remain silent, but if he decides that a certain person is worthy of praise, that person is the object of praise. Besides, praise is one thing, and the giving of praise another. The latter demands utterance also. Hence, no one speaks of a funeral praise, but says praise-giving, for its function depends upon speech. And when we say that a man is worthy of praise, we assure human kindness to him, not in words, but in judgment. So the good opinion, even of one who in silence feels inward approval of a good man, is praise. Again, as I have said, praise is a matter of the mind rather than of the speech. For speech brings out the praise that the mind has conceived, and publishes it forth to the attention of the many. To judge a man worthy of praise is to praise him, and when our tragic poet sings to us that it is wonderful to be praised by a well-praised hero, he means by one who is worthy of praise. Again, when an equally venerable bard says, "Praise nurtureth the arts," he does not mean the giving of praise, for that spoils the arts. Nothing has corrupted oratory and all other studies that depend on hearing so much as popular approval. Reputation necessarily demands words, but renown can be content with men's judgments, and suffice without the spoken word. It is satisfied not only amid silent approval, but even in the face of open protest. There is, in my opinion, this difference between renown and glory. The latter depends upon the judgments of the many, but renown on the judgments of good men. The retort comes, "But whose good is this renown, this praise rendered to a good man by good men? Is it of the one praised, or of the one who praises?" Of both, I say. It is my own good in that I am praised, because I am naturally born to love all men, and I rejoice in having done good deeds and congratulate myself on having found men who express their ideas of my virtues with gratitude. That they are grateful is a good to the many, but it is a good to me also. For my spirit is so ordered that I can regard the good of other men as my own. In any case, those of whose good I am myself the cause. This good is also the good of those who render the praise, for it is applied by means of virtue, and every act of virtue is a good. My friends could not have found this blessing if I had not been a man of the right stamp. It is therefore a good belonging to both sides, this being praised when one deserves it, It just as truly as a good decision is the good of him who makes the decision, and also of him in whose favor the decision was given. Do you doubt that justice is a blessing to its possessor as well as to the man to whom the just due was paid? To praise the deserving is justice. Therefore, the good belongs to both sides. This will be a sufficient answer to such dealers in subtleties, but it should not be our purpose to discuss things cleverly and to drag philosophy down from Her Majesty to such petty quibbles. How much better it is to follow the open and direct road, rather than to map out for yourself a circuitous route, which you must retrace with infinite trouble. For such argumentation is nothing else than the sport of men who are skillfully juggling with each other. Tell me, rather, how closely in accord with nature it is to let one's mind reach out into the boundless universe. The human soul is a great and noble thing. It permits of no limits except those which can be shared even by the gods. First of all, it does not consent to a lowly birthplace like Ephesus or Alexandria, or any land that is even more thickly populated than these, and more richly spread with dwellings. The soul's homeland is the whole space that encircles the height and breadth of the firmament, the whole rounded dome within which lie land and sea, within which the upper air that sunders the human form from the divine also unites them, and where all the sentinel stars are taking their turn on duty. Again, the soul will not put up with a narrow span of existence. All the years, says the soul, are mine. No epoch is closed to great minds. All time is open for the progress of thought. When the day comes to separate the heavenly from its earthly blend, I shall leave the body here where I found it, and shall of my own volition betake myself to the gods. I am not apart from them now, but am merely detained in a heavy and earthly prison. These delays of mortal existence are a prelude to the longer and better life. As the mother's womb holds us for 10 months, making us ready, not for the womb itself, but for the existence into which we seem to be sent forth when at last we are fitted to draw breath and live in the open. Just so, throughout the years extending between infancy and old age, we are making ourselves ready for another birth. A different beginning, a different condition await us. We cannot yet, except at rare intervals, endure the light of heaven. Therefore, look forward without fearing to that appointed hour, the last hour of the body, but not of the soul. Survey everything that lies about you, as if it were luggage in a guest chamber. You must travel on. Nature strips you as bare at your departure as at your entrance. You may take away no more than you brought in, and what is more, you must throw away the major portion of that which you brought with you into life. You will be stripped of the very skin which covers you, that which has been your last protection. You will be stripped of the flesh, and lose the blood which is suffused and circulated through your body. You will be stripped of bones and sinews, the framework of these transitory and feeble parts. That day, which you fear as being the end of all things, is the birthday of your eternity. Lay aside your burden. Why delay? Just as if you had not previously left the body which was your hiding place? You cling to your burden, you struggle. At your birth also great effort was necessary on your mother's part to set you free. You weep and wail, and yet this very weeping happens at birth also. But then it was to be excused, for you came into the world wholly ignorant and inexperienced. When you left the warm and cherishing protection of your mother's womb, a freer air breathed into your face. Then you winced at the touch of a rough hand, and you looked in amaze at unfamiliar objects, still delicate and ignorant of all things. But now, it is no new thing for you to be sundered from that of which you have previously been a part. Let go your already useless limbs with resignation,
and dispense with that body in which you have dwelt for so long. It will be torn asunder, buried out of sight, and wasted away. Why be downcast? This is what ordinarily happens. When we are born, the afterbirth always perishes. Why love such a thing as if it were your own possession? It was merely your covering. The day will come which will tear you forth and lead you away from the company of the foul and noisome womb. Withdraw from it now, too, as much as you can, and withdraw from pleasure, except such as may be bound up with essential and important things. Estrange yourself from it even now, and ponder on something nobler and loftier. Some day the secrets of nature shall be disclosed to you, the haze will be shaken from your eyes, and the bright light will stream in upon you from all sides. Picture to yourself how great is the glow when all the stars mingle their fires. No shadows will disturb the clear sky. The whole expanse of heaven will shine evenly, for day and night are interchanged only in the lowest atmosphere. Then you will say that you have lived in darkness, after you have seen in your perfect state the perfect light. That light which now you behold darkly with vision that is cramped to the last degree. And yet, far off as it is, you already look upon it in wonder. What do you think the heavenly light will be when you have seen it in its proper sphere? Such thoughts permit nothing mean to settle in the soul, nothing low, nothing cruel. They maintain that the gods are witnesses of everything. They order us to meet the gods' approval, to prepare ourselves to join them at some future time, and to plan for immortality. He that has grasped this idea shrinks from no attacking army, is not terrified by the trumpet blast, and is intimidated by no threats. How should it not be that a man feels no fear if he looks forward to death? He also who believes that the soul abides only as long as it is fettered in the body, scatters it abroad forthwith when dissolved, so that it may be useful even after death. For though he is taken from men's sight, still, often our thoughts run back to the hero, and often the glory won by his race recurs to the mind. Consider how much we are helped by good example. You will thus understand that the presence of a noble man is no less service than his memory. Farewell. End of Letter 102, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 103 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the dangers of association with our fellow men. Why are you looking about for troubles which may perhaps come your way, but which may indeed not come your way at all? I mean fires, falling buildings, and other accidents of the sort that are mere events, rather than plots against us. Rather, beware and shun those troubles which dog our steps and reach out their hands against us. Accidents, though they may be serious, are few, such as being shipwrecked or thrown from one's carriage. But it is from his fellow men that a man's everyday danger comes. Equip yourself against that. Watch that with an attentive eye. There is no evil more frequent, no evil more persistent, no evil more insinuating. Even the storm before it gathers gives a warning. Houses crack before they crash, and smoke is the forerunner of fire. But damage from man is instantaneous, and the nearer it comes, the more carefully it is concealed. You are wrong to trust the countenances of those you meet. They have the aspect of men, but the souls of brutes. The difference is that only beasts damage you at the first encounter. Those whom they have passed by they do not pursue.
for nothing ever goads them to do harm except when need compels them. It is hunger or fear that forces them into a fight, but man delights to ruin man. You must, however, reflect thus what danger you run at the hands of man, in order that you may deduce what is the duty of man. Try, in your dealings with others, to harm not, in order that you be not harmed. You should rejoice with all in their joys, and sympathize with them in their troubles, remembering what you should offer and what you should withhold. And what may you attain by living such a life? Not necessarily freedom from harm at their hands, but at least freedom from deceit. In so far, however, as you are able, take refuge with philosophy. She will cherish you in her bosom, and in her sanctuary you shall be safe, or, at any rate, safer than before. People collide only when they are traveling the same path, but this very philosophy must never be vaunted by you, for philosophy, when employed with insolence and arrogance, has been perilous to many. Let her strip off your faults, rather than assist you to decry the faults of others. Let her not hold aloof from the customs of mankind, nor make it her business to condemn whatever she herself does not do. A man may be wise without parade and without arousing enmity. Farewell. End of letter 103, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 104 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On care of health and peace of mind. I have run off to my villa at Nomentum. For what purpose, do you suppose? To escape the city? No. To shake off a fever which was surely working its way into my system. It had already gotten a grip upon me. My physician kept insisting that when the circulation was upset and irregular, disturbing the natural poise, the disease was under way. I therefore ordered my carriage to be made ready at once, and insisted on departing in spite of my wife Paulina's efforts to stop me. For I remembered my master Gallio's words, when he began to develop a fever in Achaia, and took ship at once, insisting that the disease was not of the body but of the place. That is what I remarked to my dear Paulina, who always urges me to take care of my health. I know that her very life-breath comes and goes with my own, and I am beginning in my solicitude for her to be solicitous for myself. And although old age has made me braver to bear many things, I am gradually losing this boon that old age bestows. For it comes into my mind that in this old man there is a youth also, and youth needs tenderness. Therefore, since I cannot prevail upon her to love me any more heroically, she prevails upon me to cherish myself more carefully. For one must indulge genuine emotions. Sometimes, even in spite of weighty reasons, the breath of life must be called back and kept at our very lips, even at the price of great suffering, for the sake of those whom we hold dear, because the good man should not live as long as it pleases him, but as long as he ought. He who does not value his wife or his friend highly enough to linger longer in life, he who obstinately persists in dying, is a voluptuary. The soul should also enforce this command upon itself whenever the needs of one's relatives require. It should pause and humor those near and dear, not only when it desires, but even when it has begun to die. It gives proof of a great heart to return to life for the sake of others, and noble men have often done this. But this procedure also, I believe, indicates the highest type of kindness, that although the greatest advantage of old age is the opportunity to be more negligent regarding self-preservation, and to use life more adventurously, one should watch over one's old age with still greater care, if one knows that such action is pleasing, useful, or desirable in the eyes of a person whom one holds dear. this is also a source of no mean joy and profit. For what is sweeter than to be so valued by one's wife that one becomes more valuable to oneself for this reason? Hence my dear Paulina is able to make me responsible, not only for her fears, but also for my own. So, you are curious to know the outcome of this prescription of travel. As soon as I have escaped from the oppressive atmosphere of the city, and from that awful odor of reeking kitchens which, when in use, pour forth a ruinous mess of steam and soot, I perceived at once that my health was mending. And how much stronger do you think I felt when I reached my vineyards? Being, so to speak, let to pasture, I regularly walked into my meals. So, I am my old self again, feeling now no wavering languor in my system, and no sluggishness in my brain. I am beginning to work with all my energy. But the mere place avails little for this purpose, unless the mind is fully master of itself, and can, at its pleasure, find seclusion even in the midst of business. The man, however, who is always selecting resorts and hunting for leisure, will find something to distract his mind in every place. Socrates is reported to have replied, when a certain person complained of having received no benefit from his travels, "It serves you right. You traveled in your own company." Oh, what a blessing it would be for some men to wander away from themselves. As it is, they cause themselves vexation, worry, demoralization, and fear. What profit is there in crossing the sea and in going from one city to another? If you would escape your troubles, you need not another place, but another personality. Perhaps you have reached Athens, or perhaps Rhodes. Choose any state you fancy. How does it matter what its character may be? You will be bringing to it your own. Suppose that you hold wealth to be a good. Poverty will then distress you, and which is most pitiable, it will be an imaginary poverty. For you may be rich, and nevertheless, because your neighbor is richer, you suppose yourself to be poor exactly by the same amount in which you fall short of your neighbor. You may deem official position a good. You will be vexed at another's appointment or reappointment to the consulship. You will be jealous whenever you see a name several times in the state records. Your ambition will be so frenzied that you will regard yourself last in the race if there is anyone in front of you. You may rate death as the worst of evils, although there is really no evil therein except that which precedes death's coming, fear. You will be frightened out of your wits, not only by real but by fancied dangers, and will be tossed forever on the sea of illusion. What benefit will it be to have threaded all the towns of Argolis, a fugitive through midmost press of foes? For peace itself will furnish further apprehension. Even in the midst of safety, you will have no confidence if your mind has once been given a shock. Once it has acquired the habit of blind panic, it is incapable of providing even for its own safety. For it does not avoid danger, but runs away. Yet, we are more exposed to danger when we turn our backs. You may judge it the most grievous of ills to lose any of those you love. While all the same, this would be no less foolish than weeping because the trees which charm your eye and adorn your home lose their foliage. Regard everything that pleases you as if it were a flourishing plant. Make the most of it while it is in leaf, for different plants at different seasons must fall and die. But just as the loss of leaves is a light thing, because they are born afresh, so it is with the loss of those whom you love and regard as the delight of your life. For they can be replaced, even though they cannot be born afresh.
New friends, however, will not be the same.
No, nor will you yourself remain the same. You change with every day and every hour. But in other men you more readily see what time plunders. In your own case, the change is hidden, because it will not take place visibly. Others are snatched from sight. We ourselves are being stealthily filched away from ourselves. You will not think about any of these problems, nor will you apply remedies to these wounds. You will of your own volition be sowing a crop of trouble by alternate hoping and despairing. If you are wise, mingle these two elements. Do not hope without despair, or despair without hope. What benefit has travel of itself ever been able to give anyone? No restraint upon pleasure, no bridling of desire, no checking of bad temper, no crushing of the wild assaults of passion, no opportunity to rid the soul of evil. Traveling cannot give us judgment, or shake off our errors. It merely holds our attention for a moment by a certain novelty, as children pause to wonder at something unfamiliar. Besides, it irritates us, through the wavering of a mind which is suffering from an acute attack of sickness. The very motion makes it more fitful and nervous. Hence, the spots we had sought most eagerly we quit still more eagerly, like birds that flit and are off as soon as they have alighted. What travel will give is familiarity with other nations. It will reveal to you mountains of strange shape, or unfamiliar tracts of plain, or valleys that are watered by ever-flowing springs, or the characteristics of some river that comes to our attention. We observe how the Nile rises and swells in summer, or how the Tigris disappears, runs underground through hidden spaces, and then appears with unabated sweep, or how the meander, that oft-rehearsed theme and plaything of the poets, turns in frequent bendings and often in winding comes close to its own channel before resuming its course. But this sort of information will not make better or sounder men of us. We ought rather to spend our time in study, and to cultivate those who are masters of wisdom, learning something which has been investigated but not settled. By this means the mind can be relieved of a most wretched serfdom, and won over to freedom. Indeed, as long as you are ignorant of what you should avoid or seek, or of what is necessary or superfluous, or of what is right or wrong, you will not be traveling, but merely wandering. There will be no benefit to you in this hurrying to and fro, for you are traveling with your emotions and are followed by your afflictions. Would that they were indeed following you. In that case, they would be farther away. As it is, you are carrying and not leading them. Hence the press about you on all sides, continually chafing and annoying you. It is medicine, not scenery, for which the sick man must go a-searching. Suppose that someone has broken a leg or dislocated a joint. He does not take carriage or ship for other regions, but he calls in the physician to set the fractured limb, or to move it back to its proper place in the socket. What then? When the spirit is broken or wrenched in so many places, do you think that change of place can heal it? The complaint is too deep-seated to be cured by a journey. Travel does not make a physician or an orator. No art is acquired by merely living in a certain place. Where lies the truth, then? Can wisdom, the greatest of all the arts, be picked up on a journey? I assure you, travel as far as you like. You can never establish yourself beyond the reach of desire, beyond the reach of bad temper, or beyond the reach of fear. Had it been so, the human race would long ago have banded together and made a pilgrimage to the spot. Such ills, as long as you carry with you their causes, will load you down and worry you to skin and bone in your wanderings over land and sea. Do you wonder that it is of no use to run away from them? That from which you are running is within you? Accordingly, reform your own self. Get the burden off of your own shoulders, and keep within safe limits the cravings which ought to be removed. Wipe out from your soul all trace of sin. If you would enjoy your travels, make healthy the companion of your travels. As long as this companion is avaricious and mean, greed will stick to you, and while you consort with an overbearing man, your puffed-up ways will also stick close. Live with a hangman, and you will never be rid of your cruelty. If an adulterer be your clubmate, he will kindle the baser passions. If you would be stripped of your faults, leave far behind you the patterns of the faults. The miser, the swindler, the bully, the cheat, who will do you much harm merely by being near you, are within you. Change, therefore, to better associations. Live with the Catos, the Laelius, with Tubero, or if you enjoy living with the Greeks also, spend your time with Socrates and with Zeno. The former will show you how to die if it be necessary, the latter how to die before it is necessary. Live with Chrysippus, with Posidonius. They will make you acquainted with things earthly and things heavenly. They will bid you work hard over something more than neat turns of language and phrases, mouthed forth for the entertainment of listeners. They will bid you be stout of heart, and rise superior to threats. The only harbor safe from the seething storms of this life is scorn of the future. A firm stand, a readiness to receive fortune's missiles full in the breast, neither skulking nor turning the back. Nature has brought us forth brave of spirit, and as she has implanted in certain animals a spirit of ferocity, in others craft, in others terror, so she has gifted us with an aspiring and lofty spirit, which prompts us to seek a life of the greatest honor, and not of the greatest security, that most resembles the soul of the universe, which it follows and imitates as far as our mortal steps permit. This spirit thrusts itself forward, confident of commendation and esteem. It is superior to all, monarch of all it surveys. Hence it should be subservient to nothing, finding no task too heavy, and nothing strong enough to weigh down the shoulders of a man. Shapes dread to look upon, of toil or death, are not in the least dreadful if one is able to look upon them with unflinching gaze, and is able to pierce the shadows. Many a sight that is held a terror in the night time is turned to ridicule by day. Shapes dread to look upon, of toil or death. Our Virgil has excellently said that these shapes are dread, not in reality, but only to look upon. In other words, they seem terrible, but are not. And in these visions, what is there, I say, as fear-inspiring as rumor has proclaimed? Why, pray, my dear Lucilius, should a man fear toil, or a mortal death? Countless cases occur to my mind, of men who think that what they themselves are unable to do is impossible, who maintain that we utter words which are too big for man's nature to carry out. But how much more highly do I think of these men? They can do these things, but decline to do them. To whom that ever tried have these tasks proved false? To what man did they not seem easier in the doing? Our lack of confidence is not the result of difficulty. The difficulty comes from our lack of confidence. If, however, you desire a pattern, take Socrates, a long-suffering old man who was sea-tossed amid every hardship, and yet was unconquered both by poverty, which his troubles at home made more burdensome, and by toil, including the drudgery of military service. He was much tried at home, whether we think of his wife, a woman of rough manners and shrewish tongue, or of the children whose intractability showed them to be more like their mother than their father. And if you consider the facts, he lived either in time of war, or under tyrants, or under a democracy which was more cruel than wars and tyrants. The war lasted for 27 years. Then the state became the victim of the 30 tyrants, of whom many were his personal enemies. At the last came that climax of condemnation under the gravest of charges. They accused him of disturbing the state religion and corrupting the youth. for they declared that he had influenced the youth to defy the gods, to defy the council, and to defy the state in general. Next came the prison and the cup of poison. But all these measures changed the soul of Socrates so little that they did not even change his features. What wonderful and rare distinction! He maintained this attitude up to the very end, and no man ever saw Socrates too much elated or too much depressed. Amid all the disturbance of fortune, he was undisturbed. Do you desire another case? Take that of the younger Marcus Cato, with whom fortune dealt in a more hostile and more persistent fashion. But he withstood her on all occasions, and in his last moments, at the point of death, showed that a brave man can live in spite of fortune, can die in spite of her. His whole life was passed either in civil warfare or under a political regime which was soon to breed civil war. And you may say that he, just as much as Socrates, declared allegiance to liberty in the midst of slavery. Unless perchance you think that Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus were the allies of liberty. No one ever saw Cato change, no matter how often the state changed. He kept himself the same in all circumstances, in the praetorship, in defeat, under accusation, in his province, on the platform, in the army, in death. Furthermore, when the Republic was in a crisis of terror, when Caesar was on one side with 10 embattled legions at his call, aided by so many foreign nations, and when Pompey was on the other, satisfied to stand alone against all comers, and when the citizens were leaning towards either Caesar or Pompey, Cato alone established a definite party for the Republic. If you would obtain a mental picture of that period, you may imagine on one side the people, and the whole proletariat eager for revolution, on the other side the senators and knights, the chosen and honored men of the Commonwealth, and there were left between them but these two, the Republic and Cato. I tell you, you will marvel when you see Atreus' son and Priam and Achilles wroth at both. Like Achilles, he scorns and disarms each faction, and this is the vote which he casts concerning them both. If Caesar wins, I slay myself. If Pompey, I go into exile. What was there for a man to fear, who, whether in defeat or in victory, had assigned to himself a doom which might have been assigned to him by his enemies in their utmost rage? So he died by his own decision. You see that man can endure toil. Cato, on foot, led an army through African deserts. You see that thirst can be endured. He marched over sun-baked hills, dragging the remains of a beaten army and with no train of supplies, undergoing lack of water and wearing a heavy suit of armor. Always the last to drink of the few springs which they chanced to find. You see that honor, and dishonor too, can be despised. For they report that on the very day when Cato was defeated at the elections, he played a game of ball. You see also that man can be free from fear of those above him in rank. For Cato attacked Caesar and Pompey simultaneously, at a time when none dared fall foul of the one without endeavoring to oblige the other. You see that death can be scorned as well as exile. Cato inflicted exile upon himself, and finally death, and war all the while. And so, if only we are willing to withdraw our necks from the yoke, we can keep as stout a heart against such terrors as these. But first and foremost, we must reject pleasures. They render us weak and womanish. They make great demands upon us, and, moreover, cause us to make great demands upon fortune. Second, we must spurn wealth. Wealth is the diploma of slavery. Abandon gold and silver, and whatever else is a burden upon our richly furnished homes. Liberty cannot be gained for nothing. If you set a high value on liberty, you must set a low value on everything else. Farewell. End of letter 104. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 105 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On facing the world with confidence. I shall now tell you certain things, to which you should pay attention in order to live more safely. Do you, however, such is my judgment, hearken to my precepts just as if I were counseling you to keep safe your health in your country place at Ardea. Reflect on the things which goad man into destroying man. You will find that they are hope, envy, hatred, fear, and contempt. Now, of all these, contempt is the least harmful, so much so that many have skulked behind it as a sort of cure. When a man despises you, he works you injury to be sure, but he passes on, and no one persistently or of set purpose does hurt to a person whom he despises. Even in battle, prostrate soldiers are neglected. Men fight with those who stand their ground. And you can avoid the envious hopes of the wicked so long as you have nothing which can stir the evil desires of others, and so long as you possess nothing remarkable. For people crave even little things, if these catch the attention or are of rare occurrence. You will escape envy if you do not force yourself upon the public view, if you do not boast your possessions, if you understand how to enjoy things privately. Hatred comes either from running foul of others, and this can be avoided by never provoking anyone, or else it is uncalled for, and common sense will keep you safe from it. Yet it has been dangerous to many. Some people have been hated without having had an enemy. As to not being feared, a moderate fortune and an easy disposition will guarantee you that. Men should know that you are the sort of person who can be offended without danger, and your reconciliation should be easy and sure. Moreover, it is as troublesome to be feared at home as abroad. It is as bad to be feared by a slave as by a gentleman, for everyone has strength enough to do you some harm. Besides, he who is feared fears also. No one has been able to arouse terror and live in peace of mind. Contempt remains to be discussed. He who has made this quality an adjunct of his own personality, who is despised because he wishes to be despised, and not because he must be despised, has the measure of contempt under his control. Any inconveniences in this respect can be dispelled by honorable occupations, and by friendships with men who have influence with an influential person. With these men it will profit you to engage, but not to entangle yourself, lest the cure may cost you more than the risk. Nothing, however, will help you so much as keeping still, talking very little with others, and as much as may be with yourself. For there is a sort of charm about conversation, something very subtle and coaxing, which, like intoxication or love, draws secrets from us. No man will keep to himself what he hears. No one will tell another only as much as he has heard. And he who tells tales will tell names too. Everyone has someone to whom he entrusts exactly what has been entrusted to him. Though he checks his own garrulity, and is content with one hearer, he will bring about him a nation, if that which was a secret shortly before becomes common talk. The most important contribution to peace of mind is never to do wrong. Those who lack self-control lead disturbed and tumultuous lives. Their crimes are balanced by their fears, and they are never at ease. For they tremble after the deed, and they are embarrassed. Their consciences do not allow them to busy themselves with other matters, and continually compel them to give an answer. Whoever expects punishment receives it, but whoever deserves it expects it. Where there is an evil conscience, something may bring safety, but nothing can bring ease. For a man imagines that, even if he is not under arrest, he may soon be arrested. His sleep is troubled. When he speaks of another man's crime, he reflects upon his own, which seems to him not sufficiently blotted out, not sufficiently hidden from view. A wrongdoer sometimes has the luck to escape notice, but never the assurance thereof. Farewell. End of letter 105. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 106 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Corporeality of Virtue. My tardiness in answering your letter was not due to press of business. Do not listen to that sort of excuse. I am at liberty, and so is anyone else who wishes to be at liberty. No man is at the mercy of affairs. He gets entangled in them of his own accord, and then flatters himself that being busy is a proof of happiness. Very well. You no doubt want to know why I did not answer the letter sooner. The matter about which you consulted me was being gathered into the fabric of my volume. For you know that I am planning to cover the whole of moral philosophy and to settle all the problems which concern it. Therefore, I hesitated whether to make you wait until the proper time came for this subject, or to pronounce judgment out of the logical order. But it seemed more kindly not to keep waiting one who comes from such a distance. So, I propose both to pick this out of the proper sequence of correlated matter, and also to send you, without waiting to be asked, whatever has to do with questions of the same sort. Do you ask what these are? Questions regarding which knowledge pleases, rather than profits. For instance, your question whether the good is corporeal. Now, the good is active, for it is beneficial, and what is active is corporeal. The good stimulates the mind, and in a way molds and embraces that which is essential to the body. The goods of the body are bodily, so therefore must be the goods of the soul, for the soul, too, is corporeal. Ergo, man's good must be corporeal, since man himself is corporeal. I am sadly astray if the elements which support man and preserve or restore his health are not bodily. Therefore his good is a body. You will have no doubt, I am sure, that emotions are bodily things. If I may be allowed to wedge in another subject not under immediate discussion, like wrath, love, sternness, unless you doubt whether they change our features, knot our foreheads, relax the countenance, spread blushes, or drive away the blood. What then? Do you think that such evident marks of the body are stamped upon us by anything else than body? And if emotions are corporeal, so are the diseases of the spirit, such as greed, cruelty, and all the faults which harden in our souls to such an extent that they get into an incurable state. Therefore, evil is also, and all its branches, spite, hatred, pride, and so also are goods. First, because they are opposite poles of the bad, and second, because they will manifest to you the same symptoms. Do you not see how a spirit of bravery makes the eye flash? How prudence tends toward concentration? How reverence produces moderation and tranquility? How joy produces calm? How sternness begets stiffness? How gentleness produces relaxation? These qualities are therefore bodily, for they change the tones and the shapes of substances, exercising their own power in their own kingdoms. Now, all the virtues which I have mentioned are goods, and so are their results. Have you any doubt that whatever can touch us is corporeal? Nothing but body can touch or be touched, as Lucilius says. Moreover, such changes as I have mentioned could not affect the body without touching it. Therefore, they are bodily. Furthermore, any object that has power to move, force, restrain, or control is corporeal. Come now, does not fear hold us back? Does not boldness drive us ahead? Bravery spur us on and give us momentum? Restraint rein us in and call us back? Joy raise our spirits? Sadness cast us down? In short, any act on our part is performed at the bidding of wickedness or virtue. Only a body can control or forcefully affect another body. The good of the body is corporeal. A man's good is related to his bodily good, therefore it is bodily. Now that I have humored your wishes, I shall anticipate your remark when you say, "What a game of pawns!" We dull our fine edge by such superfluous pursuits. These things make men clever, but not good. Wisdom is a plainer thing than that. Nay, it is clearly better to use literature for the improvement of the mind instead of wasting philosophy itself, as we waste other efforts on superfluous things. Just as we suffer from excess in all things, so we suffer from excess in literature. Thus we learn our lessons not for life, but for the lecture room. Farewell. End of Letter 106. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 107 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On obedience to the universal will. Where is that common sense of yours? Where that deftness in examining things? That greatness of soul? Have you come to be tormented by a trifle? Your slaves regarded your absorption in business as an opportunity for them to run away. Well, if your friends deceived you, for by all means let them have the name which we mistakenly bestowed upon them, and so call them, that they may incur more shame by not being such friends. If your friends, I repeat, deceived you, all your affairs would lack something. As it is, you merely lack men who damaged your own endeavors, and considered you burdensome to your neighbors. None of these things is unusual or expected. It is as nonsensical to be put out by such events as to complain of being spattered in the street, or at getting befouled in the mud. The program of life is the same as that of a bathing establishment, a crowd, or a journey. Sometimes things will be thrown at you, and sometimes they will strike you by accident. Life is not a dainty business. You have started on a long journey. You are bound to slip, collide, fall, become weary, and cry out, "Oh, for death!" Or, in other words, tell lies. At one stage you will leave a comrade behind you. At another you will bury someone. At another you will be apprehensive. It is amid stumblings of this sort that you must travel out this rugged journey. Does one wish to die? Let the mind be prepared to meet everything. Let it know that it has reached the heights round which the thunder plays. Let it know that it has arrived where grief and avenging care have set their couch, and pallid sickness dwells in drear old age. With such messmates must you spend your days. Avoid them you cannot, but despise them you can. And you will despise them, if you often take thought and anticipate the future. Everyone approaches courageously a danger which he has prepared himself to meet long before, and withstands even hardships if he has previously practiced how to meet them. But contrariwise, the unprepared are panic-stricken even at the most trifling things. we must see to it that nothing shall come upon us unforeseen. And since things are all the more serious when they are unfamiliar, continual reflection will give you the power, no matter what the evil may be, not to play the unschooled boy.
My slaves have run away from me.
Yes, other men have been robbed, blackmailed, slain, betrayed, stamped underfoot, attacked by poison or by slander. No matter what trouble you mention, it has happened to many. Again, there are manifold kinds of missiles which are hurled at us. Some are planted in us, some are being brandished, and at this very moment are on the way. Some which were destined for other men graze us instead. We should not manifest surprise at any sort of condition into which we are born, and which should be lamented by no one simply because it is equally ordained for all. Yes, I say equally ordained. For a man might have experienced even that which he has escaped. An equal law consists not of that which all have experienced, but of that which is laid down for all. Be sure to prescribe for your mind this sense of equity. We should pay without complaint the tax of our mortality. Winter brings on cold weather, and we must shiver. Summer returns with its heat, and we must sweat. Unseasonable weather upsets the health, and we must fall ill. In certain places we may meet with wild beasts, or with men who are more destructive than any beasts. Floods or fires will cause us loss, and we cannot change this order of things. But what we can do is to acquire stout hearts, worthy of good men, thereby courageously enduring chance and placing ourselves in harmony with nature. And nature moderates this world kingdom which you see, by her changing seasons. Clear weather follows cloudy, after a calm comes the storm, the wind blows by turns, day succeeds to night. Some of the heavenly bodies rise and some set. Eternity consists of opposites. It is to this law that our souls must adjust themselves. This they should follow, this they should obey. Whatever happens, assume that it was bound to happen, and do not be willing to rail at nature. That which you cannot reform it is best to endure, and to attend uncomplainingly upon the God under whose guidance everything progresses. For it is a bad soldier who grumbles when following his commander. For this reason we should welcome our orders with energy and vigor, nor should we cease to follow the natural course of this most beautiful universe, into which all our future sufferings are woven. Let us address Jupiter, the pilot of this world mass, as did our great Cleanthes in those most eloquent lines which I shall allow myself to render in Latin, after the example of the eloquent Cicero. If you like them, make the most of them. If they displease you, you will understand that I have simply been following the practice of Cicero. Lead me, O Master of the lofty heavens, my Father, whithersoever thou shalt wish. I shall not falter, but obey with speed. And though I would not, I shall go, and suffer. In sin and sorrow what I might have done in noble virtue. I, the willing soul, fate leads, but the unwilling drags along. Let us live thus and speak thus. Let fate find us ready and alert. Here is your great soul, the man who has given himself over to fate. On the other hand, that man is a weakling and a degenerate who struggles and maligns the order of the universe, and would rather reform the gods than reform himself. Farewell. End of letter 107, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 108 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the approaches to philosophy. The topic about which you ask me is one of those where our only concern with knowledge is to have the knowledge. Nevertheless, because it does so far concern us, you are in a hurry. You are not willing to wait for the books which I am at this moment arranging for you, and which embrace the whole department of moral philosophy. I shall send you the books at once, but I shall, before doing that, write and tell you how this eagerness to learn, with which I see you are aflame, should be regulated, so that it may not get in its own way. Things are not to be gathered at random, nor should they be greedily attacked in the mass. One will arrive at a knowledge of the whole by studying the parts. The burden should be suited to your strength, nor should you tackle more than you can adequately handle. Absorb not all that you wish, but all that you can hold. Only be of a sound mind, and then you will be able to hold all that you wish. For the more the mind receives, the more does it expand. This was the advice, I remember, which Attalus gave me in the days when I practically laid siege to his classroom, the first to arrive and the last to leave. Even as he paced up and down, I would challenge him to various discussions, for he not only kept himself accessible to his pupils, but met them halfway. His words were, "The same purpose should possess both master and scholar, and ambition in the one case is to promote, and in the other to progress." He who studies with a philosopher should take away with him some one good thing every day. He should daily return home a sounder man, or in the way to become sounder. And he will thus return, for it is one of the functions of philosophy to help not only those who study her, but those also who associate with her. He that walks in the sun, though he walk not for that purpose, must needs become sunburned. He who frequents the perfumer's shop, and lingers even for a short time, will carry with him the scent of the place. And he who follows a philosopher is bound to derive some benefit therefrom, which will help him, even though he be remiss. Mark what I say. Remiss, not recalcitrant. What then? You say. Do we not know certain men who have sat for many years at the feet of a philosopher, and yet have not acquired the slightest tinge of wisdom? Of course I know such men. There are indeed persevering gentlemen who stick at it. I do not call them pupils of the wise, but merely squatters. Certain of them come to hear and not to learn, just as we are attracted to the theatre to satisfy the pleasures of the ear, whether by a speech or by a song or by a play. This class, as you will see, constitutes a large part of the listeners, who regard the philosopher's lecture-room merely as a sort of lounging place for their leisure. They do not set about to lay aside any faults there, or to receive a rule of life by which they may test their characters. They merely wish to enjoy to the full the delights of the ear. And yet some arrive even with notebooks, not to take down the matter, but only the words, that they may presently repeat them to others with as little profit to these as they themselves received when they heard them. A certain number are stirred by high-sounding phrases, and adapt themselves to the emotions of the speaker with lively change of face and mind, just like the emasculated Phrygian priests, who are wont to be roused by the sound of the flute, and go mad to order. But the true hearer is ravished and stirred by the beauty of the subject matter, not by the jingle of empty words. When a bold word has been uttered in defiance of death, or a saucy fling in defiance of fortune, we take delight in acting straightway upon that which we have heard. Men are impressed by such words, and become what they are bidden to be. Should but the impression abide in the mind, and should the populace who discourage honorable things not immediately lie in wait to rob them of this noble impulse. Only a few can carry home the mental attitude with which they were inspired. It is easy to rouse a listener so that he will crave righteousness. For nature has laid the foundations and planted the seeds of virtue in us all. And we are all born to these general privileges. Hence, when the stimulus is added, the good spirit is stirred as if it were freed from bonds. Have you not noticed how the theatre re-echoes whenever any words are spoken whose truth we appreciate generally and confirm unanimously? The poor lack much, the greedy man lacks all. A greedy man does good to none, he does most evil to himself. At such verses as these, your meanest miser claps applause, and rejoices to hear his own sins reviled. How much more do you think this holds true, when such things are uttered by a philosopher, when he introduces verses among his wholesome precepts, that he may thus make those verses sink more effectively into the mind of the neophyte? Cleanthes used to say, "As our breath produces a louder sound when it passes through the long and narrow opening of the trumpet and escapes by a hole which widens at the end, even so the fettering rules of poetry clarify our meaning." The very same words are more carelessly received and make less impression upon us when they are spoken in prose. But when metre is added, and when regular prosody has compressed a noble idea, then the self-same thought comes, as it were, hurtling with a fuller fling. We talk much about despising money, and we give advice on this subject in the lengthiest of speeches, that mankind may believe true riches to exist in the mind, and not in one's bank account, and that the man who adapts himself to his slender means, and makes himself wealthy on a little sum, is the truly rich man. But our minds are struck more effectively when a verse like this is repeated. He needs but little, who desires but little. Or, he hath his wish, whose wish includeth naught, save that which is enough. When we hear such words as these, we are led toward a confession of the truth. Even men in whose opinion nothing is enough wonder and applaud when they hear such words, and swear eternal hatred against money. When you see them thus disposed, strike home, keep at them, and charge them with this duty, dropping all double meanings, syllogisms, hair-splitting, and the other side shows of ineffective smartness. Preach against greed. Preach against high living. And when you notice that you have made progress and impressed the minds of your hearers, lay on still harder. You cannot imagine how much progress can be brought about by an address of that nature, when you are bent on curing your hearers, and are absolutely devoted to their best interests. For when the mind is young, it may most easily be won over to desire what is honorable and upright. Truth, if she can obtain a suitable pleader, will lay strong hands upon those who can still be taught, those who have been but superficially spoiled. At any rate, when I used to hear Attalus denouncing sin, error, and the evils of life, I often felt sorry for mankind, and regarded Attalus as a noble and majestic being, above our mortal heights. He called himself a king, but I thought him more than a king because he was entitled to pass judgment on kings. And in truth, when he began to uphold poverty, and to show what a useless and dangerous burden was everything that passed the measure of our need, I often desired to leave his lecture-room a poor man. Whenever he castigated our pleasure-seeking lives, and extolled personal purity, moderation in diet, and a mind free from unnecessary, not to speak of unlawful, pleasures, the desire came upon me to limit my food and drink. And that is why some of these habits have stayed with me, Lucilius. For I had planned my whole life with great resolves. And later, when I returned to the duties of a citizen, I did indeed keep a few of these good resolutions. That is why I have forsaken oysters and mushrooms forever, since they are not really food, but are relishes to bully the sated stomach into further eating, as is the fancy of gourmands and those who stuff themselves beyond their powers of digestion. Down with it quickly, and up with it quickly. That is why I have also, throughout my life, avoided perfumes, because the best scent for the person is no scent at all. That is why my stomach is unacquainted with wine. That is why throughout my life I have shunned the bath, and have believed that to emaciate the body and sweat it into thinness is at once unprofitable and effeminate. Other resolutions have been broken, but after all in such a way that, in cases where I cease to practice abstinence, I have observed a limit, which is indeed next door to abstinence. Perhaps it is even a little more difficult, because it is easier for the will to cut off certain things utterly than to use them with restraint. Inasmuch as I have begun to explain to you how much greater was my impulse to approach philosophy in my youth than to continue it in my old age, I shall not be ashamed to tell you what ardent zeal Pythagoras inspired in me. Sotion used to tell me why Pythagoras abstained from animal food, and why in later times Sextius did also. In each case the reason was different, but it was in each case a noble reason. Sextius believed that man had enough sustenance without resorting to blood, and that a habit of cruelty is formed whenever butchery is practiced for pleasure. Moreover, he thought that we should curtail the sources of our luxury. He argued that a varied diet was contrary to the laws of health, and was unsuited to our constitutions. Pythagoras, on the other hand, held that all beings were interrelated, and that there was a system of exchange between souls which transmigrated from one bodily shape into another. If one may believe him, no soul perishes or ceases from its functions at all, except for a tiny interval, when it is being poured from one body into another. We may question at what time and after what seasons of change the soul returns to man, when it has wandered through many a dwelling place. But meantime, he made men fearful of guilt and parricide, since they might be, without knowing it, attacking the soul of a parent and injuring it with knife or with teeth. If, as is possible, the related spirit be dwelling temporarily in this bit of flesh. When Sotion had set forth this doctrine, supplementing it with his own proofs, he would say, "You do not believe that souls are assigned, first to one body and then to another, and that our so-called death is merely a change of abode? You do not believe that in cattle, or in wild beasts, or in creatures of the deep, the soul of him who was once a man may linger? You do not believe that nothing on this earth is annihilated, but only changes its haunts, and that animals also have cycles of progress and, so to speak, an orbit for their souls no less than the heavenly bodies, which revolve in fixed circuits? Great men have put faith in this idea. Therefore, while holding to your own view, keep the whole question in abeyance in your mind. If the theory is true, it is a mark of purity to refrain from eating flesh. If it be false, it is economy. And what harm does it do to you to give such credence? I am merely depriving you of food which sustains lions and vultures." I was imbued with this teaching, and began to abstain from animal food. At the end of a year, the habit was as pleasant as it was easy. I was beginning to feel that my mind was more active, though I would not today positively state whether it really was or not. Do you ask how I came to abandon the practice? It was this way. The days of my youth coincided with the early part of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Some foreign rites were at that time being inaugurated, and abstinence from certain kinds of animal food was set down as a proof of interest in the strange cult. So, at the request of my father, who did not fear prosecution but who detested philosophy, I returned to my previous habits, and it was no very hard matter to induce me to dine more comfortably. Attalus used to recommend a pillow which did not give in to the body, and now, old as I am, I use one so hard that it leaves no trace after pressure. I have mentioned all this in order to show you how zealous neophytes are with regard to their first impulses toward the highest ideals, provided that someone does his part in exhorting them and in kindling their ardor. There are indeed mistakes made, through the fault of our advisers who teach us how to debate and not how to live. There are also mistakes made by the pupils who come to their teachers to develop not their souls, but their wits. Thus the study of wisdom has become the study of words. Now it makes a great deal of difference what you have in mind when you approach a given subject. If a man is to be a scholar, and is examining the works of Virgil, he does not interpret the noble passage, "Time flies away and cannot be restored," in the following sense: "We must wake up. Unless we hasten, we shall be left behind. Time rolls swiftly ahead and rolls us with it. We are hurried along ignorant of our destiny. We arrange all our plans for the future, and on the edge of a precipice are at our ease." Instead of this, he brings to our attention how often Virgil, in speaking of the rapidity of time, uses the word flies, fugit. The choicest days of hapless human life fly first. Disease and bitter eld succeed, and toil till harsh death rudely snatches all. He who considers these lines in the spirit of a philosopher comments on the words in their proper sense. Virgil never says, "Time goes, but time flies," because the latter is the quickest kind of movement, and in every case our best days are the first to be snatched away. Why, then, do we hesitate to bestir ourselves so that we may be able to keep pace with the swiftest of all swift things? The good flies past, and the bad takes its place. Just as the purest wine flows from the top of the jar, and the thickest dregs settle at the bottom, so in our human life, that which is best comes first. Shall we allow other men to quaff the best and keep the dregs for ourselves? Let this phrase cleave to your soul. You should be satisfied thereby as if it were uttered by an oracle. Each choicest day of hapless human life flies first. Why choicest day? Because what's to come is unsure. Why choicest day? Because in our youth we are able to learn. We can bend to nobler purposes minds that are ready and still pliable. Because this is the time for work, the time for keeping our minds busied in study and in exercising our bodies with useful effort. For that which remains is more sluggish and lacking in spirit nearer the end. Let us therefore strive with all courage. Omitting attractions by the way, let us struggle with a single purpose, lest, when we are left behind, we comprehend too late the speed of quick-flying time, whose course we cannot stay. Let every day, as soon as it comes, be welcome as being the choicest, and let it be made our own possession. We must catch that which flees. Now, he who scans with a scholar's eye the lines I have just quoted does not reflect that our first days are the best because disease is approaching, and old age weighs upon us and hangs over our heads while we are still thinking about our youth. He thinks rather of Virgil's usual collocation of disease and eld, and indeed, rightly. For old age is a disease which we cannot cure. Besides, he says to himself, think of the epithet that accompanies eld. Virgil calls it bitter. Disease and bitter eld succeed. And elsewhere Virgil says, there dwelleth pale disease and bitter eld. There is no reason why you should marvel that each man can collect from the same source suitable matter for his own studies. For in the same meadow the cow grazes, the dog hunts the hare, and the stork the lizard. When Cicero's book On the State is opened by a philologist, a scholar, or a follower of philosophy, each man pursues his investigation in his own way. The philosopher wonders that so much could have been said therein against justice. The philologist takes up the same book and comments on the text as follows: "There were 2 Roman kings, one without a father and one without a mother. For we cannot settle who was Servius's mother, and Ancus, the grandson of Numa, has no father on record." The philologist also notes that the officer whom we call dictator, and about whom we read in our histories under that title, was named in old times the Magister Populi. Such is the name existing today in the augural records, proved by the fact that he whom the dictator chose as second in command was called Magister Equitum. He will remark, too, that Romulus met his end during an eclipse, that there was an appeal to the people even from the kings. This is so stated in the Pontiff's Register, and is the opinion of others, including Fenestella. When the scholar unrolls this same volume, he puts down in his notebook the forms of words, noting that reapsi, equivalent to reipsa, is used by Cicero and sepse just as frequently, which means se ipse. Then he turns his attention to changes in current usage. Cicero, for example, says, "Inasmuch as we are summoned back from the very calx by his interruption." Now the line in the circus which we call the Creta was called the calx by men of old time. Again, he puts together some verses by Aeneas, especially those which referred to Africanus, a man to whom nor friend nor foe could give due meed for all his efforts and his deed. From this passage the scholar declares that he infers the word opem to have meant formerly, not merely assistance, but efforts. For Aeneas must mean that neither friend nor foe could pay Scipio a reward worthy of his efforts. Next, he congratulates himself on finding the source of Virgil's words, "over whose head the mighty gate of heaven thunders," remarking that Aeneas stole the idea from Homer and Virgil from Aeneas. For there is a couplet by Aeneas preserved in the same book of Cicero's on the state, "If it be right for a mortal to scale the regions of heaven, then the huge gate of the sky opens in glory to me." But that I, too, while engaged upon another task, may not slip into the department of the philologist or the scholar, my advice is this: that all study of philosophy and all reading should be applied to the idea of living the happy life. That we should not hunt out archaic or far-fetched words and eccentric metaphors and figures of speech, but that we should seek precepts which will help us, utterances of courage and spirit which may at once be turned into facts. We should so learn them that words may become deeds. And I hold that no man has treated mankind worse than he who has studied philosophy as if it were some marketable trade, who lives in a different manner from that which he advises. For those who are liable to every fault which they castigate advertise themselves as patterns of useless training. A teacher like that can help me no more than a seasick pilot can be efficient in a storm. He must hold the tiller when the waves are tossing him. He must wrestle, as it were, with the sea. He must furl his sails when the storm rages. What good is a frightened and vomiting steersman to me? And how much greater, think you, is the storm of life than that which tosses any ship? One must steer, not talk. All the words that these men utter and juggle before a listening crowd belong to others. They have been spoken by Plato, spoken by Zeno, spoken by Chrysippus or by Posidonius, and by a whole host of Stoics as numerous as excellent. I shall show you how men can prove their words to be their own. It is by doing what they have been talking about. Since therefore I have given you the message I wish to pass on to you, I shall now satisfy your craving, and shall reserve for a new letter a complete answer to your summons. so that you may not approach in a condition of weariness a subject which is thorny, and which should be followed with an attentive and painstaking ear. Farewell. End of letter 108, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 109 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Fellowship of Wise Men. You expressed a wish to know whether a wise man can help a wise man. For we say that the wise man is completely endowed with every good, and has attained perfection. Accordingly, the question arises how it is possible for anyone to help a person who possesses the supreme good. Good men are mutually helpful, for each gives practice to the other's virtues, and thus maintains wisdom at its proper level. Each needs someone with whom he may make comparisons and investigations. Skilled wrestlers are kept up to the mark by practice. A musician is stirred to action by one of equal proficiency. The wise man also needs to have his virtues kept in action, and as he prompts himself to do things, so is he prompted by another wise man. How can a wise man help another wise man? He can quicken his impulses and point out to him opportunities for honorable action. Besides, he can develop some of his own ideas. He can impart what he has discovered. For even in the case of the wise man, something will always remain to be discovered, something toward which his mind may make new ventures. Evil men harm evil men. Each debases the other by rousing his wrath, by approving his churlishness and praising his pleasure. Bad men are at their worst stage when their faults are most thoroughly intermingled, and their wickedness has been, so to speak, pooled into partnership. Conversely, therefore, a good man will help another good man. How, you ask? Because he will bring joy to the other. He will strengthen his faith, and from the contemplation of their mutual tranquillity, the delight of both will be increased. Moreover, they will communicate to each other a knowledge of certain facts, for the wise man is not all-knowing. And even if he were all-knowing, someone might be able to devise and point out shortcuts by which the whole matter is more readily disseminated. The wise will help the wise, not, mark you, because of his own strength merely, but because of the strength of the man whom he assists. The latter, it is true, can by himself develop his own parts. Nevertheless, even one who is running well is helped by one who cheers him on. But the wise man does not really help the wise, he helps himself. Let me tell you this, strip the one of his special powers, and the other will accomplish nothing. You might as well, on that basis, say that sweetness is not in the honey, for it is the person himself who is to eat it that is so equipped, as to tongue and palate, for tasting this kind of food that the special flavor appeals to him, and anything else displeases. For there are certain men so affected by disease that they regard honey as bitter. Both men should be in good health, that the one may be helpful and the other a proper subject for help. Again they say, when the highest degree of heat has been attained, it is superfluous to apply more heat, and when the supreme good has been attained, it is superfluous to have a helper. Does a completely stocked farmer ask for further supplies from his neighbors? Does a soldier who is sufficiently armed for going well-equipped into action need any more weapons? Very well, neither does the wise man, for he is sufficiently equipped and sufficiently armed for life. My answer to this is, that when one is heated to the highest degree, one must have continued heat to maintain the highest temperature. And if it be objected that heat is self-maintaining, I say that there are great distinctions among the things that you are comparing. For heat is a single thing, but helpfulness is of many kinds. Again, heat is not helped by the addition of further heat, in order to be hot. But the wise man cannot maintain his mental standard without intercourse with friends of his own kind, with whom he may share his goodness. Moreover, there is a sort of mutual friendship among all the virtues. Thus, he who loves the virtues of certain among his peers, and in turn exhibits his own to be loved, is helpful. Like things give pleasure, especially when they are honorable and when men know that there is mutual approval. And besides, none but a wise man can prompt another wise man's soul in an intelligent way, just as man can be prompted in a rational way by man only. As therefore reason is necessary for the prompting of reason, so in order to prompt perfect reason there is need of perfect reason. Some say that we are helped even by those who bestow on us the so-called indifferent benefits, such as money, influence, security, and all the other valued or essential aids to living. If we argue in this way, the veriest fool will be said to help a wise man. Helping, however, really means prompting the soul in accordance with nature, both by the prompter's excellence and by the excellence of him who is thus prompted. And this cannot take place without advantage to the helper also. For in training the excellence of another, a man must necessarily train his own. But, to omit from discussion supreme goods or the things which produce them, wise men can none the less be mutually helpful. For the mere discovery of a sage by a sage is in itself a desirable event, since everything good is naturally dear to the good man, and for this reason one feels congenial with a good man as one feels congenial with oneself. It is necessary for me to pass from this topic to another, in order to prove my point. For the question is asked whether the wise man will weigh his opinions, or whether he will apply to others for advice. Now, he is compelled to do this when he approaches state and home duties. Everything, so to speak, that is mortal. He needs outside advice on such matters, as does the physician, the pilot, the attorney, or the pleader of cases. Hence, the wise will sometimes help the wise, for they will persuade each other. But in these matters of great import also, aye, of divine import, as I have termed them, the wise man can also be useful by discussing honorable things in common, and by contributing his thoughts and ideas. Moreover, it is in accordance with nature to show affection for our friends, and to rejoice in their advancement as if it were absolutely our own. For if we have not done this, even virtue, which grows strong only through exercising our perceptions, will not abide with us. Now, virtue advises us to arrange the present well, to take thought regarding the future, to deliberate and apply our minds, and one who takes a friend into counsel with him can more easily apply his mind and think out his problem. Therefore, he will seek either the perfect wise man or one who has progressed to a point bordering on perfection. The perfect wise man, moreover, will help us if he aids our counsels with ordinary good sense. They say that men see farther in the affairs of others than in their own. A defect of character causes this in those who are blinded by self-love, and whose fear in the hour of peril takes away their clear view of that which is useful. It is when a man is more at ease and freed from fear that he will begin to be wise. Nevertheless, there are certain matters where even wise men see the facts more clearly in the case of others than in their own. Moreover, the wise man will, in company with his fellow sage, confirm the truth of that most sweet and honorable proverb, always desiring and always refusing the same things. It will be a noble result when they draw the load with equal yoke. I have thus answered your demand, although it came under the head of subjects which I include in my volumes on moral philosophy. Reflect, as I am often wont to tell you, that there is nothing in such topics for us except mental gymnastics. For I return again and again to the thought, what good does this do me? Make me more brave now, more just, more restrained. I have not yet the opportunity to make use of my training, for I still need the physician. Why do you ask of me a useless knowledge? You have promised great things. Test me. Watch me. You assured me that I should be unterrified though swords were flashing round me. Though the point of the blade were grazing my throat, you assured me that I should be at ease though fires were blazing round me, or though a sudden whirlwind should snatch up my ship and carry it over all the sea. Now make good for me such a course of treatment, that I may despise pleasure and glory. Thereafter you shall teach me to work out complicated problems, to settle doubtful points, to see through that which is not clear. Teach me now what it is necessary for me to know. Farewell. End of letter 109, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 110 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On True and False Riches. From my villa at Nomentum, I send you greeting and bid you keep a sound spirit within you. In other words, gain the blessing of all the gods, for he is assured of their grace and favor who has become a blessing to himself. Lay aside for the present the belief of certain persons that a god is assigned to each one of us as a sort of attendant, not a god of regular rank, but one of a lower grade, one of those whom Ovid calls plebeian gods. Yet, while laying aside this belief, I would have you remember that our ancestors who followed such a creed have become Stoics, for they have assigned a genius or a Juno to every individual. Later on we shall investigate whether the gods have enough time on their hands to care for the concerns of private individuals. In the meantime, you must know that whether we are allotted to special guardians, or whether we are neglected and consigned to fortune, you can curse a man with no heavier curse than to pray that he may be at enmity with himself. There is no reason, however, why you should ask the gods to be hostile to anyone whom you regard as deserving of punishment. They are hostile to such a person, I maintain, even though he seems to be advanced by their favor. Apply careful investigation, considering how our affairs actually stand, and not what men say of them. You will then understand that evils are more likely to help us than to harm us. For how often has so-called affliction been the source and the beginning of happiness? How often have privileges which we welcomed with deep thanksgiving built steps for themselves to the top of a precipice, still uplifting men who were already distinguished, just as if they had previously stood in a position whence they could fall in safety. But this very fall has in it nothing evil, if you consider the end, after which nature lays no man lower. The universal limit is near. Yes, there is near us the point where the prosperous man is upset, and the point where the unfortunate is set free. It is we ourselves that extend both these limits, lengthening them by our hopes and by our fears. If, however, you are wise, measure all things according to the state of man. Restrict at the same time both your joys and your fears. Moreover, it is worth while not to rejoice at anything for long, so that you may not fear anything for long. But why do I confine the scope of this evil? There is no reason why you should suppose that anything is to be feared. All these things which stir us and keep us aflutter are empty things. None of us has sifted out the truth. We have passed fear on to one another. None has dared to approach the object which caused his dread, and to understand the nature of his fear. The good behind it. That is why falsehood and vanity still gain credit, because they are not refuted. Let us account it worthwhile to look closely at the matter. Then it will be clear how fleeting, how unsure, and how harmless are the things which we fear. The disturbance in our spirits is similar to that which Lucilius detected. Like boys who cower frightened in the dark, so grown-ups in the light of day feel fear. What then? Are we not more foolish than any child? We, who, in the light of day, feel fear. But you were wrong, Lucilius. We are not afraid in the daylight. We have turned everything into a state of darkness. We see neither what injures nor what profits us. All our lives through we blunder along, neither stopping nor treading more carefully on this account. But you see what madness it is to rush ahead in the dark. Indeed, we are bent on getting ourselves called back from a greater distance, and though we do not know our goal, yet we hasten with wild speed in the direction whither we are straining. The light, however, may begin to shine, provided we are willing. But such a result can come about only in one way. If we acquire by knowledge this familiarity with things divine and human, if we not only flood ourselves, but steep ourselves therein, if a man reviews the same principles even though he understands them, and applies them again and again to himself, if he has investigated what is good, what is evil, and what has falsely been so entitled, and finally, if he has investigated honor and baseness and providence. The range of the human intelligence is not confined within these limits. It may also explore outside the universe. Its destination and its source, and the ruin toward which all nature hastens so rapidly. We have withdrawn the soul from this divine contemplation, and dragged it into mean and lowly tasks, so that it might be a slave to greed, so that it might forsake the universe and its confines, and, under the command of masters who try all possible schemes, pry beneath the earth and seek what evil it can dig up therefrom, discontented with that which was freely offered to it. Now God, who is the Father of us all, has placed ready to our hands those things which he intended for our own good. He did not wait for any search on our part, and he gave them to us voluntarily. But that which would be injurious, he buried deep in the earth. We can complain of nothing but ourselves, for we have brought to light the materials for our destruction against the will of nature who hid them from us. We have bound over our souls to pleasure, whose service is the source of all evil. We have surrendered ourselves to self-seeking and reputation, and to other aims which are equally idle and useless. What, then, do I now encourage you to do? Nothing new. We are not trying to find cures for new evils, but this first of all, namely, to see clearly for yourself what is necessary and what is superfluous. What is necessary will meet you everywhere. What is superfluous has always to be hunted out, and with great endeavor. But there is no reason why you should flatter yourself overmuch if you despise gilded couches and jeweled furniture. For what virtue lies in despising useless things? The time to admire your own conduct is when you have come to despise the necessities. You are doing no great thing if you can live without royal pomp, if you feel no craving for boars which weigh 1,000 pounds, or for flamingo tongues, or for the other absurdities of a luxury that already wearies of game cooked whole, and chooses different bits from separate animals. I shall admire you only when you have learned to scorn even the common sort of bread, when you have made yourself believe that grass grows for the needs of men as well as of cattle, when you have found out that food from the treetop can fill the belly, into which we cram things of value as if it could keep what it has received. We should satisfy our stomachs without being over-nice. How does it matter what the stomach receives, since it must lose whatever it has received? You enjoy the carefully arranged dainties which are caught on land and sea. Some are more pleasing if they are brought fresh to the table. Others, if after long feeding and forced fattening they almost melt, and can hardly retain their own grease. You like the subtly devised flavor of these dishes, but I assure you that such carefully chosen and variously seasoned dishes, once they have entered the belly, will be overtaken alike by one and the same corruption. Would you despise the pleasures of eating? Then consider its result. I remember some words of Attalus which elicited general applause.
Riches long deceived me. I used to be dazed when I caught some gleam of them here and there. I used to think that their hidden influence matched their visible show. But once, at a certain elaborate entertainment, I saw embossed work in silver and gold, equaling the wealth of a whole city, and colors and tapestry devised to match objects which surpassed the value of gold or of silver, brought not only from beyond our own borders, but from beyond the borders of our enemies. On one side were slave boys, notable for their training and beauty. On the other were throngs of slave women, and all the other resources that a prosperous and mighty empire could offer after reviewing its possessions. What else is this, I said to myself, than a stirring up of man's cravings, which are in themselves provocative of lust? What is the meaning of all this display of money? Did we gather merely to learn what greed was? For my own part, I left the place with less craving than I had when I entered. I came to despise riches, not because of their uselessness, but because of their pettiness. Have you noticed how, inside a few hours, that program, however slow-moving and carefully arranged, was over and done? Has a business filled up this whole life of ours, which could not fill up a whole day? I had another thought also. The riches seemed to me to be as useless to the possessors as they were to the onlookers. Accordingly, I say to myself, whenever a show of that sort dazzles my eyes, whenever I see a splendid palace, with a well-groomed corps of attendants and beautiful bearers carrying a litter, why wonder? Why gape in astonishment? It is all show. Such things are displayed, not possessed. While they please, they pass away. Turn thyself rather to the true riches. Learn to be content with little, and cry out with courage and with greatness of soul, "We have water, we have porridge. Let us compete in happiness with Jupiter himself." And why not, I pray thee, make this challenge even without porridge and water? For it is base to make the happy life depend upon silver and gold, and just as base to make it depend upon water and porridge. But some will say, what could I do without such things? Do you ask what is the cure for want? It is to make hunger, satisfy hunger. For all else being equal, what difference is there in the smallness or the largeness of the things that force you to be a slave? What matter how little it is that fortune can refuse to you? Your very porridge and water can fall under another's jurisdiction. And besides, freedom comes not to him over whom fortune has slight power, but to him over whom she has no power at all. This is what I mean. You must crave nothing if you would vie with Jupiter, for Jupiter craves nothing.
This is what Attalus told us. If you are willing to think often of these things, you will strive not to seem happy, but to be happy. And in addition, to seem happy to yourself rather than to others. Farewell. End of letter 110. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 111 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Vanity of Mental Gymnastics. You have asked me to give you a Latin word for the Greek sophismata. Many have tried to define the term, but no name has stuck. This is natural, inasmuch as the thing itself has not been admitted to general use by us. The name, too, has met with opposition, but the word which Cicero used seems to me most suitable. He calls them cavallationes. If a man has surrendered himself to them, he weaves many a tricky subtlety, but makes no progress toward real living. He does not thereby become braver or more restrained or loftier of spirit. He, however, who has practiced philosophy to effect his own cure, becomes high-souled, full of confidence, invincible, and greater as you draw near him. This phenomenon is seen in the case of high mountains, which appear less lofty when beheld from afar, but which prove clearly how high the peaks are when you come near them. Such, my dear Lucilius, is our true philosopher, true by his acts and not by his tricks. He stands in a high place, worthy of admiration, lofty and really great. He does not stretch himself or walk on tiptoe like those who seek to improve their height by deceit, wishing to seem taller than they really are. He is content with his own greatness. And why should he not be content with having grown to such a height that fortune cannot reach her hands to it? He is therefore above earthly things, equal to himself under all conditions, whether the current of life runs free, or whether he is tossed and travels on a troubled and desperate seas. But this steadfastness cannot be gained through such hair-splittings as I have just mentioned. The mind plays with them, but profits not a whit. The mind in such cases is simply dragging philosophy down from her heights to the level ground. I would not forbid you to practice such exercises occasionally, but let it be at a time when you wish to do nothing. The worst feature, however, that these indulgences present is that they acquire a sort of self-made charm, occupying and holding the soul by a show of subtlety. Although such weighty matters claim our attention, and a whole life seems scarcely sufficient to learn the single principle of despising life. What? Did you not mean control instead of despise? No. Controlling is the second task, for no one has controlled his life aright unless he has first learned to despise it. Farewell. End of letter 111. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 112 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On reforming hardened sinners. I am indeed anxious that your friend be molded and trained, according to your desire. But he has been taken in a very hardened state, or rather, and this is a more difficult problem, in a very soft state, broken down by bad and inveterate habits. I should like to give you an illustration from my own handicraft. It is not every vine that admits the grafting process. If it be old and decayed, or if it be weak and slender, the vine either will not receive the cutting, or will not nourish it and make it a part of itself, nor will it accommodate itself to the qualities and nature of the grafted part. Hence, we usually cut off the vine above the ground, so that if we do not get results at first, we may try a second venture, and on a second trial graft it below the ground. Now this person, concerning whom you have sent me your message in writing, has no strength. for he has pampered his vices. He has at one and the same time become flabby and hardened. He cannot receive reason, nor can he nourish it.
But, you say, he desires reason of his own free will.
Don't believe him. Of course I do not mean that he is lying to you, for he really thinks that he desires it. Luxury has merely upset his stomach. He will soon be reconciled to it again.
But he says that he is put out with his former way of living.
Very likely. Who is not? Men love and hate their vices at the same time. It will be the proper season to pass judgment on him when he has given us a guarantee that he really hates luxury. As it is now, luxury and he are merely not on speaking terms. Farewell. End of letter 112, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 113 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the vitality of the soul and its attributes. You wish me to write to you my opinion concerning this question, which has been mooted by our school. Whether justice, courage, foresight, and the other virtues are living things. By such niceties as this, my beloved Lucilius, we have made people think that we sharpen our wits on useless objects, and waste our leisure time in discussions that will be unprofitable. I shall, however, do as you ask, and shall set forth the subject as viewed by our school. For myself, I confess to another belief. I hold that there are certain things which befit a wearer of white shoes and a Greek mantle. But what the beliefs are that have stirred the ancients, or those which the ancients have stirred up for discussion, I shall explain to you. The soul, men are agreed, is a living thing. Because of itself, it can make us living things, and because living things have derived their name therefrom. But virtue is nothing else than a soul in a certain condition. Therefore it is a living thing. Again, virtue is active, and no action can take place without impulse. And if a thing has impulse, it must be a living thing, for none except a living thing possesses impulse. A reply to this is, if virtue is a living thing, then virtue itself possesses virtue. Of course it possesses its own self. Just as the wise man does everything by reason of virtue, so virtue accomplishes everything by reason of itself.
In that case,
say they,
all the arts also are living things, and all our thoughts, and all that the mind comprehends. It therefore follows that many thousands of living things dwell in man's tiny heart, and that each individual among us consists of, or at least contains, many living beings.
Are you gravelled for an answer to this remark? Each of these will be a living thing, but they will not be many separate living things. And why? I shall explain, if you will apply your subtlety and your concentration to my words. Each living thing must have a separate substance, but since all the things mentioned above have a single soul, consequently they can be separate living things, but without plurality. I myself am a living thing, and a man, but you cannot say that there are two of me for that reason. And why? Because if that were so, they would have to be two separate existences. This is what I mean. One would have to be sundered from the other so as to produce two. But whenever you have that which is manifold in one whole, it falls into the category of a single nature, and is therefore single. My soul is a living thing, and so am I. But we are not two separate persons. And why? Because the soul is part of myself. It will only be reckoned as a definite thing in itself when it shall exist by itself. But as long as it shall be part of another, it cannot be regarded as different. And why? I will tell you. It is because that which is different must be personal and peculiar to itself, a whole and complete within itself. I myself have gone on record as being of a different opinion, for if one adopts this belief, not only the virtues will be living things, but so will their contrary vices and the emotions like wrath, fear, grief, and suspicion. Nay, the argument will carry us still further. All opinions and all thoughts will be living things. This is by no means admissible, since anything that man does is not necessarily the man himself.
"What is justice?"
people say. Justice is a soul that maintains itself in a certain attitude.
Then if the soul is a living being, so is justice.
By no means, for justice is really a state, a kind of power of the soul, and this same soul is transformed into various likenesses, and does not become a different kind of living thing as often as it acts differently, nor is the result of soul action a living thing. If justice, bravery, and the other virtues of actual life, do they cease to be living things and then begin life over again, or are they always living things? But the virtues cannot cease to be, therefore there are many, nay, countless, living things sojourning in this one soul.
"No,"
is the answer.
"Not many, because they are all attached to the one, being parts and members of a single whole."
We are then portraying for ourselves an image of the soul like that of a many-headed hydra, each separate head fighting and destroying independently. And yet there is no separate living thing to each head. It is the head of a living thing, and the hydra itself is one single living thing. No one ever believed that the chimera contained a living lion or a living serpent. These were merely parts of the whole chimera, and parts are not living things. Then how can you infer that justice is a living thing?
"Justice," people reply, "is active and helpful. That which acts and is helpful possesses impulse, and that which possesses impulse is a living thing."
True, if the impulse is its own, but in the case of justice it is not its own. The impulse comes from the soul. Every living thing exists as it began until death. A man until he dies is a man, a horse is a horse, a dog. They cannot change into anything else. Now let us grant that justice, which is defined as a soul in a certain attitude, is a living thing. Let us suppose this to be so. Then bravery also is alive, being a soul in a certain attitude. But which soul? That which was but now defined as justice? The soul is kept within the first-named being, and cannot cross over into another. It must last out its existence in the medium where it had its origin. Besides, there cannot be one soul to two living things, much less to many living things. And if justice, bravery, restraint, and all the other virtues are living things, how will they have one soul? They must possess separate souls, or else they are not living things. Several living things cannot have one body. This is admitted by our very opponents. Now, what is the body of justice?
The soul, they admit.
And of bravery?
The soul also.
And yet, there cannot be one body of two living things.
The same soul, however, they answer, assumes the guise of justice or bravery or restraint.
This would be possible if bravery were absent when justice was present, and if restraint were absent when bravery was present. As the case stands now, all the virtues exist at the same time. Hence, how can the separate virtues be living things if you grant that there is one single soul, which cannot create more than one single living thing? Again, no living thing is part of another living thing, but justice is a part of the soul. Therefore justice is not a living thing. It looks as if I were wasting time over something that is an acknowledged fact, for one ought to decry such a topic rather than debate it. And no two living things are equal. Consider the bodies of all beings. Every one has its particular color, shape, and size, and among the other reasons for marveling at the genius of the divine Creator is, I believe, this, that amid all this abundance there is no repetition. Even seemingly similar things are, on comparison, unlike. God has created all the great number of leaves that we behold. Each, however, is stamped with its special pattern. All the many animals, none resembles another in size. Always some difference. The Creator has set himself the task of making unlike and unequal things that are different, but all the virtues, as your argument states, are equal. Therefore, they are not living things. Every living thing acts of itself, but virtue does nothing of itself. It must act in conjunction with man. All living things either are gifted with reason, like men and gods, or else are irrational, like beasts and cattle. Virtues, in any case, are rational, and yet they are neither men nor gods. Therefore, they are not living things. Every living thing possessed of reason is inactive if it is not first stirred by some external impression. Then the impulse comes, and finally assent confirms the impulse. Now, what assent is, I shall explain. Suppose that I ought to take a walk. I do walk, but only after uttering the command to myself and approving this opinion of mine. Or suppose that I ought to seat myself. I do seat myself, but only after the same process. This assent is not a part of virtue, for let us suppose that it is prudence. How will prudence assent to the opinion, I must take a walk? Nature does not allow this, for prudence looks after the interests of its possessor and not of its own self. Prudence cannot walk or be seated. Accordingly, it does not possess the power of assent, and it is not a living thing possessed of reason. But if virtue is a living thing, it is rational. But it is not rational, therefore it is not a living thing. If virtue is a living thing, and virtue is a good, is not then every good a living thing? It is. Our school professes it. Now to save a father's life is a good. It is also a good to pronounce one's opinion judiciously in the Senate. It is a good to hand down just opinions. Therefore, the act of saving a father's life is a living thing, also the act of pronouncing judicious opinions. We have carried this absurd argument so far that you cannot keep from laughing outright. Wise silence is a good, and so is a frugal dinner. Therefore, silence and dining are living things. Indeed, I shall never cease to tickle my mind and to make sport for myself by means of this nice nonsense. Justice and bravery, if they are living things, are certainly of the earth. Now every earthly living thing gets cold or hungry or thirsty. Therefore justice goes a cold, and bravery is hungry, and kindness craves a drink. And what next? Should I not ask our honorable opponents what shape these living beings have? Is it that of a man, or a horse, or a wild beast? If they are given a round shape, like that of a god, I shall ask whether greed and luxury and madness are equally round, for these too are living things. If I find that they give a rounded shape to these also, I shall go so far as to ask whether a modest gait is a living thing. They must admit it, according to their argument, and proceed to say that a gait is a living thing, and a rounded living thing at that. Now, do not imagine that I am the first one of our school who does not speak from rules, but has his own opinion. Cleanthes and his pupil Chrysippus could not agree in defining the act of walking. Cleanthes held that it was spirit transmitted into the feet from the primal essence, while Chrysippus maintained that it was the primal essence in itself. Why, then, following the example of Chrysippus himself, should not every man claim his own freedom and laugh down all these living things, so numerous that the universe itself cannot contain them? One might say, the virtues are not many living things, and yet they are living things, for just as an individual may be both poet and orator in one,
Even so, these virtues are living things, but they are not many. The soul is the same. It can be at the same time just and prudent and brave, maintaining itself in a certain attitude towards each virtue.
The dispute is settled, and we are therefore agreed. For I shall admit, meanwhile, that the soul is a living thing, with the proviso that later on I may cast my final vote. But I deny that the acts of the soul are living beings. Otherwise, all words and all verses would be alive. For if prudent speech is a good, and every good a living thing, then speech is a living thing. A prudent line of poetry is a good, everything alive is a good, therefore the line of poetry is a living thing. And so, arms and the man I sing is a living thing, but they cannot call it rounded, because it has 6 feet. The whole proposition, you say, which we are at this moment discussing, is a puzzling fabric. I split with laughter whenever I reflect that solecisms and barbarisms and syllogisms are living things. And, like an artist, I give to each a fitting likeness. Is this what we discuss with contracted brow and wrinkled forehead? I cannot say now, after Callias. What melancholy trifling! It is more than this. It is absurd. Why do we not rather discuss something which is useful and wholesome to ourselves, seeking how we may attain the virtues and finding the path which will take us in that direction? Teach me, not whether bravery be a living thing, but prove that no living thing is happy without bravery. That is, unless it has grown strong to oppose hazards and has overcome all the strokes of chance by rehearsing and anticipating their attack. And what is bravery? It is the impregnable fortress for our mortal weakness. When a man has surrounded himself therewith, he can hold out free from anxiety during life's siege, for he is using his own strength and his own weapons. At this point, I would quote you a saying of our philosopher Posidonius. There are never any occasions when you need to think yourself safe because you wield the weapons of fortune. Fight with your own. Fortune does not furnish arms against herself. Hence, men equipped against their foes are unarmed against fortune herself. Alexander, to be sure, harried and put to flight the Persians, the Hyrcanians, the Indians, and all the other races that the Orient spreads even to the ocean. But he himself, as he slew one friend or lost another, would lie in the darkness lamenting sometimes his crime, and sometimes his loss. He, the conqueror of so many kings and nations, was laid low by anger and grief. For he had made it to his aim to win control over everything except his emotions. Oh, with what great mistakes are men obsessed, who desire to push their limits of empire beyond the seas, who judge themselves most prosperous when they occupy many provinces with their soldiery and join new territory to the old. Little do they know of that kingdom which is on an equality with the heavens in greatness. Self-command is the greatest command of all. Let her teach me what a hallowed thing is the justice which ever regards another's good, and seeks nothing for itself except its own employment. It should have nothing to do with ambition and reputation. It should satisfy itself. Let each man convince himself of this before all else. I must be just without reward. And that is not enough. Let him convince himself also of this. May I take pleasure in devoting myself of my own free will to uphold this noblest of virtues. Let all his thoughts be turned as far as possible from personal interests. You need not look about for the reward of a just deed. A just deed in itself offers a still greater return. Fasten deep in your mind that which I remarked a short space above, that it makes no difference how many persons are acquainted with your uprightness. Those who wish their virtue to be advertised are not striving for virtue, but for renown. Are you not willing to be just without being renowned? Nay, indeed, you must often be just and be at the same time disgraced. And then, if you are wise, let ill repute well won be a delight. Farewell. End of letter 113. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 114 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Style as a Mirror of Character. You have been asking me why, during certain periods, a degenerate style of speech comes to the fore, and how it is that men's wits have gone downhill into certain vices, in such a way that exposition at one time has taken on a kind of puffed-up strength, and at another has become mincing and modulated like the music of a concert piece. You wonder why sometimes bold ideas, bolder than one could believe, have been held in favor, and why at other times one meets with phrases that are disconnected and full of innuendo, into which one must read more meaning than was intended to meet the ear. Or why there have been epochs which maintained the right to a shameless use of metaphor. For answer, here is a phrase which you are wont to notice in the popular speech, one which the Greeks have made into a proverb: man's speech is just like his life. Exactly as each individual man's actions seem to speak, so people's style of speaking often reproduces the general character of the time. If the morale of the public has relaxed and has given itself over to effeminacy, wantonness in speech is proof of public luxury. If it is popular and fashionable, and not confined to one or two individual instances, a man's ability cannot possibly be of one sort and his soul another. If his soul be wholesome, well-ordered, serious, and restrained, his ability also is sound and sober. Conversely, when the one degenerates, the other is also contaminated. Do you not see that if a man's soul has become sluggish, his limbs drag and his feet move indolently? If it is womanish, that one can detect the effeminacy by his very gait? That a keen and confident soul quickens the step? That madness in the soul or anger, which resembles madness, hastens our bodily movements from walking to rushing? And how much more do you think that this affects one's ability, which is entirely interwoven with the soul, being molded thereby, obeying its commands, and deriving therefrom its laws? How Maecenas lived is too well known for present comment. We know how he walked, how effeminate he was, and how he desired to display himself. Also, how unwilling he was that his vices should escape notice. What then? Does not the looseness of his speech match his ungirt attire? Are his habits, his attendance, his house, his wife, any less clearly marked than his words? He would have been a man of great powers, had he set himself to his task by a straight path. Had he not shrunk from making himself understood? Had he not been so loose in his style of speech also? You will therefore see that his eloquence was that of an intoxicated man, twisting, turning, unlimited in its slackness. What is more unbecoming than the words, "A stream and a bank covered with long tressed woods"? And see how men plough the channel with boats, and turning up the shallows leave gardens behind them. Or, he curls his lady locks, and bills and coos and starts a sighing, like a forest lord who offers prayers with down-bent neck. Or, an unregenerate crew, they search out people at feasts, and assail households with the wine-cup, and by hope exact death. Or, a genius could hardly bear witness to his own festival. Or, threads of tiny tapers and crackling meal, mothers or wives clothing the hearth. Can you not at once imagine, on reading through these words, that this was the man who always paraded through the city with a flowing tunic. For even if he was discharging the absent emperor's duties, he was always in undress when they asked him for the countersign. Or that this was the man who, as judge on the bench, or as an orator, or at any public function, appeared with his cloak wrapped about his head, leaving only the ears exposed, like the millionaire's runaway slaves in the farce. Or that this was the man who, at the very time when the state was embroiled in civil strife, when the city was in difficulties and under martial law, was attended in public by 2 eunuchs, both of them more men than himself. Or that this was the man who had but 1 wife, and yet was married countless times. These words of his, put together so faultily, thrown off so carelessly, and arranged in such marked contrast to the usual practice, declare that the character of their writer was equally unusual, unsound, and eccentric. To be sure, we bestow upon him the highest praise for his humanity. He was sparing with the sword and refrained from bloodshed, and he made a show of his power only in the course of his loose living. But he spoiled, by such preposterous finickiness of style, this genuine praise, which was his due. For it is evident that he was not really gentle, but effeminate, as is proved by his misleading word order, his inverted expressions, and the surprising thoughts which frequently contain something great, but in finding expression have become nerveless. One would say that his head was turned by too great success. The fault is due sometimes to the man, and sometimes to his epoch. When prosperity has spread luxury far and wide, men begin by paying closer attention to their personal appearance. Then they go crazy over furniture. Next, they devote attention to their houses, how to take up more space with them as if they were country houses, how to make the walls glitter with marble that has been imported overseas, how to adorn a roof with gold, so that it may match the brightness of the inlaid floors. After that, they transfer their exquisite taste to the dinner table, attempting to court approval by novelty and by departures from the customary order of dishes, so that the courses which we are accustomed to serve at the end of the meal may be served first, and so that the departing guests may partake of the kind of food which in former days was set before them on their arrival. When the mind has acquired the habit of scorning the usual things of life, and regarding as mean that which was once customary, it begins to hunt for novelties in speech also. Now it summons and displays obsolete and old-fashioned words. Now it coins even unknown words or misshapes them. And now a bold and frequent metaphorical usage is made a special feature of style, according to the fashion which has just become prevalent. Some cut the thoughts short, hoping to make a good impression by leaving the meaning in doubt and causing the hearer to suspect his own lack of wit. Some dwell upon them and lengthen them out. Others, too, approach just short of a fault. For a man must really do this if he hopes to attain an imposing effect, but actually love the fault for its own sake. In short, whenever you notice that a degenerate style pleases the critics, you may be sure that character has also deviated from the right standards. Just as luxurious banquets and elaborate dress are indications of disease in the state, similarly, a lax style, if it be popular, shows that the mind, which is the source of the word, has lost its balance. Indeed, you ought not to wonder that corrupt speech is welcomed not merely by the more squalid mob, but also by our more cultured throng, for it is only in their dress and not in their judgments that they differ. You may rather wonder that not only the effects of vices, but even vices themselves meet with approval. For it has ever been thus. No man's ability has ever been approved without something being pardoned. Show me any man, however famous. I can tell you what it was that his age forgave in him, and what it was that his age purposely overlooked. I can show you many men whose vices have caused them no harm, and not a few who have been even helped by these vices. Yes, I will show you persons of the highest reputation, set up as models for our admiration, and yet if you seek to correct their errors, you destroy them. for vices are so intertwined with virtues that they drag the virtues along with them. Moreover, style has no fixed laws. It is changed by the usage of the people, never the same for any length of time. Many orators hark back to the earlier epochs for their vocabulary, speaking in the language of the 12 tables. Gracchus, Crassus, and Curio, in their eyes, are too refined and too modern, so back to Appius and Coroncanus. Conversely, certain men in their endeavor to maintain nothing but well-worn and common uses fall into a humdrum style. These two classes, each in its own way, are degenerate, and it is no less degenerate to use no words except those which are conspicuous, high-sounding, and poetical, avoiding what is familiar and in ordinary usage. One is, I believe, as faulty as the other. The one class are unreasonably elaborate, the other are unreasonably negligent. The former depilate the leg, the latter not even the armpit. Let us now turn to the arrangement of words. In this department, what countless varieties of fault I can show you. Some are all for abruptness and unevenness of style, purposely disarranging anything which seems to have a smooth flow of language. They would have jolts in all their transitions. They regard as strong and manly whatever makes an uneven impression on the ear. While some others, it is not so much an arrangement of words, as it is a setting to music, so wheedling and soft is their gliding style. And what shall I say of that arrangement, in which words are put off, and after being long awaited for, just manage to come in at the end of a period? Or, again, of that softly concluding style, Cicero fashion, with a gradual and gently poised descent, always the same and always with the customary arrangement of the rhythm. Nor is the fault only in the style of the sentences, if they are either petty and childish, or debasing, with more daring than modesty should allow, or if they are flowery and cloying, or if they end in emptiness, accomplishing mere sound, and nothing more. Some individual makes these vices fashionable, some person who controls the eloquence of the day, the rest follow his lead, and communicate the habit to each other. Thus, when Sallust was in his glory, phrases were lopped off, words came to a close unexpectedly, and obscure conciseness was equivalent to elegance. L. Orontius, a man of rare simplicity, author of a historical work on the Punic War, was a member and a strong supporter of the Sallust school. There is a phrase in Sallust, exercitum argento fecit, meaning thereby that he recruited an army by means of money. Orontius began to like this idea. He therefore inserted the verb facio all through his books. Hence, in one passage, fugam nostris fecere. In another, hiero rex Syracuse sonorum bellum fecit. And in another, quae audita pan homitanos didere Romanis fecere. I merely desired to give you a taste. His whole book is interwoven with such stuff as this. What Sallust reserved for occasional use, Orontius makes into a frequent and almost continual habit. And there was a reason, for Sallust used the words as they occurred to his mind, while the other writer went afield in search of them. So you see the results of copying another man's vices. Again, Sallust said, equius hiamantibus. Orontius, in his first book on the Punic War, uses the words repente hiamavit tempestas. And elsewhere, wishing to describe an exceptionally cold year, he says, totus hiamavit annus. And in another passage, inde sexaginta honorarias, leves praeter militem, et necessarios natarum hiamante aquilone misit. And he continues to bolster many passages with this metaphor. In a certain place, Sallust gives the words, inter arma, civilia equi, bonique famas petit. And Orontius cannot restrain himself from mentioning at once, in the first book, that there were extensive reminders concerning Regulus. These and similar faults, which imitation stamps upon one style, are not necessarily indications of loose standards or of debased mind, for they are bound to be personal and peculiar to the writer, enabling one to judge thereby of a particular author's temperament. Just as an angry man will talk in an angry way, an excitable man in a flurried way, and an effeminate man in a style that is soft and unresisting, you note this tendency in those who pluck out or thin out their beards, or who closely share and shave the upper lip while preserving the rest of the hair and allowing it to grow, or in those who wear cloaks of outlandish colors, who wear transparent togas, and who never deign to do anything which will escape general notice. They endeavor to excite and attract men's attention, and they put up even with censure, provided that they can advertise themselves. That is the style of Maecenas, and all the others who stray from the path, not by hazard, but consciously and voluntarily. This is the result of great evil in the soul. As in the case of drink, the tongue does not trip until the mind is overcome beneath its load, and gives way or betrays itself. So that intoxication of style, for what else than this can I call it, never gives trouble to anyone unless the soul begins to totter. Therefore, I say, take care of the soul, for from the soul issue our thoughts, from the soul our words, from the soul our dispositions, our expressions, and our very gait. When the soul is sound and strong, the style too is vigorous, energetic, manly. But if the soul lose its balance, down comes all the rest in ruins. If but the king be safe, your swarm will live, harmonious. If he die, the bees revolt. The soul is our king. If it be safe, the other functions remain on duty and serve with obedience. But the slightest lack of equilibrium in the soul causes them to waver along with it, and when the soul is yielded to pleasure, its functions and actions grow weak, and any undertaking comes from a nerveless and unsteady source. To persist in my use of this simile, our soul is at one time a king, at another a tyrant. The king, in that he respects things honorable, watches over the welfare of the body which is entrusted to his charge, and gives that body no base, no ignoble commands, but an uncontrolled, passionate, and effeminate soul changes kingship into that most dread and detestable quality, tyranny. Then it becomes a prey to the uncontrolled emotion, which dog its steps, elated at first, to be sure, like a populace idly sated with a largesse, which will ultimately be its undoing, and spoiling what it cannot consume. But when the disease has gradually eaten away the strength, and luxurious habits have penetrated the marrow and the sinews, such a soul exults at the sight of limbs which, through its overindulgence, it has made useless. Instead of its own pleasures, it views those of others. It becomes the go-between and witness of the passions which, as the result of self-gratification, it can no longer feel. Abundance of delights is not so pleasing a thing to that soul as it is bitter, because it cannot send all the dainties of yore down through the overworked throat and stomach, because it can no longer whirl in the maze of eunuchs and mistresses, and it is melancholy because a great part of its happiness is shut off through the limitations of the body. Now, is it not madness, Lucilius, for none of us to reflect that he is mortal, or frail, or again that he is but one individual? Look at our kitchens and the cooks who bustle about over so many fires. Is it, think you, for a single belly that all this bustle and preparation of food takes place? Look at the old brands of wine and storehouses filled with the vintages of many ages. Is it, think you, a single belly that is to receive the stored wine, sealed with the names of so many consuls and gathered from so many vineyards? Look, and mark in how many regions men plough the earth, and how many thousands of farmers are tilling and digging. Is it, think you, for a single belly that crops are planted in Sicily and Africa? We should be sensible, and are once more reasonable. If each of us were to take stock of himself, and to measure his bodily needs also, and understand how little he can consume, and for how short a time. But nothing will give you so much help toward moderation as the frequent thought that life is short and uncertain here below. Whatever you are doing, have regard to death. Farewell. End of letter 114. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 115 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Superficial Blessings. I wish, my dear Lucilius, that you would not be too particular with regard to words and their arrangement. I have greater matters than these to commend to your care. You should seek what to write, rather than how to write it, and even that not for the purpose of writing, but of feeling it, that you may thus make what you have felt more your own, and, as it were, set a seal on it. Whenever you notice a style that is too careful and too polished, you may be sure that the mind also is no less absorbed in petty things. The really great man speaks informally and easily. Whatever he says, he speaks with assurance rather than with pains. You are familiar with the young dandies, natty as to their beards and locks, fresh from the bandbox. You can never expect from them any strength or any soundness. Style is the garb of thought. If it be trimmed or dyed or treated, it shows that there are defects and a certain amount of flaws in the mind. Elaborate elegance is not a manly garb. If we had the privilege of looking into a good man's soul, oh, what a fair, holy, magnificent, gracious, and shining face should we behold, radiant on the one side with justice and temperance, on the other with bravery and wisdom. And, besides these, thriftiness, moderation, endurance, refinement, affability, and, though hard to believe, love of one's fellow men, that good which is so rare in man, all these would be shedding their own glory over that soul. There, too, forethought combined with elegance, and resulting from these a most excellent greatness of soul, the noblest of all these virtues. Indeed, what a charm! O ye heavens! What authority and dignity would they contribute! What a wonderful combination of sweetness and power! No one could call such a face lovable without also calling it worshipful. If one might behold such a face, more exalted and more radiant than the mortal eye is wont to behold, would not one pause as if struck dumb by a visitation from above, and utter a silent prayer, saying, "May it be lawful to have looked upon it," and then, led on by the encouraging kindliness of his expression, should we not bow down and worship? Should we not, after much contemplation of a far superior countenance, surpassing those which we are wont to look upon, mild-eyed and yet flashing with life-giving fire, should we not then, I say, in reverence and awe, give utterance to those famous lines of our poet Virgil? O maiden, words are weak. Thy face is more than mortal, and thy voice rings sweeter far than mortal man's. Blessed be thou, and wherever thou art, relieve our heavy burdens. And such a vision will indeed be a present help and relief to us, if we are willing to worship it. But this worship does not consist in slaughtering fattened bulls, or in hanging up offerings of gold or silver, or in pouring coins into a temple treasury. Rather does it consist in a will that is reverent and upright. There is none of us, I declare to you, who would not burn with love for this vision of virtue, if only he had the privilege of beholding it. For now there are many things that cut off our vision, piercing it with too strong a light, or clogging it with too much darkness. If, however, as certain drugs are wont to be used for sharpening and clearing the eyesight, we are likewise willing to free our mind's eye from hindrances, We shall then be able to perceive virtue though it be buried in the body, even though poverty stand in the way, and even though lowliness and disgrace block the path. We shall then, I say, behold that true beauty, no matter if it be smothered by unloveliness. Conversely, we shall get a view of evil, and the deadening influences of a sorrow-laden soul, in spite of the hindrance that results from the widespread gleam of riches that flash round about, and in spite of the false light of official position on the one side or great power on the other, which beats pitilessly upon the beholder. Then it will be in our power to understand how contemptible are the things which we admire. Like children who regard every toy as a thing of value, who cherish necklaces bought at the price of a mere penny, as more dear than their parents or than their brothers. And what, then, as Aristo says, is the difference between ourselves and these children, except that we elders go crazy over paintings and sculpture, and that our folly costs us dearer? Children are pleased by the smooth and variegated pebbles which they pick up on the beach, while we take delight in tall columns of veined marble, brought either from Egyptian sands or from African deserts, to hold up a colonnade or a dining hall, large enough to contain a city crowd. We admire walls veneered with a thin layer of marble, although we know the while what defects the marble conceals. We cheat our own eyesight, and when we have overlaid our ceilings with gold, what else is it but a lie in which we take such delight? For we know that beneath all this gilding there lurks some ugly wood. Nor is such superficial decoration spread merely over walls and ceilings. Nay, all the famous men whom you see strutting about with head in air have nothing but a gold-leaf prosperity. Look beneath, and you will know how much evil lies under that thin coating of titles. Note that very commodity which holds the attention of so many magistrates and so many judges, and which creates both magistrates and judges. That money, I say, which ever since it began to be regarded with respect, has caused the ruin of the true honor of things. We become alternately merchants and merchandise, and we ask, not what a thing truly is, but what it costs. We fulfill duties if it pays, or neglect them if it pays, and we follow an honorable course as long as it encourages our expectations, ready to veer across to the opposite course if crooked conduct shall promise more. Our parents have instilled into us a respect for gold and silver. In our early years the craving has been implanted, settling deep within us and growing with our growth. Then, too, the whole nation, though at odds on every other subject, agrees upon this. This is what they regard. This is what they ask for their children. This is what they dedicate to the gods when they wish to show their gratitude, as if it were the greatest of all man's possessions. And finally, public opinion has come to such a pass that poverty is a hissing and a reproach, despised by the rich and loathed by the poor. Verses of poets also are added to the account, verses which lend fuel to our passions, verses in which wealth is praised as if it were the only credit and glory of mortal man. People seem to think that the immortal gods cannot give any better gift than wealth, or even possess anything better. The sun god's palace set with pillars tall, and flashing bright with gold. Or they describe the chariot of the sun. Gold was the axle, golden eke the pole, and gold the tires that bound the circling wheels, and silver all the spokes within the wheels. And finally, when they would praise an epic as the best, they call it the Golden Age. Even among the Greek tragic poets there are some who regard pelf as better than purity, soundness, or good report. Call me a scoundrel, only call me rich. All ask how great my riches are, but none whether my soul is good. None asks the means or source of your estate, but merely how it totals. All men are worth as much as what they own. What is most shameful for us to possess? Nothing. If riches bless me, I should love to live, yet I would rather die if poor. A man dies nobly in pursuit of wealth. Money, that blessing to the race of man, cannot be matched by mother's love, or lisp of children, or the honor due one's sire. And if the sweetness of the lover's glance be half so charming, love will rightly stir the hearts of gods and men to adoration. When these last quoted lines were spoken at a performance of one of the tragedies of Euripides, the whole audience rose with one accord to hiss the actor and the play off the stage. But Euripides jumped to his feet, claimed a hearing, and asked them to wait for the conclusion and see the destiny that was in store for this man, who gaped after gold. Bellerophon, in that particular drama, was to pay the penalty which is exacted of all men in the drama life. For one must pay the penalty for all greedy acts, although the greed is enough of a penalty in itself. What tears and toil does money wring from us? Greed is wretched in that which it craves, and wretched in that which it wins. Think besides of the daily worry which afflicts every possessor in proportion to the measure of his gain. The possession of riches means even greater agony of spirit than the acquisition of riches. And how we sorrow over our losses, losses which fall heavily upon us and yet seem still more heavy. And finally, though fortune may leave our property intact, whatever we cannot gain in addition is sheer loss. But, you will say to me, people call yonder man happy and rich. They pray that some day they may equal him in possessions. Very true. What then? Do you think that there is any more pitiable lot in life than to possess misery and hatred also? Would that those who are bound to crave wealth could compare notes with the rich man. Would that those who are bound to seek political office could confer with ambitious men who have reached the most sought-after honors. They would then surely alter their prayers, seeing that these grandees are always gaping after new gain, condemning what is already behind them. For there is no one in the world who is contented with his prosperity, even if it comes to him on the run. Men complain about their plans and the outcomes of their plans. They always prefer what they have failed to win. So philosophy can settle this problem for you, and afford you, to my mind, the greatest boon that exists: absence of regret for your own conduct. This is a sure happiness. No storm can ruffle it. But you cannot be steered safely through by any subtly woven words, or any gently flowing language. Let words proceed as they please, provided only your soul keeps its own sure order, provided your soul is great and holds unruffled to its ideals, pleased with itself on account of the very things which displease others, a soul that makes life the test of its progress, and believes that its knowledge is in exact proportion to its freedom from desire and its freedom from fear. Farewell. End of letter 115, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Letter 116 of Moral Letters to Lucilius by Lucius Annaeus Seneca, translated by Richard M. Gummere. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On self-control. The question has often been raised whether it is better to have moderate emotions or none at all. Philosophers of our school reject the emotions. The peripatetics keep them in check. I, however, do not understand how any halfway disease can be either wholesome or helpful. Do not fear. I am not robbing you of any privileges which you are unwilling to lose. I shall be kindly and indulgent toward the objects for which you strive, those which you hold to be necessary to our existence, or useful, or pleasant. I shall simply strip away the vice. For after I have issued my prohibition against the desires, I shall still allow you to wish that you may do the same things fearlessly, and with greater accuracy of judgment, and to feel even the pleasures more than before. And how can these pleasures help coming more readily to your call, if you are their lord, rather than their slave? But, you object, it is natural for me to suffer when I am bereaved of a friend. Grant some privileges to tears which I have the right to flow. It is also natural to be affected by men's opinions, and to be cast down when they are unfavorable. So why should you not allow me such an honorable aversion to bad opinion? There is no vice which lacks some plea. There is no vice that at the start is not modest and easily entreated, but afterwards the trouble spreads more widely. If you allow it to begin, you cannot make sure of its ceasing. Every emotion at the start is weak. Afterwards, it rouses itself and gains strength by progress. It is more easy to forestall it than to forego it. Who does not admit that all the emotions flow, as it were, from a certain natural source? We are endowed by nature with an interest in our own well-being. But this very interest, when overindulged, becomes a vice. Nature has intermingled pleasure with necessary things, not in order that we should seek pleasure, but in order that the addition of pleasure may make the indispensable means of existence attractive to our eyes. Should it claim rights of its own, it is a luxury. Let us therefore resist these faults when they are demanding entrance, because, as I have said, it is easier to deny them admittance than to make them depart. And if you cry, "One should be allowed a certain amount of grieving and a certain amount of fear," I reply that the certain amount can be too long drawn out, and that it will refuse to stop short when you so desire. The wise man can safely control himself without becoming over-anxious. He can halt his tears and his pleasures at will. But in our case, because it is not easy to retrace our steps, it is best not to push ahead at all. I think that Palladius gave a very neat answer to a certain youth who asked him whether the wise man should become a lover. "As to the wise man, we shall see later. But you and I, who are as yet far removed from wisdom, should not trust ourselves to fall into a state that is disordered, uncontrolled, enslaved to another, contemptible to itself. If our love be not spurned, we are excited by its kindness. If it be scorned, we are kindled by our pride. An easily won love hurts us as much as one which is difficult to win. We are captured by that which is compliant, and we struggle with that which is hard. Therefore, knowing our weakness, let us remain quiet. Let us not expose this unstable spirit to the temptations of drink, or beauty, or flattery, or anything that coaxes and allures." Now, that which Palladius replied to the question about love may be applied, I believe, to all the emotions. In so far as we are able, let us step back from slippery places. Even on dry ground, it is hard enough to take a sturdy stand. At this point, I know, you will confront me with that common complaint against the Stoics. "Your promises are too great, and your counsels too hard. We are mere mannikins, unable to deny ourselves everything. We shall sorrow, but not to any great extent. We shall feel desires, but in moderation. We shall give way to anger, but we shall be appeased." And do you know why we have not the power to attain this Stoic ideal? It is because we refuse to believe in our power. Nay, of a surety, there is something else which plays a part.
It is because we are in love with our vices. We uphold them and prefer to make excuses for them rather than shake them off. We mortals have been endowed with sufficient strength by nature, if only we use this strength. If only we concentrate our powers and rouse them all to help us, or at least not to hinder us. The reason is unwillingness. The excuse, inability. Farewell. End of letter 116. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.